Hello everyone, and welcome to Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting series on what if Naruto became the summoner of the dead. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. During the battle at Wave Village, Naruto and Sasuke versus Haku. Naruto roared as he burned with despair, hatred and anger. Sasuke's dead body cradled within his arm. Tears streaked down his face even as large amounts of malicious red chakra burst out of his body, changing him. His face shifted to a more feral look, his eyes grew more fox-like and even his nails became longer. Naruto paid them no mind, for now he felt more powerful than ever before, and he would use this power to kill that hated ninja hiding in the ice mirrors. Naruto settled Sasuke's dead body gently onto the ground as he crouched on the ground on all his hands and legs. One thought running through his mind which had turned bestial. The ninja will die. Inside Naruto's body, the nine-tailed fox felt the shifting of vast chakra as Naruto unwittingly tapped into its chakra in his despair. The giant fox stirred in its cage. Perhaps now is the time to act, to break free at last. A plan formed in its mind as the fox grinned. In one focused blast, the nine-tailed fox sent 9 full tails of its chakra slamming into the death seal that trapped it behind the cage. But there was one thing the Kyuubi did not take into account for. The Yondaime sacrificed his life, tapping into the power of the death god to keep the Kyuubi trapped within his son. The power of death was more powerful than any tailed beasts in existence. Death energy and the energy of the 9 tails collided, causing a huge explosion that slammed a weakened Kyuubi deep into its cell. The vast residue energies of death and 9 of Kyuubi's tail merged and became a yellow-green chakra that flowed throughout Naruto's body, deeper and deeper, into all of his cells, changing him forever. Haku stood inside his ice mirrors in shock as he looked at the likable blonde kid he had met once before. The change in him when he thought his friend was dead was remarkable. Red chakra had begun pouring out of his body in a spiral. The ice senbons sticking into his body began popping out onto the floor as his body began to heal at a rapid rate. As more of the red chakra poured out of his body, an air of great killing intent surrounded the area. The boy had then changed, his face becoming more fox-like even as he crouched onto the floor on all fours, as if ready to pounce at Haku like an animal. Then all of a sudden there was an audible snap in the energies permeating in the air. The red chakra suddenly vanished from the air as if it had never existed. The blonde boy was slammed into the floor even as a bright yellow and green corona of chakra surrounded him, creating a cocoon of chakra around his whole body. Haku watched in fascination. What in the world was happening? Then just as sudden, the yellow and green chakra was gone. The blonde boy stood up staring at his body, a look of relief on his face as he didn't find anything wrong with it. The look of ferocity on his face and his claw-like nails had disappeared. What the boy couldn't see was that streaks of green now run through his blonde hair, and in both his sapphire eyes, rims of the purest green surrounded his blue pupils. Haku stood frozen as he contemplated what to do. Even as he watched, the boy suddenly jerked towards his friend's unresponsive body and suddenly rushed forward, swiping at the air as if trying to push something away from the Uchiha, and then he started talking. Naruto got up blearily. First there was the vicious red chakra that had powered him up. Then all of a sudden he was surrounded by a peace-inducing yellow-green chakra that overwhelmed him. Naruto could feel the chakra changing him, which was why when the yellow-green chakra had disappeared and he had stood up, he was relieved to find himself unchanged, with no extra horns or anything. As he was wondering what the hell had happened, he gave a jerk as he noticed a woman with long black hair sitting next to Sasuke's body, a look of hopelessness on her face. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Get away from him," Naruto cried out in horror as he tried to push the strange woman away from Sasuke. He gave a startled cry as his hands passed through the woman. The mysterious woman lifted her head to look at Naruto in surprise even as her eyes flicked to Naruto's hair before staring at him directly in the eyes. "You can see me? Those green hair and eyes, I see. I've heard of the bloodline existing in other worlds. I am just not aware this world has the bloodline as well," the woman said in surprise before looking at Naruto intently. "Please, you've got to listen to me. Sasuke's still alive. I am not sure why that female ninja did not kill him, but if you don't listen to me, the two of you might be dead." "Sasuke's alive?" Naruto asked in shock even as he looked towards the ice mirror where the enemy ninja was in. And she's a girl. Yes, he's still alive. The enemy nin only strike at his acupoints to send him into a death-like slumber. The woman said, a look of urgency in her eyes. Listen to me, I am a phantom, a dead spirit who refused to move on. You have unlocked a rare bloodline which allows you to see me and I hope summon me as well. Follow my instructions and you may survive this. I can see the dead. Naruto stepping backwards a little in shock before shaking his head. But what's the catch? Why are you willing to help us? The woman looked down at Sasuke sadly before looking at Naruto earnestly. I am Makoto Uchiha, Sasuke's mother, and I am not going to allow my son to follow me into the death realm. Naruto gaped, staring wide-eyed at the woman before him in shock. Now that she had mentioned it, Sasuke and the woman did share similar facial features. Most obvious was the delicate jawline and the cheekbones. Follow my instructions, Naruto. Makoto instructed as she looked sternly at Naruto. I've only heard of your bloodline from the spirits in the death realm. What I heard is just idle gossip, but I distinctly remember that those with your bloodline are supposed to tag your chakra to the spirit who had swore fealty to you. You can then channel that chakra into an inanimate object so that you can summon the spirit. Naruto blanched. That sounds like it requires a lot of chakra control. Mine isn't really that good. Try it, or you and Sasuke will both be joining me. Makoto snapped angrily. She walked up to Naruto and placed a phantom arm on Naruto. I, Makoto Uchiha, swear fealty to Naruto Uzumaki, in a pact of summoner and spirit. A blaze of white light flared into being for a second around the area where Makoto had touched him, and suddenly Naruto could sense Makoto's presence in his mind. He could feel her dread and worry for Sasuke, who was currently lying motionless on the ground. Concentrating, Naruto sent out a thread of chakra towards Makoto's spirit. His eyes swiveled as he looked for another object to tag his chakra to. Searching frantically, his eyes fell on the ice mirror the enemy ninja was hiding in. With a burst of chakra, Naruto sent his chakra surging forward, tagging the mirror. Makoto vanished before his eyes even as the ice mirror containing the enemy ninja disappeared, dumping her onto the floor. Before the enemy ninja could move, the place where the ice mirror used to be shimmered and smoldered with greenish-yellow energies, shaping into a human form. Makoto Uchiha gained a physical body that was created from the ice mirror, landing in front of the enemy ninja. I have been waiting for this, Makoto said with a grin as her hands flashed through several hand seals. Don't worry, since you've spared my son, I'll only beat you half to death. A large fire dragon erupted from Makoto's lips even as the enemy ninja barely jumped away. Behind the two combatants, Naruto rushed towards Sasuke and began picking the various ice senbons off his body. Makoto had said that Sasuke was still alive, and Naruto was going to make sure nothing was going to happen to Sasuke now. The mist began to clear as Kakashi wearily dug his hand out of Zabuza's stomach. The Chidori attack had killed the missing nin, but it had also cost Kakashi most of his chakra. Kakashi stumbled as he half walked, half ran towards the area he had last seen Naruto and Sasuke. He had felt the Kyuubi's chakra escape from Naruto during the battle, though it had vanished shortly afterwards. Though he was not a religious man, Kakashi muttered a prayer, hoping that Naruto would remain unharmed. The last of the mist cleared as Zabuza was no longer there to maintain the fog technique. Kakashi grounded to a halt as he stared wide-eyed at the sight in front of him. Shock swept through his body, freezing him to where he stood. It was not the sight of Naruto besides an unconscious Sasuke that caused him to be unable to move. No, it was the sight of a beautiful long-haired woman dressed in Uchiha clan clothing, her arm clutching the unconscious body of an enemy ninja next to her that struck fear into Kakashi's heart. Am I, Koto? Kakashi asked in dread even as part of him screamed that it was not possible. Yes, Kakashi? Makoto asked, sounding as if her physical presence in this world was an everyday occurrence. You've really grown up. I could still remember the time when you were in diapers and your mother brought you around the Uchiha compound. Makoto paused as she stared off at the end of the bridge where there was loud noises. Clanging metal and footsteps caused Kakashi to turn. His mouth twisted into a grim line as he saw Gato and a large group of mercenaries walking towards them. Too much was happening at the same time, and Kakashi was still too drained from the previous battle with Zabuza to deal with this new threat. Leave them to me, Kakashi, Makoto said as she walked forward, dropping the second enemy nin next to him. From the looks of it, you're almost out of chakra. Make sure this little ninja don't try to run away. She spared Sasuke. I want to know why. Before Kakashi could interrupt, Makoto had strolled forward, standing in front of Gato and his men. A few men jeered at her. Look boss, a woman, and quite a sweet piece at that. Can we have her after all this is over? One of the mercenaries leered at the sight of Makoto. Of course. Gato chuckled. Just remember to burn the whole village to the ground before that. How about I burn all of you first? Makoto asked, smiling sweetly at the dirty unkempt men in front of her, her hands flashing into a series of hand seals. A large fire dragon burst from her lips, slamming into the suddenly frightened Gato and his mercenaries before they could escape. The smell of incinerated flesh caused Makoto to wrinkle her nose as all the scumbags in front of her were barbecued. A sense of weakness suddenly swept through her body, causing Makoto to stumble. I guess my time's up. Makoto whispered as her soul was pushed out of her temporary body. The physical body of Makoto shifted back into a large ice mirror which shattered to the ground in pieces. At the other end of the bridge, the villagers gathered by Inari grounded to a halt in front of Sakura and Tsunade, who had been watching everything since the fog cleared, with stunned looks on their faces. What happened? One of the villagers asked as they looked at the large charred remains of bodies at the end of the bridge, where the construction had halted halfway. Inari rounded up all of us, told us Gato and his men were supposed to be here. Kakashi looked at the army of villagers armed with pitchforks and pans and his lips curved into a smile behind his mask. I believe that's the charred remains of Gato and his men. Kakashi said, pointing to the burned mass of bodies even as the eyes of the villagers widened. You might want to clear their bodies off the bridge before the stink of the bodies made the bridge unusable. Inari ran to the edge of the bridge and began vomiting even as Tsunade took over. All the women get the children back to the village. Tsunade ordered as he ruffled Inari's head. You did good, Inari. I am proud of you. Now I need you to go back with the others. Tsunade then turned to the villagers and bellowed. The men to me. These kind ninjas disposed of Gato and his men. The least we can do is to clear their bodies. Don't touch that one. Kakashi pointed to Zabuza's uncared body. I'll bury that one myself. Naruto, how's Sasuke? I am awake, sensei. Sasuke's voice said. Kakashi turned to see Naruto helping his teammate up. Sasuke took a look around him before staring around him in disorientation. What happened while I was out? You wouldn't believe it, Naruto spoke loudly with excitement. I got a bloodline and I was able to summon the dead. I even summon your Naruto. Kakashi barked out, stopping Naruto in mid-sentence as he finally realized the cause of Makoto's appearance. It was then he realized that Naruto's appearance was a bit changed. Green streaks ran through Naruto's blonde hair and there are green rims in your eyes, Naruto. Sasuke said, looking at Naruto even as he laughed off the possibilities of Naruto's supposed bloodline. And how can you summon the dead? That's impossible. But Naruto began indignantly even as Sakura gave a squeak and ran towards Sasuke in joy. Team 7. Kakashi said in a loud voice that broke no arguments. We'll talk about this after you bind this enemy ninja, help me bury Zabuza's body and return to Tsunade's home. Until then, Naruto, don't say a word. But, Naruto whined but quickly stopped at Kakashi's warning look. He sulked as he stumbled towards Kakashi, digging out a rope from his pouch. Behind him, Sasuke was trying to shrug off Sakura, who was hugging him. Unfortunately, he was too weak to push her away. As Naruto neared, Kakashi moved closer to him. Naruto, you said you can summon the dead. Does that refer to Sasuke's mother? Kakashi asked in a low voice, unheard by anyone as the villagers walked past them to clear the bodies. Naruto brightened up as someone seemed to believe him. Yeah. Naruto paused as Kakashi gripped his arms. Say in a softer voice. Kakashi warned before asking, can you summon her again? Naruto said as he turned his head to one side as if listening to someone. She says that the stay in the temporarily body had drained her spirit essence. She can probably be summoned again in a day's time. Naruto turned his head to one side as an invisible phantom seemed to be speaking to him. She says she'll return to the Death Realm in the meantime to find out more about my bloodline. Kakashi stumbled back, his head lightheaded even as he thought about the possibilities of Naruto's bloodline. If Naruto's bloodline was real and enemy ninja villages heard of it, Kakashi pressed his lips together grimly. Naruto, I want you to promise me not to say a word about your bloodline to anyone. No one. You understand? Until we can verify it with the Hokage. Kakashi said sternly as he gripped Naruto's arms to emphasize his point. Until then, I am labeling this as an SS rank secret. An SS rank secret? Naruto said, stars shining in his eyes. But why? Naruto, your bloodline is an impossibility, but if it proves real, do you know how many ninja villages would want it? Kakashi said in a low voice. A war might break out if words get out about the existence of such a bloodline. I want you to promise me not to tell anyone, not even Sakura and Sasuke. If anyone asked, just say you were joking earlier and that the woman was a family friend who helped you. But that would mean they would think I am lying. Naruto protested with a frown as he looked at Sasuke, who had somehow managed to get out of Sakura's grasp and was walking towards Naruto and Kakashi, with Sakura hounding him worriedly. They wouldn't believe it anyway, it would be too impossible for them to acknowledge. Kakashi stated. But until we talk with the Hokage, I want you to promise not to say a word of it. All right. Naruto said, conceding with a long-suffering sigh. This sucks, I finally got a bloodline but can't talk about it. Naruto turned to one side as if listening to a voice before looking at Kakashi. Makoto-san says she wants Sasuke to know though, she says. Naruto's eyes widened as he stared at Kakashi. She says she'll beat you up, like the last time you stole her baked cookies, if you stop her. I see. Well, I guess if your bloodline is real, Sasuke should at least be allowed to see her. We'll talk tomorrow when you can summon her again. Kakashi said as he moved away. In the meantime, if anyone asked about your hair and eyes, say that it's a chakra accident. What's wrong with my hair and eyes? Naruto demanded even as Kakashi gave a little wave, walking towards Zabuza's body. Naruto grumbled as no one answered him, bending down to tie up the second enemy ninja. He gasped as her mask fell away. Hey, it's that guy from before, Naruto said in shock just as Sakura and Sasuke reached him. Wait a minute, Makoto-san said she is a girl, then why did the enemy nin tell me she is a guy? Haku woke up groggily to find her hands and legs bound. Instantly she came to full awareness as she saw the copycat ninja, Kakashi, and his genin team gathered in front of what looked like a burial plot as they lowered a body down into it. Shock gripped her as she recognized Zabuza's pale form. No. Zabuza-sama. Haku screamed in grief as her mentor and caretaker's body was lowered into the hole that had been dug. The three members of the genin team spun around to look at her as she screamed. Kakashi remained unaffected as he continued lowering the body into the ground out of Haku's sight. Hey, you're awake. The blonde boy said as he walked forward with a frown. You're that girl from before, and you made me think you're a guy all these time. I even checked to make sure. You what? The pink-haired girl besides him sounded incensed as she slammed a punch into the boy's head. No wonder I thought her clothes were a bit messed up. You pervert. Beside them, the black-haired boy was muttering about idiots. Haku paid all of it no mind as tears streamed down her face. Hopelessness swept through her, at the thought that her most precious person was disappearing in front of her eyes. Kill me. Haku suddenly said, looking at the startled ninjas. Why did you not kill me yet? Just kill me. The three teenagers stared frozen in place, as Haku began to sob. I am afraid there's still someone that wants you very much alive. Until then you're our prisoner. Kakashi said dryly. I've placed chakra-draining seals on you, so don't bother about escaping. Team 7, help me dig the earth to cover Zabuza's grave. As the teenagers moved to pick up shovels, Haku tried to stand on her legs that were tied. Wait. Please let me do that for him, with my own hands. Please let me at least do this one thing for him. Please, I beg you, I wouldn't try to run away, please let me do this, Haku cried out, trying to stumble forward through her tears. For a moment Kakashi and his genin team just stared back at her, but then the blonde-haired kid moved forward, taking out a kunai. Naruto, what do you think you are doing? Kakashi barked out as Naruto began hacking at the ropes binding Haku's hands and legs. She already has those chakra seal things on her. You told us before that she can't do any ninja techniques now, right? Let her at least do this one last thing for someone she cares about. Naruto said, looking down at the ground, not looking at Kakashi. Freed at last, Haku ran forward, leaning down to look at Zabuza as she cried. She ignored the shovel the pink-haired girl tried to give her as she scooped up handfuls of earth down into the grave. Zabuza-sama, wait for me. Haku said, sobbing as she rained more earth down to cover the body. Haku paused as she felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked up to see the blonde kid smiling in a reassuring way at her as he looked at the empty air above the grave. Don't worry, Zabuza will be watching over you, that's what he said. The blonde kid smiled encouragingly. Haku never noticed Kakashi stiffening as he shot his student a concerned look. All she saw was the earth and Zabuza-sama as she continued filling the grave. Kakashi stumbled into the kitchen, feeling much better than he did the day before. He and his team were allowed to sleep in since the threat of Gato was now gone. Tsunade had insisted upon the matter, insisting that Team 7 be allowed to have a more relaxed morning after what had happened yesterday. Tsunade had then left with the village men to work on the bridge. But just in case, Kakashi had sent a shadow clone to maintain a close guard over Tsunade. Sasuke and Sakura were already in the kitchen as Tsunade ran around the kitchen preparing a hearty breakfast for them. Sakura was feeding a tied-up and quiet Haku some porridge while Sasuke was eating his own meal. Haku had revealed her name shortly after the burial of Zabuza yesterday, though she remained stubbornly silent after that. Kakashi had left her alone under the watch of a shadow clone as he turned in for the night. Kakashi-san, Tsunade said, looking up at him as she heard him walk in. She frowned in Haku's direction but stayed silent. She had protested against tying the girl up yesterday until Kakashi convinced her it was for the best as she was an enemy ninja. Please sit down, would you like some eggs? Yes. Where's Naruto? Kakashi asked, wondering if his number one surprising student was still asleep. He left just before you came down, says he's going for a walk. Sakura replied looking up. What's wrong with his eyes and hair? It's weird seeing those green streaks in them. He says it's a chakra accident but I've never heard of anything that could cause those colorations. I'll bring him to a doctor once we reach Konaha, Kakashi said soothingly, quelling Sakura's curiosity as he sipped the porridge Tsunade set in front of him. In the meantime Sakura, after breakfast I want you to go to the woods and train your tree walking for 5 hours. Your chakra reserves are too low. Yes, sensei. Sakura said looking a little downcast. As for you Sasuke, come with me after breakfast, I'll teach you more about your bloodline. Kakashi said looking at Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes widened as he quickly gulped down his porridge. I'm done Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke replied quickly. Kakashi gave a sigh. I'm not done yet Sasuke, have a little patience. Naruto walked deeper in the woods before turning to face Makoto's spirit which was floating beside him. Why did you bring him here for? Naruto said waving urgently at Zabuza's grinning spirit as the dead swordsman stood in front of Naruto. Kakashi-sensei explicitly told me not to talk to him yesterday night. I want you to form a pact with him. Makoto said simply. He's strong and powerful, and I'll feel more assured if you have more powerful spirits to call upon to protect yourself and Sasuke. Are you out of your mind? He tried to kill Kakashi-sensei yesterday. How'd I know he wouldn't turn on us? Naruto asked in agitation. Because once a spirit swears fealty to a soul summoner, the spirit has to obey the summoner's every command. The spirit can never betray the summoner after the pact is formed. Makoto said simply. The worst a spirit can do is to break the pact it has formed with you if she strongly disagree with your actions or orders. I've found more information about your bloodline during the night I spent in the Death Realm. Just trust me on this Naruto, accept Zabuza as your servant. I am no one's servant. Zabuza protested indignantly, glaring at Makoto. Do you want to at least spend some time alive in this world and walk in physical form? Makoto demanded sharply. Because Naruto is the only soul summoner in this world, and he's the only one who can make you physical again. Zabuza pursed his mouth grimly, a sour look on his face. I'll swear my powers and skills in service to Naruto on one condition. I want Haku in on this secret. I don't care about living in this world again. Death is death, but Haku needs me, and I can't let her down. I want her to be able to see me again. That could prove problematic. Kakashi is right in a way. Naruto's bloodline is too powerful and a war could break out among the ninja villages, to vie for control over Naruto, if they know such a bloodline truly exists. Makoto said with a frown. I don't want our only soul summoner and my son to be dragged into a war as power pawns to be used by the politicians. I can make Haku promise never to reveal Naruto's bloodline. Zabuza said firmly. That kid is very dependent on me, too dependent. She'll never break any promise she made to me. I've seen how dependent that child is. Makoto said, looking at Zabuza with slight distaste in her eyes. You've all but molded her into your perfect weapon. Though from what I see, you might treat her like a tool, but in truth you really love her as a father, don't you? She's just a child I took in, Zabuza said impatiently, cutting off Makoto rudely as he glared at her. Stop being meddlesome, woman. Do you want the pact or not? Alright then, Naruto, since we have Zabuza's promise that Haku can keep a secret, let's form this pact. Makoto said, turning to Naruto, who nodded, holding out his hand to Zabuza. I, Zabuza, swear fealty to Naruto Uzumaki, in a pact of summoner and spirit. Zabuza said simply as his phantom hand touched Naruto's outstretched palm. There was a blaze of light which signified the pact. I believe it's time to call Kakashi and Sasuke. I've lots of things to tell them, Makoto said as she turned to look at Naruto. Haku as well, Zabuza said with a look of worry in his eyes. You promised. Okay. I'll send a shadow clone to get them, Naruto said, forming the hand seals. A shadow clone popped into existence. The clone looked at them with a nod before running off. Naruto, you've better find somewhere to sit down first. I'll begin once everyone is here, Makoto said. Tsunade looked up as the door opened to reveal Naruto walking in hurriedly. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said in relief as he saw Kakashi standing guard over Haku, who was seated in the kitchen. Where's Sasuke? We need to meet now. I am a shadow clone, Naruto, Kakashi replied. The real Kakashi left with Sasuke to search for you. Oh, good. Then you can help me carry Haku to Naruto. I am a shadow clone as well, the Naruto clone said with a grin. What is going on? The Kakashi clone asked, stepping closer to the Naruto clone, who whispered into his ears. He jerked up his head and looked at the Naruto clone grimly. You what, Naruto? He promised me and she said it was okay, Naruto clone said urgently, trying to pacify the Kakashi clone. Near the sink, Tsunade wondered who was the he and she Naruto was talking about as she washed the dishes. It'll be your head if the promise is broken, Kakashi clone said grimly. Where's the real Naruto's location? Naruto clone whispered to Kakashi clone again, who nodded. He got up and made a hand seal with his hands. What are you doing? Naruto clone asked curiously. Lesson number 1, Naruto, Kakashi clone said. Shadow clones pass their memories back to their creators when they dispel. I am going to inform Kakashi of Naruto's location. Since you created this whole mess, you can carry Haku there yourself, and don't untie her. Naruto clone cried out as the Kakashi clone disappeared. This sucks. Why are we searching for Naruto? Sasuke asked impatiently. I thought we're going to practice Sharingan techniques. You'll see, Kakashi said as they walked into the woods, his ears alert for any sounds that might lead them to Naruto. He suddenly gave a jerk backwards as if he had slammed into an invisible wall, before grinding his teeth. That Naruto. Are you all right, Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke asked, looking at his sensei who had been acting weird since this morning. Follow me, Sasuke. I know where he is, Kakashi said, leading the way. After several twists and turns, Kakashi led them into a clearing where Naruto was sitting on a log. Naruto jumped up with a grin, waving at Kakashi. Yo, sensei, Naruto said cheerfully. Where's Haku? Your shadow clone is bringing her over, Kakashi said, giving an exasperatedly sigh. What, you left my clone to do the work? Naruto asked with a pout. We were already on our way here, and we didn't even meet any of Naruto's clone. How do you know about Naruto's clone, Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke asked with a frown. The shadow clones are able to transfer their memories back to their creator once they are dispelled. The clone I set to guard Haku has met Naruto's clone before dispelling, passing me the message about Naruto's location, Kakashi said, looking at Naruto. It will be wise for you to remember that, Naruto. It will help you in your training. Wow, that is so cool. I never knew that about my favorite technique, Naruto said excitedly at this unknown aspect of his favorite technique. Well then, we'll just have to wait for Haku to arrive. Makoto-san said she'll only speak once everyone has arrived. Sasuke felt a stab in his heart as Naruto's words caused him to remember his deceased mother's name. But then Makoto was a common name. Naruto was probably talking about someone he had met in the village, though he wondered why Kakashi-sensei brought him here instead of training him. Kakashi in the meanwhile frowned but kept silent as he leaned against a tree. Sasuke looked at him and kept quiet as well. It didn't seem as if his sensei would be revealing what was going on to him anytime soon. "We will wait. This place is quite near the house. Your clones shouldn't be taking long to reach here," Kakashi stated. Sasuke gave a grunt as he sat down on the grass while Naruto began whistling. A few minutes passed before huffing noises and rapid footsteps sounded in the distance. The Naruto clone burst into the clearing, dumping a tightly tied-up Haku in front of Naruto. "Here you go, boss," the clone said before dispelling. Naruto nodded before he got up with a knife and untied Haku. Haku stood up and turned to look at Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi with wide eyes. "What do you bring me here for?" Haku asked, looking wildly around for the first time. Her silence broken, her eyes darted around, noticing the absence of the pink-haired girl or any womenfolks in the clearing. "It's better for you to be freed before we begin," Naruto said, smiling at her. He gave a grunt as Haku slammed a fist into his face. "I thought you were decent people," Haku said, clutching her clothes to her body as she gave a bitter laugh. "But I guess men are all the same, just like Zabuza-sama had warned me." "You mean," Haku said as she faltered, relaxing a bit, "you mean you're not going to do anything to me?" "Of course not," Naruto said, grunting painfully while softly muttering about crazy girls. "Then why am I here?" Haku asked as she backed away from Naruto. "That's what I want to know." Sasuke spoke up. "Why am I here when I should be out in the woods training to get stronger?" "The two of you are here because there are some people that want to see you," Naruto said as he threw 2 kunais into the ground. Naruto's face scrunched up into a look of concentration. Through his chakra senses, Sasuke felt a large amount of Naruto's chakra flared up in the air. "What are you doing, Naruto?" Sasuke demanded before he broke off with a gasp. The 2 kunais on the ground had vanished and the air above them shimmered before solidifying into 2 humans. One was Zabuza, whom they had buried only yesterday, while the other was a long-haired woman who was smiling at Sasuke. The woman looked familiar. She looked like his mother. "Naruto awakened his bloodline yesterday," Kakashi explained from the side, sounding surprised himself. "It seems that he could really summon the dead." Naruto grinned as he watched Sasuke's shocked look. He then blinked when Sasuke gave a roar and charged at Makoto with a pair of kunai in his hands, intending to stab her. "What trickery is this?" Sasuke screamed as he threw the kunais at Makoto. "I saw my mother die. I saw all of them die." Makoto calmly plucked the kunais out of the air before giving Sasuke's forehead a sharp rap, causing him to stumble backwards. "You stole my makeup to paint the walls of our home when you were 5, Sasuke. When I found out about it, I sentenced you to cleaning the walls before I would let you have your dinner," Makoto said in an even voice as she looked at Sasuke, whose eyes widened in shock at the memory. "On the mornings of every of your birthdays since you were 3, I would boil 2 eggs painted red just for you, to ensure that you'll grow up in good health," Makoto continued even as Sasuke's eyes started tearing up. "In the afternoons of all your birthdays, I would then take you to the Uchiha shrine and pray to the Lord of Fire that you'll have a bright future ahead of you. Are you telling me that you've already forgotten all the time we spent together?" "Mom," Sasuke asked brokenly as he stumbled forward, "it's really you?" "Yes, it is me, Sasuke," Makoto said, opening her arms to hug him as Sasuke rushed forward. Naruto gulped painfully and looked away. He had never knew his parents, so it was always hard to see families together. Naruto brightened as he realized he could summon his parents once he found their spirits. At that thought, he cheered up as he turned to look at Haku and Zabuza, both standing very still as they looked at one another. Zabuza broke the silence with a grunt. "Take my sword from my grave later," Zabuza ordered. "That sword is my life and blood, you've better guard it with your life." "Huh?" Naruto said as his face faltered. "You're the one that said you want to see Haku again and that's the first word you said to her?" "Shut up, kid," Zabuza grumbled. "She's my tool and she'll follow my instructions." "What?" Naruto said enraged as he rushed forward, pointing to Makoto and Sasuke who were still enclosed in a hug. "That's how you're supposed to treat someone important to you. Haku's not your tool or anything." "Naruto," Kakashi said as he appeared behind Naruto, holding him back, "calm down." But Naruto protested. "It's all right, Naruto." Haku said as she kneels down in front of Zabuza. It's good to see you alive again, Zabuza-sama. I am not totally alive, Haku, and from what I heard, I could only stay in this form for a while. My real form is a phantom, a spirit. Zabuza stated. Naruto is the only one who could summon me once a day, and I've swore fealty to him in a pact between summoner and spirit. This is my order to you, Haku. Protect Naruto with your life and listen to his orders. He's the only one who could summon me, and I am not yet ready to leave this world. I will follow your orders, Zabuza-sama, Haku said, bowing her head. As long as he could make you alive again, I'll follow Naruto's orders as well. Naruto looked at the way Zabuza treated Haku with disapproval on his face but held his silence as Kakashi kept his hand on his shoulder. Sasuke, enough bawling, Makoto said at last as she held her son away, drying his tears. She turned to look at everyone. Our time is short, we need to begin discussing what has happened. I was waiting for you to be ready, Makoto-san, Kakashi said with a polite nod. Very well, Makoto said as she walked closer, with Sasuke following dutifully behind as if afraid his mother would disappear any minute. As you all know, Zabuza and I are technically dead, as such we only exist in this world as phantoms, or in other words, spirits that do not want to enter the afterlife. Makoto explained. When someone died, they are given a choice by the death gods. We're allowed to choose if we'll stay on in this world as phantoms, or move on to our next life. For me, my choice was obvious, Makoto said, turning back to look at Sasuke. I could not leave my child alone. Even though he could not see me, I was constantly by his side. Zabuza made the same choice for Haku. Zabuza just gave a grunt as he looked away, though Haku's head bent even lower as tears streamed down her eyes. There is a spirit plane which all spirits could go to. We call it the Death Realm, where the spirits who did not wish to move on will linger and gather around. It is from there that I first heard of the soul summoners. People with special bloodline that could see the dead as well as summon them if a pact between them is formed. The bloodline is outwardly visible. Those with the bloodline have bright green hair and eyes, Makoto said as everyone turned to look at Naruto. According to rumors, these bloodlines were formed through the powers of the death gods and one of the elemental energies present in all realities colliding with one another while they course through a person's body. What elemental energies form the bloodline will affect the innate powers of the soul summoners, Makoto said. There's one particular soul summoner, a young girl by the name of Mirona who had gained fame in the spirit plane. Floods of spirits joined her service after she had defeated a demon overlord Baal. Apparently her ancestor was a healer who fought a duel with a death god over the life of one of her loved ones. The healing energies colliding with the death energies within her formed her soul summoner bloodline. Her descendant Mirona was able to utilize healing energies to the extent that she could revive the recently dead. I would have joined her if she was not from another reality. There was also another famous soul summoner whose bloodline was formed through death and earth elemental energies coursing within him. He was able to shift the very earth itself and cause vicious earthquakes that changed the very landscape of the world. In Naruto's case, I am not really sure what had happened. I did not see any death gods during the battle. All I felt was the chakra. Makoto trailed off as she saw the warning look in Kakashi's eyes. Makoto coughed as she skipped the part about the Kyuubi. All I felt was a strange chakra from Naruto before he changed. Kakashi's eyes took on a strange look as he looked at Naruto's stomach where the seal containing the Kyuubi was placed. Not many knew the truth of the Kyuubi's sealing. Kakashi was one of the few who knew the truth, because the fourth Hokage was his sensei. The seal to trap the Kyuubi was formed from a death god's energy, at the cost of the fourth's life. Could the death god's seal have interfered with the Kyuubi's chakra? The tailed beasts were recognized as chakra beings created from vast elemental energies. If Naruto's innate powers were formed from the Kyuubi, Kakashi wondered what that could change Naruto into. He turned to continue listening to Makoto as he decided to discuss the matter with the Hokage once they reached Konaha. During my wanderings in this world, I could find no soul summoners, though several exist in other worlds and realities. Makoto continued. When Naruto was physically changed during the battle with Haku and was able to see me, I immediately realized what had happened. Using whatever scant knowledge I had about the soul summoners, I managed to get Naruto to summon me to help defeat Haku. Unfortunately, there's a time limit that a spirit could remain in the temporarily body the summoner had created. The more powerful a spirit was before his death, the shorter the time he could spend in a temporarily body. For me, I could only stay in this temporarily body for at most half an hour. Makoto said as Sasuke clutched her arm in shock. But what does that mean? Sasuke asked urgently. You'll disappear again. Don't worry, Sasuke. I will need a day's rest before Naruto could summon me again. Makoto said in a soft voice to reassure her son. From what I've learnt, the phantom's spiritual energies are the same as what they had during the time of their death. The more spiritual energies a phantom possess, the more difficult it is for a temporarily body to hold that much spiritual energies. Supposedly, a phantom may gradually be able to sync with their temporarily bodies to remain in the world for a longer duration, but that would need a lot of time, because phantoms in temporarily bodies will get stronger as they battle, and this enhanced spirit energies would be brought back with them as they revert back to spirit form. Which mean more spirit energies to deal with when they were summoned again. I spent the whole of yesterday night sourcing for information about the soul summoners and gained some valuable data. Theoretically, Naruto could use his bloodline to punch a hole in this reality to connect to the spirit plane. This could allow spirit energies to flood into the world, which will permit phantoms in a spirit energy-rich area to take physical form. Makoto explained. Holes in realities heal surprisingly quickly, so the spirit energies will disperse after a short while. What most soul summoners do is to set up an area of residence, create barriers around their compound, blast a hole into the spirit plane to let in the spirit energies and have the vast spirit energies stored in their compound instead of dissipating into the world even after the hole to the spirit plane is healed. This way, any phantom sworn to Naruto could reside in the spirit compound that he had created, and they will be able to manifest a physical body for themselves. Makoto explained. Because of the high concentration of spirit energies, phantoms could retain their physical forms all the time while they are inside the compound. Sasuke's eyes widened at the knowledge. The Uchiha compound, it's large and empty now. Naruto could move in and create the spirit energy thing, and then you can be alive again. I am not moving into the Uchiha compound, Naruto protested even as Makoto gave him a beseeching look. It would be nice if you would be able to create a high spirit energy area where we phantoms can walk freely again. Makoto said. The Uchiha compound is walled and there's little risk of anyone outside spotting us. It is the perfect place. We'll discuss this with the Hokage once we get back. Kakashi cut in. But what I need to know is if Naruto's is able to summon everyone who had died. No, he could summon only those he formed a pact with, and only those who had remained as phantoms. Those who had already moved on to their next life could not be summoned. Makoto explained. That is still an incredible amount of power, Kakashi said in a pondering voice. He looked at Haku and Sasuke. In the meantime, I need Haku and Sasuke to promise never to reveal Naruto's bloodline to anyone else. I am classifying it as a high-level secret, and anyone who reveals this secret will be punished. Sasuke, you must promise this, it is important, Makoto said firmly. Beside her, Zabuza gave Haku a look. Don't reveal this secret to anyone, Zabuza said simply. Yes, Zabuza-sama. I'll take this secret to my grave, Haku said with a nod. I promise not to tell anyone, Sasuke said dutifully. Sasuke's eyes widened as Zabuza's form began to shimmer. Guess my time's up, Zabuza said looking down at his fuzzy body which was starting to disappear. See you tomorrow, Haku. Yes, Zabuza-sama, Haku said as Zabuza disappeared. The kunai that had provided his temporarily body appeared in midair. Haku quickly snatched it, clutching it close to her heart. Zabuza's apparently more powerful than me, seeing as he revert back to phantom form first, Makoto noted before turning to face Kakashi and Naruto. I'll probably have a few minutes left. Listen to me carefully. In the spirit plane, we have a name for Naruto's ability to give spirits temporarily bodies through inanimate objects. This is known as confinement. The objects used as the temporarily body affects the status of the body itself. For instance, my current body is formed from a kunai which gave me an extra toughness to my skin but decreases my overall speed. If you place me in a weed, for instance, my speed will increase at the risk of reducing my strength. I am not sure of the why and how, but all objects are supposed to contain metaphysical energies which, when they became temporarily bodies for the phantoms, will affect how tough, fast, intelligent among other things the phantoms confined within will become, Makoto stated. This will be important if Naruto needs to apply his bloodline in a battle scenario, Kakashi noted. But how would he know which objects would create what kind of temporarily bodies? That's what he would have to find out on his own. Soul summoners are supposed to be able to sense these kinds of things. Makoto said even as her physical form began to blur. My time is almost up. There's one last thing I need to tell Sasuke. What is it, mother? Sasuke asked, looking up as if trying to memorize the look of her face. Forgive Itachi. Makoto said even as Sasuke began to protest. Forgive Itachi, Sasuke, he's not the one that killed the clan. Kakashi jerked at the words as he looked at Makoto in shock while Sasuke stared pale-faced as Makoto's body disappeared, a kunai appearing and falling to the ground. What did she mean, Naruto? Kakashi said, turning to Naruto. Naruto turned his head to look at the phantom form of Makoto beside him before turning back to face Kakashi. She's not telling me anything. She says she'll talk about this in her physical form tomorrow, that this thing is something important that needs to be said face to face. Naruto replied. I see, Kakashi said with a serious look on his face. If Itachi didn't kill the clan, then who did? A defeated-looking Sasuke asked softly. Sakura huffed as she ran to the bridge. When she had returned to the house after her training in the afternoon, Tsunade had told her that Kakashi and the others have left for the bridge a long time ago. Apparently they were going to help out with the bridge building. Sakura paused as she neared the bridge, gaping at the scene in front of her. A large crowd of the village children were gathered at the front of the bridge watching the bridge construction in awe. And in a way it was awe-inspiring, for there were currently around 100 Narutos running around the bridge, ferrying materials, banging metals and singing in a loud, rowdy voice. That's amazing. One of the children cried out excitedly. I want to be a ninja when I grow up. So do I. The rest of the children cried out. You should go and help the others, Sakura. You can train your physical muscles at the same time. A voice sounded behind her, causing her to jump in surprise. Turning around, she saw Kakashi-sensei reading his orange book. Naruto, Sasuke and Haku are doing a good job of speeding up the bridge construction, but they could always use an extra pair of hands. Haku? I thought she's our prisoner. And if everyone is helping out, what are you doing here? Sakura asked in confusion. I've come to an agreement with Haku. She'll be accompanying us back to Konaha after all of this is over. Since she's technically not a missing nin, she can be recruited as a ninja for Konaha. Kakashi stated as his visible eye curved into a smile. As for me, I am supervising. Someone needs to be telling all of you what to do. Sakura shot Kakashi a dirty look before stalking towards the construction area in search of Sasuke. As she neared, she saw Haku creating ice on the bridge floors, which the numerous Naruto used to slide large blocks of stones towards the unfinished parts of the bridge. Tsunade and the villagers, aided by Naruto's and Sasuke, were hard at work hammering metals and lifting the stones to build the bridge. Hello, Sakura. A chorus of Naruto clones cried out excitedly as they saw her. Came to help out? Stop that. It's creeping me out, and please, only one of you speak at a time. Sakura said, clapping her hands to her ears at the loud noises of Naruto's synchronized shouts. I thought Haku's supposed to be covered in chakra seals. The Naruto clones paused, looking at one another before one of them walked towards Sakura, becoming the spokesman for all Narutos. Haku was however faster to reply. Kakashi had taken off the seals because Naruto-sama is my master now. I shall serve him with all my life. Haku replied, turning to nod at Sakura. Sakura took a few steps back in surprise. Somehow that sounded wrong to her. Unbidden images of Haku dressed in maid uniform came to her mind. Naruto, what in the world is going on? Sakura asked in a dangerous voice, wild theories already running in her head as she turned to look at the many Narutos. A familiar glint shone in her eyes as she clamped her hands into fists, advancing towards the Naruto spokesman threateningly. No, no. The Naruto spokesman spoke up hurriedly. What Haku meant is that she's a friend now. Kakashi removed the chakra restrained seal when she pledged her loyalty to us. But I only, Haku began before one of the Naruto clones walked nearer to her to hush her. Sakura on a warpath was not something the clones wanted to see. It usually involved a lot of head banging, with the head belonging to Naruto. Sakura, Sasuke needs someone to hold the iron while he uses his fire technique on it. The Naruto near her said, distracting Sakura effectively. Sakura's eyes gleamed. The thought of working next to her crush caused Sakura to swivel her head around. What? Where is he? Sakura demanded, looking at the clones with a sharp look. When Naruto pointed into the distance, she took off at a run, leaving the group of Naruto clones to sigh in relief. You know, I hate using Sasuke as a distraction when we're supposed to win her love, one of the Naruto clone grumbled. But sometimes it's the only way to get her mind off something. Somewhere in the distance, there was a girlish yell from Sasuke which was promptly ignored by all the Narutos. Tsunade had cooked a hearty meal which caused everyone to be bloated as they went to sleep. Naruto was snuggling beneath his bedsheets when Sasuke spoke up beside him. You're moving into the Uchiha compound when we get back to Konaha, Sasuke stated firmly, his statement leaving little room for objections. Naruto gave an exasperated sigh, wishing he did not need to share a room with Sasuke in Tazuna's house. I am not, right, Makoto-san? Naruto asked, turning to his left where Makoto's phantom form had settled down in a corner to watch over the boys. We'll decide when we reach Konaha, Makoto promised, looking at Naruto with a gentle smile. My mom's here now. You can see her? Sasuke asked eagerly, getting out of his bed sheets. The look of happiness was almost foreign to see on Sasuke's face. If Naruto didn't know better, he would have thought Sasuke was an imposter. Yeah, she says we can decide when we reach Konaha, Naruto said a bit crossly. He had been relaying messages from Sasuke to Makoto the whole day and it was getting more than a little tiring. Granted, most of the time on the bridge, it had been one of his clones that did the passing of message, but like Kakashi had said, he really got the clones' memories when they dispelled, all of it. It had given him a migraine the size of the Hokage mountain and the last thing he needed was Sasuke harping next to his ears at night. You're going to live in the Uchiha compound, Sasuke insisted again stubbornly. Sasuke, Naruto said with a growl, if you don't shut up and let me sleep, I am not going to summon your mother tomorrow. Sasuke immediately became quiet as he sullenly wiggled back under his bed sheets. Within minutes, the tired boys fell asleep, one dreaming of what his parents looked like, while the other was dreaming of happier times with his mother. Makoto drifted in the far reaches of the death realm where few spirits would dwell. The suffocating darkness was everywhere, causing her to blindly search for the person she was looking for. Though most people were given the choice to remain as a phantom when they died, few chose that path unless they had something important holding them back in this world. She was the only one that remained when the rest of the Uchiha clan carried on to their next life. Fugaku's last moment of life had been to see his most beloved son standing beside the man that had killed them. Distraught at the betrayal, Fugaku had agreed to take the death god's offer to move on. Only Makoto had felt something was amiss with the whole picture, and the thought of leaving her youngest son alone in the world was unthinkable to her. Thus she had remained, and in the years as a phantom, she had at last pieced together the real truth of that night. When Sasuke had joined Team 7 and gained Kakashi Hayate as his teacher, Makoto had glimpsed another familiar phantom, someone she had known in life. Though both were now haunting their children, they had seldom chatted as the phantom was a man of few words. He had provided much-needed companionship to her throughout the past months as there were surprisingly few phantoms in Konaha. Of those phantoms that had remained, some had already left permanently for the death realm or moved on, leaving her with few she could talk to. The phantom that haunted Kakashi was prone to disappear from the real world for days on end as well, which made her task of finding him quite difficult. But luckily, he had brought Makoto to his thinking place a few times so she roughly knew where he was. A flicker of light in the darkness caught her eyes as Makoto moved towards it at an urgent pace. Stepping out of the darkness, she walked into what looked like a small campsite. The white-haired man sitting beside the fire looked up at her sudden entrance. Makoto, the man said in surprise. Why did you come here? Did something happen in the real world? A lot of things had happened, Sakumo, Makoto said as she sat down beside her old spirit friend. You need to return to the physical plane. There's someone I want you to meet. Naruto. A voice sounded in his ears as Naruto came awake. HRNH? Naruto asked as he woke up sleepily. He looked at the windows and saw the sun only just rising. Turning to Makoto as he rubbed his eyes, Naruto mumbled tiredly. What's the matter, Makoto-san? Sasuke stirred in his sleep as he woke up at the sound of Naruto's voice. He turned his head to look at his teammate. I found 3 new recruits while scouting around in the Death Realm yesterday night, Makoto said, gesturing to 3 new spirits behind her. Naruto turned to look at them. One was a seemingly young boy with spectacles carrying a large knapsack while the other was a stern-looking brown-haired woman who nodded at Naruto. The last was a white-haired man with a ponytail who seemed to be staring at Naruto. Naruto frowned as he looked at the man, feeling a sense of familiarity as he looked at the man's face but not really sure why he had the feeling. Meet Kane the Phantom Merchant, Mei the Healer and Sakumo the Ninja, Makoto said as she introduced the three, looking a bit evasive as she turned away from Naruto while she spoke the last phantom's name. A merchant, a healer and a ninja? Naruto looked at Makoto as if she was out of her mind. I can see the healer and ninja part, but what do I need a merchant for? As Phantom Merchant, Kane has a special ability. He's able to convert any physical objects into phantom energies, as well as converting these phantom energies back into physical objects. Makoto explained. Phantom merchants are known to travel the realities collecting stuff to sell. The stuff he collected can be sold to phantoms as well as soul summoners. Phantoms? Naruto asked in surprise. What do you need physical objects for if you're dead? The Death Realm is an infinite space filled with massive spiritual energies. Phantoms who live in there are able to manifest physical bodies, and thus retain their physical senses and desires. Makoto explained. It's just like a world stretching to infinity, except that it's exclusively for the phantoms, thus the need for merchants to bring in things from the living worlds which the phantoms could not manufacture. Naruto, what's going on? Sasuke asked blearily, as he looked around the empty room, seeing only Naruto facing and talking to empty air. Is my mother alright? Arg. Stop going on about mother this and mother that. Naruto growled as he pointed at Sasuke in frustration. You're driving me nuts. I even have nightmares about you when I was sleeping. Yes, she's alright. She's telling me something important, so keep quiet. Surprisingly, Sasuke held his tongue as he observed Naruto, though his eyes narrowed in irritation at the brush-off Naruto had given him. You should be more understanding with Sasuke, he's been through a lot, Makoto said, sounding a little protective. Naruto rolled his eyes but kept his comments to himself. So what do I use to buy the items Kane sells? I can't see him taking normal money. Naruto asked, changing the topic. No, he doesn't take money, he takes mana instead. In ninja terms, he takes chakra. Makoto explained. Mana or chakra is the currency used in the Death Realm. Kane is just starting out in his merchant business, but he assures me that he would get more rare items in stock soon. Wow, what are those items like? Naruto asked as he turned to face Kane, the Phantom Merchant. Well, currently I've some serviceable spears, bows, knives and swords for sale, Kane said as he began his sales pitch. I'll be sourcing for armors in the next few days, but I also take requests. Do you have anything you want? Do you sell ramen? Naruto asked as his eyes light up. Well, I can get some in stock if you want. I know a reality where they made a lot of instant ramen foodstuff, Kane said as he wrinkled his forehead in thought. He then gave Naruto a smile and continued. But in the meantime, do you want to look at my weapons? Okay. Naruto replied curiously. Kane gave his hand a wave. The top of his knapsack flipped open on its own and a mist of some sort began pouring out. From what I can tell of your mana level, these items are quite affordable to someone like you. Do please buy some stuff, Kane said with a smile. Sasuke, who was keeping silently all this while, gaped in astonishment as a mist of some sort began gathering in front of Naruto. There was a flash of light, clangs of metals, and then a wide variety of weapons appeared, neatly laid out on the mat in front of Naruto. Naruto himself bare a similar expression of shock on his face. Naruto, what's going on? Sasuke asked slowly as he walked towards the items. A gleaming red knife in particular caught his eye as he picked it up. Do tell your friend that if he damages it, he has to pay for it, Kane cautioned to Naruto. So is there anything that caught your eye? So, I can use my chakra to buy any of these items? Naruto asked, clarifying just in case, as a look of awe was etched on his face while he looked at the merchandise displayed in front of him. That's what you call mana in this world, isn't it? Kane replied, looking at Makoto for confirmation. She gave a nod and Kane continued. So yes, since chakra and mana are just different names describing the same thing, you can use your chakra for sales transactions. Wow, Naruto said as he began picking up a spear, stars shining in his eyes. Kakashi looked up from his breakfast as Sakura began to glance at the stairs in slight agitation. Haku, who was seated beside her, merely turned to look at her questioningly. Why isn't Sasuke down yet? Naruto, I can understand if he sleeps late, but Sasuke always gets up before the sun comes up. Sakura said, a hint of a frown on her forehead as she wondered what her crush was doing. Maybe I should go and fetch them. Actually, Sakura, Kakashi said as he pushed back his plate as he stood up. I'll do that. I need to see if Naruto has any side effects from using so many clones yesterday anyway. Oh, alright, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said as she sat down a bit unwillingly. Kakashi shook his head, knowing his student, she was probably looking for an excuse to catch Sasuke in various stages of undress. Young girls these days. Haku, continue with your breakfast until I call for you. Kakashi spoke out as he passed the two girls. Yes, Kakashi-san, I'll do that, Haku said with a bow. Kakashi nodded to her as he made for the stairs. Climbing up, he walked down the corridor, stopping outside Naruto and Sasuke's room. Sounds of metal and whisperings could be heard through the door. Frowning, Kakashi opened the door and paused at the sight in front of him. Sasuke and Naruto were both up and dressed, but what stopped Kakashi was the wide array of weapons lined up on the floor in front of the two boys. Naruto had a bow strapped to his back as well as a spear in his hand. Sasuke meanwhile had a knife with a red steel coating in one hand while his other hand was outstretched in front of him as a visible blue glow of condensed chakra emitted from his hand. Makoto-san got me 3 more companions, Naruto said cheerfully as he saw Kakashi. One is this phantom merchant who sells things in exchange of taking our chakra. It's a pretty sweet deal. I got the bow and spear at the cost of just a bit of chakra. I don't even feel drained. Maybe next time you should do the paying. Sasuke gritted out from the side as he glared at Naruto, swaying a little on his feet. It might be little to you, but it's a large chunk of what I have. Nah, you want to buy it, you pay for it, Naruto said, shaking his head quickly. Kakashi walked forward as the blue glow of chakra disappeared from Sasuke's hand, causing the boy to stumble backwards in exhaustion. Stepping forward quickly to feel Sasuke's pulse as well as trying to sense the boy's chakra level, Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he completed his diagnosis. You're suffering from mild chakra exhaustion. What did you just do? Kakashi asked as he held onto the slightly swaying boy. I paid for the knife from Naruto's phantom summon, Sasuke said, holding out the red-coated knife. Did it ever occur to you to ask for my advice first before doing something reckless? Kakashi asked with a long-suffering sigh as he shakes his head. But Makoto-san said it was okay, Naruto protested as he looked to the side as if listening to someone. She apologized though because she did not take Sasuke's chakra reserve into account. I see. Well, since you two are already up, we might as well have the meeting here, Kakashi said as he made a hand seal. 2 shadow clones puffed into existence, instantly walking towards the door. I've created a clone to get Haku before taking Sakura out for training. That should distract your teammate for a while. The other will stand guard outside the door to prevent anyone from listening in, Kakashi said as his clones closed the door behind them. Naruto, you can summon Makoto and your new friends, but leave Zabuza out till Haku arrived. No need to waste his precious minutes of being in a real body doing nothing. I'd like to see your new phantoms face to face and ask Makoto about yesterday's matter as well. All right, I guess Kane, you can keep your merchandise for now, Naruto said as he took out 4 kunais, placing them to the floor. Behind Kakashi, the rows of weapons vanished into mist which swirled into a vortex as if they were being sucked into a tunnel. Kakashi looked at the vanishing mist in mild surprise but turned around just as the 4 kunais on the floor shimmered into the physical bodies of 4 distinct people. Makoto he recognized. A young boy stood beside her while another woman dressed in robes with a stern face glared at him, and the last, Kakashi felt his whole body froze up. So Kakashi-sensei, what do you think? My new companions are pretty awesome, huh? Naruto said energetically as he waved at the 4 phantoms. Naruto, Kakashi replied slowly, his face an emotionless mask. His hyperactive student turned his head to look up at him expectantly. Yes? Naruto asked, stepping a step backwards as he saw the indescribable look in Kakashi's eye. Why did you make my father your summon? Without asking for my permission first? Kakashi's voice was thread thin as his shoulders slumped down. Naruto blanched, turning around to look at the older ninja standing at the edge of the group of phantoms. "He's your father?" Naruto asked incredulously as the older ninja, whom Makoto had named Sakumo, looked at Kakashi sheepishly. "Hi Kakashi," Sakumo said in a deep voice as he looked at Kakashi and Naruto. "Don't blame Naruto, I was the one that told Makoto to keep it from him, it's been a long time, and I just wanted to see my son again." There was an awkward silence that was broken by Makoto. "I think you've better talk to your father first Kakashi. He might only have a few minutes in his physical form seeing that his chakra and spiritual energies are cage level." Makoto injected softly. "Me and the boys will remain waiting here until you get back." Kakashi nodded slowly, never taking his eyes away from his father's face, his hands flicked into several hand seals. "Follow me father," Kakashi said, a hint of sadness in his voice as he vanished into a swirl of wind. Sakumo did the same, vanishing from the room. There was a brief silence and then the door suddenly opened. Everyone turned to look at Haku, who tripped into the room at running speed. "I am sorry I am late. Where is Zabuza-sama?" Haku paused as she realized everyone was staring at her. "What happened? Is something wrong?" Two men appeared in the depths of the forest, standing side by side in silence. After a few moments, Kakashi relaxed as he looked at his father with a sigh. "You caught me by surprise, you know. I wasn't expecting to see you," Kakashi said, looking at his father. "But since you're here, I guess that means you didn't choose to move on." "I guess you can say that," Sakumo said with a solemn look. "So you're actually worried about me, huh, father?" Kakashi said as he took off his face scarf, giving a wistful smile. "You can relax, father, I can take care of myself now. But since we've only have a short time, there's something I've always wanted to tell you." "What is it, Kakashi?" Sakumo asked, looking into the distance in quiet companionship. "Regardless of all that had happened in the past, you did the best that you could," Kakashi said as his father turned to look at him. "I understand that now. You've broken the rules for all our sakes, and I am proud of you." Sakumo's eyes widened before he glanced away with a smile. "Thank you, Kakashi," Sakumo said as he moved a few steps, leaning against a tree. "I think we have a few more minutes, why don't you tell me more about your life?" Kakashi looked at his father and nodded, as he began to talk. Naruto sat in his room, which was made all the more cramped by the phantoms who had become flesh. Luckily, Haku and Zabuza had used the body flicker technique and disappeared to spend their moments together. Makoto and Sasuke had retreated to a corner of the room where they were talking in hushed voices, while he was left to entertain his two new phantoms. "So," Naruto said, smiling wanly at his new companions, feeling slightly unnerved by the way the two phantoms are staring at him. "How long could all of you spend in a physical body?" "Well, I don't have that strong a spirit essence, so I can probably stay physical for at least 1 or 2 hours," Kane supplied helpfully. "As for me, I am unfortunately just a healer that possessed a moderate level of power. I can do a major healing once a day or fix several minor injuries," Mei answered. "My spirit essence would only allow me to stay in this world for 1+ hour. "Okay," Naruto said as he tried desperately to search for other topics of interest. Being social was not exactly one of his strong points. "So why do you want to join me?" "I have lived 100 years as a phantom, and have no wish to move on. But the thought of being physical again in the living world drawn me to Makoto's offer," Mei said with a shrug. "No doubt you'll be swamped with phantoms that wish to join you, but do pay attention to your limits. I've heard that young soul summoners could only bond to 10 or 15 phantoms at any one time. Be wise about whom you wish to bond with, or you might miss out on other phantoms in the future." 10 to 15 phantoms at most? Naruto asked aghast. "Makoto-san never told me that." "Well, she is a rather young phantom, and truthfully the young ones tend to walk the living world more often than they visit the death realm. She wouldn't be able to gather much information about the soul summoners in such a short time," Mei replied logically as she continued. "Now take Lady Morona for instance, she's one of the most powerful soul summoner of her generation, and I heard she could only bond up to 15 phantoms tops when she's young. Her powers grew rapidly over the years and she's able to bond hundreds of phantoms now. But then she's one of a kind, I doubt you'll be able to match her abilities." Naruto grimaced at Mei's dry comment. Somehow she reminded Naruto of one particularly stern teacher he once had in the Ninja Academy, the type that took a stick to anyone she had a dislike to. Naruto felt himself quailing in front of the stern-looking woman. I am sure what May meant is that your powers will grow with time. Kane injected diplomatically. Also, phantoms would join you for various reasons. The foremost reason is the amount of chakra you spent on giving a phantom a physical body. The phantoms get to keep that amount of chakra, mana energies once they are summoned. They could then use the chakra as currency in the death realm. In a way, you're actually paying each phantom for their services. That's true. Phantoms under the services of a soul summoner could amass great wealth in a short amount of time in the death realm. May said beside Naruto. She was about to continue when a gust of wind swept through the room, interrupting her speech. Kakashi appeared near the door as the wind dispersed, looking visibly more relaxed than he was a few minutes ago. That was fast. Sasuke remarked as he and Makoto moved closer to the group. That's only like 10+ minutes. Your father must be very powerful if he could only stay in the world for such a short time. Sakumo was a rather well-known ninja in the past. Makoto told her son before Kakashi could reply. In fact, he was the only one, other than the fourth Hokage, who was greatly feared by the rock ninjas. His power is comparable to the Sanin's. Really? Sasuke asked as his eyes widened slightly in surprise. But why did they never teach us about him in the academy? I remember the history lessons about the fourth Hokage, and I think I roughly know the history of the Sanin's, but I've never heard of a ninja called Sakumo. There was an incident long ago. And it's personal, Makoto said, giving Kakashi an understanding look. But whatever you might hear in the future, Sakumo is a great ninja until the very end. Thank you, Makoto, for your words, Kakashi said with a grateful expression in his visible eye. But how about we skip the part about my father and move on to the part where you explain about the Uchiha massacre? You don't have much time left, and I want to know why you said Itachi was not the one that killed you. Yeah, I saw everything. I saw him kill you, Sasuke said with a slight shudder. I saw. What you saw was an illusion that was planted by your brother. Makoto cut in as she laid a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Before your father and I were killed, you were already knocked out. Itachi only woke you later. In my phantom form, I saw him using his Sharingan on you as he planted that false memory in your mind, before leaving you beside my body, covered in blood. What? Sasuke asked, stepping back in shock. But why would he do that? I suffered through the memories almost every night. Because that's what he wanted you to do, Makoto said softly, looking down at the floor. But to explain, I've to start at the beginning, before the killings happened. When I first died, I have no idea what was going on as well. It was only later as I wandered the world as a phantom by your side that I finally pieced together the truth. Or at least most of the truth. It all began roughly a month before the massacre. All of the Uchihas were gathered by the Uchiha council members and were told that we are going to revolt against Konaha by force. What? Sasuke shouted as his face paled. Kakashi just gave Makoto a grim look as he leaned against the wall, giving her his full attention. Most of the clan did not know that the plan had actually been put into motion several months back. All were forced to agree to this clan mandate. Those who refused were threatened, Makoto said painfully, forcing the words out as she looked at Sasuke. Do you remember your uncle Itachi? He was a kind man who spoke up against the idea of the clan rebelling against Konaha. But a few days later, before he could even do anything about the clan's plans of taking over Konaha by force, he broke his neck while out gathering herbs in the woods. No, Sasuke said in horror, a shocked look in his eyes as he realized what his mother was trying to tell him. He was killed, Kakashi remarked bluntly, looking to Makoto for confirmation. Yes, he was one of the Uchiha that vocally opposed the plan. After his death, several more accidents occurred. To those who disagreed, Makoto said painfully. Itachi suffered a painful blow as well. It was much later that I discovered your father had ordered Shisui to take out Narita after her father died. Who's Narita? Kakashi asked as he noticed Sasuke seemed to draw into himself at Makoto's words. I recognized Shisui Uchiha of the body flicker, supposedly Itachi's closest companion. But he was rumored to have died before the massacre by Itachi's hands. I can't be sure if Itachi really did kill Shisui, Makoto said, looking away, pain in her eyes. I wasn't a phantom then, and I've found no solid proof over the years of that. But I wouldn't be surprised if he really did kill him. Narita, Sister Narita, was Itachi's betrothed. She was one of the few grown-ups that were nice to me, Sasuke said with a catch in his voice as a tear rolled down his cheek. Itachi loved her more than anything. I remembered her funeral. Itachi specially brought a large woven lavender wreath to adorn the gravesite. Lavender flowers were her favorite. Narita's father was Taichi Uchiha. She had been planning to lead a resistance after her father's death. Unfortunately, she never got the chance. After her death, well, no one else had the guts to oppose the elders in Fugaku. Makoto said bitterly. But that was the beginning of everything. Itachi began to act oddly. Some even suspect that he sold out the clan when the third Hokage started peaceful talks with the Uchiha clan. Shisui was assigned to watch Itachi's movements, and he died of a supposed suicide shortly after. The clan was ready to put the plan into motion by then. First, the clans loyal to the Hokage would be poisoned and assassinated in their sleep, before a full-scale attack would be launched against the Hokage and the Konaha Council. But a few days before the start of the plan, the whole clan was the one attacked in their sleep. A clan-wide ninjutsu was cast on the clan compound, trapping all sounds of the slaughter as well as confine all the Uchihas in the compound. That's why no one knew what was going on in the clan until the next day. Itachi was the one that cast the chakra barrier. Makoto said. At the look of anger in Sasuke's eyes, she continued. But the real killer of the clan was the man besides him, someone the clan all thought was long dead, Madara Uchiha. Kakashi blinked at the outpouring of information from Makoto, as she continued telling everyone about Madara Uchiha. Of how Madara, a legendary figure in Konoha history, was still alive. She carried on to inform them of how Madara had allied with Itachi to kill the clan. He had listened quietly by the side while Makoto told the children, especially Sasuke, of how Itachi had protected him from Madara while planting false memories into his mind. Apparently, she had followed Itachi to the Hokage Tower after she became a phantom. At the Hokage Tower, Makoto had discovered with shock that Itachi did betray the clan when he met with Danzo and the two village elders. From the conversations of the village council, Makoto had realized that Itachi was supposed to lead an army of Anbu to wipe out the clan under Danzo and the village elders' orders. But things did not exactly happen that way. Itachi never told them that Madara was the one that killed the clan. He just told them that he did not want to stain the Anbus with Uchiha blood and that he was the one who wiped out the whole clan. Makoto said, looking pale herself. He had used this position of power to threaten Danzo and the two village elders. He told them that if they ever harm a single hair of Sasuke, he would reveal all of Konoha's secrets to its enemy countries, after which he would personally kill them. The third Hokage, who had arrived somewhere in the middle of the conversation, was furious of what had gone on behind his back. Apparently he had started the peace talks with the Uchiha clan in hopes of a peaceful resolution. The third had then promised to take care of Sasuke, when Itachi pleaded with him for his brother's safety. Kakashi turned to look at Sasuke, who had looked away, his head bowed as tears streaked down his face. Knowing Itachi, he probably planted those memories so that you could hunt him down in the future. He was probably dying of guilt at being the cause of death for our clan, and wanted you to be seen as the hero, but his loyalty to Konoha was without question, which probably led to why he had done what he did. Makoto said as tears rolled down her face silently. When Itachi left with Madara, I trailed behind. Through their conversation, I learnt that several hours before Itachi was supposed to summon the Anbu to deal with the clan, he discovered Madara's existence in Konoha instead. Madara had revealed that he had come to destroy Konoha but that he would spare Itachi. Madara had judged Itachi worthy of being spared due to the fact that he had gained the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Madara had also revealed that he was part of a powerful organization called Akatsuki, and had extended an invitation to Itachi, wanting Itachi to join him. Itachi had agreed to join Madara for reasons that I still know nothing of. He had also tried to persuade Madara into only killing the Uchiha clan instead of the whole village. Makoto said in a subdued tone of voice. I could understand his reasoning, a little. The clan was already marked for death, he might as well use it to save the village. That doesn't make it right, Sasuke shouted through angry tears. That doesn't make it right. No, you're correct, Sasuke. It is not right, Makoto said with a heavy sigh. But the clan was already walking down the path of destruction. Sometimes even I think it is a good thing the clan was gone. The ones in power within the clan had lost sight of what it truly meant to be a Konoha ninja, even your father. Had the clan survived, we might only have added on to the suffering of the people living in this world. Did you ever find out anything about the Akatsuki organization? Kakashi inquired, interrupting Makoto's musing as he narrowed in on the information that had troubled him. What Makoto had revealed was village-threatening information, and he knew that he was duty-bound to find out as much as possible and report back to Konaha. No, Madara utilized some fast movement technique that I've never seen before. I lost track of Itachi and Madara shortly after they left the village. For the next few years, I watched over Sasuke as he grew up. Since I have no idea of Itachi's location, I couldn't track him down, even though as a phantom I can travel anywhere in the world within minutes via the Death Realm. Makoto said as she looked at Kakashi with a stony look in her eyes. But throughout the years, I've discovered some dirty village secrets while as a phantom which could prove useful to Konaha. Kakashi, for instance, did you know that the foundation fraction of the Anbu root was never totally abolished? What? Kakashi asked, shaken by the new information as he uttered a soft curse. You mean root still remained? What's a root? Naruto asked with a frown at the name. The only root he knew was those related to plants. It was an old Anbu fraction that was supposed to be disbanded a long time ago. Kakashi explained distractedly to Naruto as he turned towards Makoto. What do you know of them? Apparently Danzo had taken the old members of the Foundation and even recruited new ones, making their base in the catacombs beneath Konaha. Makoto said with a grim smile. I've seen them carrying out a lot of nasty operations under Danzo's orders throughout the years. But there are limits to my probing. Root members utilize chakra seals to block sound and chakra interference during top-secret meetings. If I was not in the room before the seals were activated, I would be unable to enter after that. Seeing as my main concern was Sasuke and I could only venture into Root's base sporadically, there are a lot of gaps in my information regarding Danzo and Root. Regardless, the Hokage needs to be told of this once we get back to Konaha. Kakashi said, a look of urgency creeping into his eyes. I know, I fully intended to tell the third all that and more. Makoto replied, a hard look in her eyes. After all, Danzo had a hand in the fall of my clan, consider it my payback to him. Haku walked back to Tsunade, the bridge builder's home, with a makeshift cloth basket of herbs in her hands. After Zabuza had vanished when his time limit in physical form was up, Haku had gone deeper into the woods to gather some herbs. She had heard Tsunade complaining of aching bones on the bridge yesterday and had decided to make some poultice for him as payment for her food and lodging at his house. Stepping into the house, she walked into the kitchen to find a quiet Naruto having breakfast alone at the table. Looking around, she could find no trace of Sasuke and Kakashi, and judging by the time, Makoto should have reverted back to spirit form a few minutes ago. Everyone is out? Haku asked as she took down a bowl and set her herbs into it. Yeah, Tsunami and Inari are bringing water and foodstuff to the bridge workers. Kane and Mei decided to visit the village since they have some time left. Sasuke, he heard some bad news, so Kakashi took him out for training. Naruto said a bit gloomily. I see. Haku said as she fell silent. She began crushing the herbs and a sweet lemony smell was released into the air. After a while Naruto began to fidget in the silence permeating the small kitchen. You know Haku, it's wrong to kill people, right? Naruto asked as he looked down at his plate. Well, there is no right or wrong about killing people. As a ninja, there is only your mission and orders, that is after all the way of the ninja. Haku said, looking up after a while. She gave a pause before continuing. It is also the way of life in this world. To kill or be killed. But we didn't kill you, Naruto said as he frowned. That's true, you didn't, Haku said simply before leaving Naruto in silence as she continued working on her poultice. Well, if killing is the way of the ninja, then I'll create my own Nindo, Naruto said with a determined look in his eyes. Whatever conflicts there is, I'll do my best to see if there's any other alternatives before I am forced to kill, that is my Nindo. That's good to hear, Haku said with a soft encouraging smile. You'll be a great ninja someday, I am sure of it. Believe it, Naruto said with a grin. I am going to become Hokage, protect my precious people, and change how the ninjas think about killing. That's what I am going to do when I become Hokage. Haku's eyes softened as Naruto broke out of whatever dark thoughts he was thinking about before she came in. She watched as Naruto attacked his breakfast with renewed vigor and hid a smile as she returned to work. There was a slight cough. Haku looked up as Naruto stared at her a bit bashfully. By the way, Haku, do you think you can return me the kunais I used to confine Zabuza? I am starting to run out of them, Naruto said with a wan smile. Sasuke wouldn't let me take back kunais I used to confine Makoto-san either. You're not going to be the same, right? Sakura groaned as she settled into her blankets. Haku was already asleep on the mattress laid out for her. The morning had been filled with hard training as Kakashi had taken her into the woods to do more tree climbing. He did reward her at the end of 3 hours by teaching her AC rank genjutsu, which was simply called the mind-affecting technique. Apparently, if the technique was cast correctly, it would make a person wander around the same area in circles. It was meant as a technique to exhaust someone physically and mentally, functioning more as a trap genjutsu instead of one meant for battle. Sakura hadn't gotten the technique right on her first try, but she had already memorized the hand seals needed and she was confident that she could master it in a few days' time. After that, the rest of the afternoon was spent helping out the swarm of Narutos on the bridge. She had been unable to find Sasuke for the whole day. It was only much later in the afternoon, after one Naruto clone had remarked that Kakashi was not around, that Sakura realized the Kakashi on the bridge supervising them was a clone. Intending to find a chance to talk to Sasuke when she got back to the house for dinner, Sakura had instead discovered to her dismay that Sasuke had retired to his room early. Kakashi had told her that Sasuke was physically alright, but he needed some time alone. Sakura had been further discouraged by Kakashi's strong instructions for her to not disturb Sasuke. It is so not fair. Inner Sakura raged inside Sakura's head, an image of a giant Sakura clone forming within her mind. It really is a rotten day. Sakura acknowledged her inner self's words with a soft sigh as she snuggled under the blankets. I did learn a new technique, but I didn't even get the chance to see Sasuke the whole day. Something is going on. There's something that your bunch of loser teammates aren't telling you. Inner Sakura said as she burned with a self-righteous rage. I can feel it. Sakura gave a sniff of frustration as she listened to Inner Sakura's words. She knew that weird things had been happening since yesterday, like Sasuke suddenly becoming civil to Naruto as he kept chattering with the blonde all the time while they were helping out in the bridge building. And then there was today, when Sasuke had vanished, most probably with Kakashi for some secret training that dealt with his Sharingan. Naruto had also been a bundle of weirdness with his strange blue-green eyes. Even his hair had remained the mixture of blonde and green after the fight on the bridge 2 days ago. Naruto had confided to her during the afternoon that the green colorings of his hair could not be washed away. He had actually checked and apparently parts of his hair were really green, right down to the hair roots. And then, there was the mysterious woman in some kind of clan clothing who had taken part in the battle at the bridge. Sakura had only caught sight of her when the mist was cleared. She had seen the huge fire dragon that the female ninja had created to deal with Gato and his mercenaries. The woman had been too far away then, so she had been unable to see the clan symbol. When she had asked, Kakashi had told her that the woman was a Konaha ninja on an important mission who happened to be near the area. Seeing the outcome of the battle, she had stopped to help them before leaving urgently to complete her own mission. I wonder what is actually going on, Sakura thought with a soft moan. It's like none of them trust me. Maybe because you're the weakest of your team, that's why they don't trust you with anything. Inner Sakura commented snidely, her words hitting Sakura like a sleigh hammer. There's no need to be so rude about it. Sakura thought back in anger. I'm working as hard as I can to improve my skills. When there's another battle, I should be able to at least contribute something to the fight next time round. On the other hand, there's a piece of good news. Tsunade said the bridge would be completed in 5 days' time due to our help. That means I can go back home soon. I rather prefer this more naturalistic lifestyle myself, compared to the bustle of Konoha's busy streets. Inner Sakura commented. I love having greenery close by, the soft green grass, the morning dews of the forest, I get it, I get it. Sakura said aloud in exasperation as she closed her eyes. Now shut up so I can get some sleep. God, whoever knew my inner self as such an agricultural-friendly person. A few minutes later, the soft snores of Sakura sounded in the room. Kane looked at Makoto as she glanced sadly down at the sleeping forms of the two boys. The news she had told them in the morning had been hard for her to reveal. They're asleep. It's time to go now if we're to find some powerful or useful phantoms interested to bond with the young soul summoner. Mei said, interrupting Makoto's thoughts. The 3 phantoms were alone in the room. Zabuza had elected to stay by Haku's side when Naruto had no need for him, while Sakumo had disappeared again. Yes, let's proceed. Makoto said with a nod, looking at the sleeping Naruto. Besides finding more powerful phantoms to join Naruto, we also need ways to find out if Naruto's parents had become phantoms. And if we could locate them. Mei sighed. She was there in the afternoon when Naruto had spoken of his request to Makoto. It was painfully obvious to everyone that Naruto, who had been an orphan all his life, wanted to find out who had sired him, especially now that Sasuke had regained his mother. I know of a few places in the Death Realms that can help us complete both tasks at the same time, Mei replied. Given her past century of living as a phantom, she was more familiar with the Death Realm than either Makoto or Kane. Take us there then, Makoto said as she linked phantom hands with Mei and Kane. It's time to go. A swirl of spirit energy spiraled in the air around them as they vanished from the living world. They reappeared in a part of the spirit plane that Mei was familiar with, directly in front of a large building that had a signboard with the words, Phantom Realm Times. A phantom newspaper guild? Makoto asked in confusion before her eyes brightened as she realized why Mei had brought them here. Of course. We can post an advert asking for phantom recruitments and whereabouts of Naruto's parents. Yes. But posting an advertisement in one of the most prestigious Death Realm newspaper would not come cheaply, Kane said warningly. Of course it would be a better way compared to what you did yesterday. Roaming the streets in search of possible candidates is not exactly a sure way of getting recruits, even though it did net me in May. Don't worry, the expense for the advert will be paid by me, Mei said simply. She raised her hand, calling upon her chakra which erupted into a soft golden glow. The glow became smaller and smaller until it was the size of a small golden pebble in her hand. Swiftly she pocketed the chakra coin in her pouch. I had been saving up my chakra whenever I am in my physical form in the Death Realm for the past century. I have enough saved up to spare for a small advert. Moreover, I can always regain the chakra that I've spent from Naruto. That child is a chakra monster. If he gave me half of his total chakra for 3 days, it would be enough to cover the cost. Then let's do it, Makoto said firmly. The faster Naruto had powerful phantoms to protect him and my son, the more at ease I would feel. I do have my own savings of chakra and I can lessen the expanse if needed. Then while the two of you go posting advert in the Phantom Realm Times, I've better make a move to get more stocks to sell, Kane gently interrupted. Ah yes, you did told us you were stopping over here to transverse to other realities, Makoto said with an understanding nod. Good luck with your item gathering. Thanks, Kane replied as he concentrated on the reality he wished to cross over. He already had a location in mind as to where he could gather up some potential sales items. Beside him, Mei and Makoto had began walking away, into the newspaper building. In mere moments, he felt the ripples of the vast energies of realities washed over him, as he reappeared inside a large building. Kane looked at the signboard on the wall and grinned as he read the words. He had been in this particular reality enough times that he knew a little of its languages. Tokyo Good Taste Noodles. Warehouse 18. Kane read the words happily. Guess I am at the right place. Now I just have to hunt down those ramen. After seeing the look on Naruto's face when he had mentioned ramen, it's going to be a confirmed hot seller item. Minutes of searching later, Kane at last located rows of plastic-wrapped ramen boxes stacked in several large crates. Moving to one of the crates, he began etching a spirit seal on it. Gathering items from reality wasn't an easy task. The phantom merchant had to mark the object in question first before spending the next few hours spreading his spirit essence into the object in question through the seal, assimilating the object into himself so that it could turn into controllable phantom mist at his command. When a phantom merchant sold his goods, he in turn passed the mastery of the seal to the buyer, who would be able to call upon the item in phantom or physical forms. That was one main reason why phantom merchants could always find jobs with soul summoners and the phantoms bond to the soul summoners. Phantom weapons bought by phantoms could exist in both the Death Realm and the living world. In short, soul summoners would be able to summon a small army of phantoms armed with powerful phantom weapons on the battlefield, compared to re-equipping the phantoms every time they were summoned. Once an object had been marked and assimilated by a seal from the phantom merchant, it could revert from physical to phantom and phantom to physical form at just a thought from the phantom merchant controlling that object. But of course the time taken for the assimilation is a long process, and any slight movement of the object would result in the seal being broken. Judging from the size of the crate containing the ramen, the total physical mass would take him more than 4 hours to assimilate. Well, I've got to get to work. Kane said with a sigh as he poured his essence through the seal he had drawn into the crate. I'll just have to make sure to extort some good prices from my summoner later. The guard got down nervously as he sighted Gato walking up to their hidden and fortified compound, with his army of mercenaries tugging along behind him. When Gato had left with over 60 of the guards and mercenaries 2 days ago, he had given strict instructions that the compound be under lockdown until he returned. True, none of the remaining guards had expected Gato to be away for so long, but none had dared to suggest making off with anything belonging to Gato. Gato was one of the elemental country's richest merchant not because of his trading skills, but because of his powerful ties to the underworld. His real main exports are drugs and women. Those guarding the compound had served Gato for years and knew how ruthless the man could be in hunting down those that offended him. Gato-sama, you have returned. The conquest of the Wave Village was successful? The guard asked as he stepped through the gates he had just opened. Yes, the village has been destroyed. That would teach those vermin who had dared to stand against me. Gato laughed cruelly, waving to the crowd of mercenaries he had brought back behind him. Gather the remaining men in the compound, will you? I have something to tell them. Yes, Gato-sama. The guard said as he quickly ran towards the large battle drum and began beating on it. The loud sound of the drum was a typical summons to call all the men into the front of the compound. Minutes passed as the men flocked towards the guard and the drum, standing in front of Gato and the mercenaries he had led out to Wave Village, to await further instructions. Gato counted the 19 men in front of him before he sighed, giving the men gathered before him a brief look of regret. The very air seemed to chill as large ice mirrors trapped the men in the ice dome created by the mirrors. What is the meaning of this? The guard cried out in shock as the mercenaries behind Gato vanished into thin air, while Gato morphed into the figure of the ninja named Haku. The feminine-looking ninja was one of the missing nins that Gato had set out from his fortress to kill. I am afraid I would have to kill you. It is Zabuza-sama's request, Haku said sadly, her eyes downcast, as she blurred into motion. A rain of ice senbons struck the men unerringly, giving them no chance to react. 5 minutes later, all 19 men lay dead on the stone cobbles of the compound. Haku glanced at the bodies in sorrow as she took out a strip of paper where Zabuza-sama had written down his instructions during their brief meeting yesterday. First, kill the guards at Gato's compound. Second, steal his wealth, Haku said in a monotone voice as she walked towards the large mansion where Gato used to live in. She did not read the rest because she already knew what Zabuza had written by heart. And then use the wealth and gain Naruto and Konaha's trust. It had only been a few hours since they had posted the advert in Phantom Realm Times, and already a long queue of hopeful applicants were forming outside Mei's house. They had set Mei's house in the advert as the venue where Phantom hopefuls would be interviewed. Should the interviewed Phantoms succeed in gaining Makoto and Mei's approval, they would gain a place as part of Naruto's Phantom crew. Makoto had already failed the first 5 Phantoms that had come in. Mostly they failed on the grounds that they are either too weak, have no useful skills, or were too mentally unstable to be placed near Naruto and Sasuke. Next, Mei called out as she opened the door to her house, ushering out the 5th candidate they had just interviewed. The man that walked in was tall, with long black hair tied into a tail behind him. His eyes were a shimmering white, marking him as a Hyuga. When Makoto caught sight of him, she gave a startled gasp as she immediately stood up, causing the chair behind her to topple over. The man was someone she recognized from Konaha, one of the few Phantoms that had remained in Konaha but had shortly vanished from the living world a few years ago. Though not exactly friends, she was on speaking terms with him despite both of their clans being bitter rivals of each other when they were alive. You are looking well, Makoto, the man said with a smile as he looked at Makoto, who was still struck speechless by the sight of him. But I would never have imagined that the abilities of a soul summoner would appear in the village's demon container, and that you would be the one that discovered it. Hizashi. I thought you've moved on, Makoto said, moving forward, clasping his hands as she gave him a brilliant smile. I see we would have a lot to catch up on. But for now, how would you like to join Uzumaki Naruto's Phantom Army? Has anyone seen Haku? Naruto asked worriedly as he looked around him, hoping to find the missing female ninja wandering around nearby. It was already late afternoon and the group were all helping out with the bridge building. He had not seen the girl the whole morning, not to mention that none of the Phantoms had been around the whole day. Sakumo had been the exception, but even he had disappeared shortly after Naruto had given him a physical body to spend some time with Kakashi. Sakumo did mention that Makoto and the others were in the Death Realm recruiting more phantoms for Naruto. Naruto had been reassured that his phantoms did not just up and leave, but Sasuke had been in a foul mood at not being able to see his mother the whole day. Even Sakura was keeping a distance from Sasuke, weary of the dark atmosphere hanging around the temperamental boy. Haku? Kakashi said as he looked up from the book he was reading. She did tell me that she has some business to take care of and will return when she's done. Aren't you afraid she'll run away, sensei? Sakura asked with a worried frown. Sweat coated her forehead, part of the price one had to pay for working under the hot sun the whole day. Kakashi shot Naruto an amused look before turning to answer Sakura. Somehow, I doubt she would do that. There would be a lot of benefits if she becomes a Konaha ninja. Benefits? Like what? Sakura asked curiously. Well, she's at least Chunin level, so she should be able to accept B to D rank missions once she became part of Konaha's ninja corp. Kakashi explained. Mercenaries' mission pays are notoriously lower than ninja mission pay for a mission of the same level. Add in the fact that Konaha can provide her protection from enemy villages that might be after her because of her relationship with Zabuza. It is an easy choice for a young girl out alone in the world. She didn't say when she'll be back, Naruto asked, ever persistent in trying to find out what he wanted to know. No, Naruto, I am not exactly her keeper, Kakashi said without looking up from his book. If you have time to chat, you've time to help with the bridge building. My clones are all over the place. There's hardly anything left for me to do. Naruto protested. Or Sakura or Sasuke either. Kakashi sighed as he closed his orange cover book and looked at his genin team, his visible eye curving up into a smile. Well, since you are all free, I suppose we could do some training, Kakashi said as he waved towards the woods near the bridge. You three will play tag while walking on trees. Of course it wouldn't be so easy, because you'll have to dodge my projectiles at the same time. Sakura grimaced as she saw the kunai Kakashi took out to show his point. You know, maybe helping with the bridge building isn't so bad, Sakura observed, even as Kakashi began herding them towards the woods. Pain laced through Kyuubi's body as he remained lying in a boneless mass inside the floor of his cell. After the events of 2 days ago when he had tried to escape while the kid was tapping into his chakra, the backlash of his escape attempt had driven him deep into his cell, unable to move. That damn fourth Hokage. He had no idea that a mere human would be able to summon so much death energies from the death god to counter even the might of the Kyuubi. Kyuubi turned his head painfully and counted again, like a miser counting his gold. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails. Kyuubi growled angrily. Whatever had happened when his energies had collided with the death god's energies, it had drained all of his tails. His current 3 tails were the beginnings of what had been regenerated back during the past 2 days. He still could not come to terms with the fact that all 9 tails of his power had been drained away in the backlash. Granted, being a tailed beast, he would probably regain back all his tails within a week, but that was not the point. Kyuubi grunted in part anger and disgruntlement. The main point was that his pride had been hurt and someone was going to pay for it. Perhaps when he escaped in the future, he would nibble down his jailer into bit-sized pieces. Wait, no. His jailer was not even bit-sized for a creature of his size to begin with. Perhaps he would squash his jailer flat like a bug. Or maybe. As Kyuubi lay on the floor plotting his delicious revenge, he never felt the existence of another sort of energy spreading through his jailer's body due to his current injuries and lack of control over his own chakra. The energies of the Kyuubi, an elemental beast, had merged with the death god's energies to create the soul summoner skills. And from this new bloodline came the birth of a new power, created from the innate properties of the Kyuubi's energies themselves. The power of destruction and creation. I am never going to initiate a training session with Kakashi-sensei again. Naruto groaned as the 3 genins stumbled back to the bridge builder's house at the end of the day. The Kakashi clone had dispelled himself without telling them the original's location. Tsunade had left for a drink with the villagers, leaving the 3 genins to their own devices. I felt more like target practice for Kakashi-sensei. Sakura winced as she massaged the darkening bruises on her arm. She had been hit a few times by Kakashi's projectiles during the afternoon training session. Granted, Kakashi had at least blunted his weapons beforehand, but the force the Jonin threw the weapons caused painful bruises wherever the projectiles strike their target. Stop being so useless, it's just training. Sasuke glared disdainfully at Naruto and Sakura as he walked ahead of them. Speak for yourself. Naruto protested indignantly. You were hit as much times as we were. Sasuke did not bother to give an answer as he stepped into their lodging, walking into the kitchen where Tsunade-san usually had their dinner laid out by this time. What the three genins found instead was a table without dinner, sacks of what looked like gold laid out in front of the table. Tsunade and Inari were crumpled in front of an open sack with gold pieces flowing out of the bag in speechless shock. Sasuke grunted in surprise. Sakura and Naruto just froze in shock. Someone walked down the stairs, revealing Haku as she smiled at them. Naruto-sama, I have something for you, Haku said as she presented Naruto with what looked to be a bank account book in Naruto's name. Naruto opened the account book while Sakura, who was peering over his shoulder, gave a squeak. 7,999 ryo. Sakura looked as if she was going to start foaming at the mouth any time. Where did you get so much money? I have taken over Gato's stash and had divided them between all of us, Wave Village and Konaha. Haku explained, smiling serenely as if it was all in a day's business for her to take over the wealth of one of the richest merchants in the elemental countries. Naruto-sama and Konaha would of course get the bigger portion, of course, but there's still a sizable portion of money for each of us. She proceeded to hand Sasuke and Sakura an account book each. Sakura opened hers, gaping in shock and lost for words as she saw the sum of 897,789 ryo in her name. Kakashi, Tsunade, Tsunade, Inari and the Wave Village itself each have their individual accounts as well. I have taken the liberty of converting some of the money into gold for Wave Village to use in their rebuilding immediately. Haku explained as she pointed to the sack of gold behind her. Tsunade had begun crying quietly in joy beside the sacks of gold while Inari continued to stare blankly at the sack of gold. Due to the large amount of money involved, these are high-profile bank accounts. I've discreetly taken a sample of blood from each of you this morning before I left. The blood is used by the bank to create seals tied to the account books you hold. This means that if you wish to withdraw money from these accounts, you'll need to go to the bank or its adjoining branches and give a sample of your blood for verification. Haku continued, looking calmly at the three genins. Of the three, only Sasuke looked the most composed, as the Uchiha clan wealth probably dwarfed the 897,789 ryo that was given to him. The sum of money, however, was nothing to laugh at. They're the equivalent of at least a few hundred C-rank missions, enough to feed a poor village for years. But wouldn't Gato's men be after you now? Naruto asked in worry as he tried to get over his shock. We all know he's not just some ordinary merchant, he has got thugs working for him. Haku gave a shark-like smile that was quite unlike her demure self. That's true, Gato's wealth came mainly from the smuggling of drugs and contraband products, one reason why he always had a crew of mercenaries on hand. Those lawless men might be dangerous for ordinary people with no combat training, but I'll like to see them come after me. I am sure Konaha would give me adequate protection since a large sum of money is going to them as well. Haku said with a flinty look in her eyes, even though her smile remained serene. There was a whimper and a soft thump as Sakura at last gave out under the strain of all the shock, crumpling unconscious onto the floor. Naruto quickly bent down to prod her up. Well, that was interesting, Kakashi said dryly as he entered the house standing behind the genins. No one knew how long he had been listening, but from the look on his face, he must have caught quite a bit of the conversation. Sasuke, carry Sakura back to her room. Naruto watch guard over Tsunade and Inari. We can't leave them unprotected with so much gold in the house. Also, I need you to create a clone to call Tsunade back. Don't tell him what happened yet, we don't need the whole village to know of this matter at the moment. Haku, outside now, we need to talk. Kakashi stood under the shade of the trees, the shadows of dusk half hiding him in the gloom. His eyes were expressionless as he observed Haku walking out of the house. She looked calm and composed. Kakashi was beginning to dislike that about the young girl. Even with his years of experience, he could not get a good read on the kid. Here is your account book, Kakashi-san, Haku said, handing Kakashi a blue velvet bank account book similar to what the others had. Kakashi looked at the sum of 1,898,789 ryo in his name without flinching, even though it was probably a bit more than the current sum of his total wealth. I took a peek at Sakura and Sasuke's accounts just now. You are playing favorites, aren't you? The sum of the money isn't divided equally. Kakashi observed evenly. Naruto-sama gets the largest portion, Konaha gets the second largest, the third portion is divided evenly between you, me and Wave Village. Tazuna, Tsunami, Inari, Sasuke and Sakura shared the last portion evenly. Haku explained, matching Kakashi's glare. I've also sealed up all of Gato's properties, however, all these would belong to Naruto-sama, including Gato's large ninja techniques library. Gato has a library of ninja techniques? Kakashi asked with slight interest. Yes, with his great wealth, Gato has a tendency to collect a lot of things he had no use for just to prove he could do it. Haku said, slight distaste showing on her face. Besides the ninja technique library, he also had a library on ancient histories, with books evacuated from the old ruins before the breaking of the world. He also has a large cache of exotic weapons and several personal harems located in the major cities. I intend to disband the harems the first chance I get. Wait, harems? Kakashi asked before catching himself. No, forget about that. What I mean to say is, this plan isn't thought up by you, is it? Haku gave Kakashi a measured look, keeping obstinately silent. Kakashi met her eyes, meeting her glare. The air was thick with tension as both of them waited for the other to break first. After a few minutes, Haku gave a resigned sigh. It was really hard to glare at someone with only one visible eye. I could give the harems to you if you want, though you will have to pay for their upkeep on your own. Haku offered hopefully, trying to divert Kakashi's attention. Stop trying to distract me. Kakashi growled exasperatedly. Zabuza was the one that put you up to this, didn't he? He might have, Haku said, clearly not wanting to elaborate. And since the money is now in our hands, Konaha would be honor bound to protect you from Gato's associates who would be out for your blood once they learned of this. Kakashi said grimly as he looked at Haku. It is of great benefit to everyone. Zabuza-sama was just looking out for me. He wanted me to have something to bargain with against the Konaha Council, Haku said simply. You might have brought more trouble on us than it is worth, Kakashi said with a hint of anger in his voice. Not really, money isn't the whole package I am offering Konaha. There is something else of immense value that Konaha would dearly want in their hands, Haku said with a smile that sent dread coursing through Kakashi's body. But for me to get control over that asset and offer it to Konaha, I would need your help. Makoto was at a loss for words as she listened to all that had gone on in her absence from Naruto. She was currently in her physical form, sitting on the floor in the boys' rooms while Sasuke leaned contentedly against her. Naruto was seated in front of her, getting her up to date with the day's event. That's Zabuza. It must have been his plans, Makoto said grimly, glaring at the door. Zabuza had left shortly with Haku after Naruto had given him his physical form. If Makoto had known what had happened, she would have strangled him on the spot, fellow phantom or not. He just brought more trouble onto all of you. I need to find more powerful phantoms quickly, for you to protect everyone. But you've already found me a new phantom, Naruto added with a grin. He had seen the new phantom who was a Hyuga. But the moment he had turned the new phantom physical, Kakashi had whisked the man away. Hizashi is a powerful ninja as well versed in the Hyuga family's bloodline skill. He was Jonin level before his death, Makoto told Naruto, who was beaming at her. But I think Kakashi is a bit worried at his request of seeing his son and brother again. I don't see how that could be a problem, Naruto said with a frown. That's the exact same thing I promised to you and Zabuza-sama when you became bond to me, to be able to see your loved ones again. Yes. But Hizashi's brother is the Hyuga clan's clan head. Throughout the years, his brother had become cold and withdrawn after the death of his wife and Hizashi, Makoto explained. Most of the village's ninjas are not really that sure of the Hyuga clan's loyalty at the moment. I trust Hizashi. He understands the risk should news of your bloodline becomes public knowledge, but I am afraid that same trust does not extend to Hiyashi, his brother. I did not visit the Hyuga clan much, but while I was a phantom wandering the village, the Hyuga clan's stand on neutrality in the village's politics is well known. Konoha's village council is partly to blame for Hizashi's death. And Hiyashi did not seem to have forgiven the village council these past years. That could be a bad thing. Sasuke noted, trying to look sagely beside his mother. Naruto just rolled his eyes at him. Sasuke was acting more and more stuck up whenever his mother was around. It was as if Sasuke was trying to prove to his mother that he was a model son. Makoto, not noticing the byplay between the two boys, just nodded grimly. Yes, this is why Kakashi might have taken Hizashi away to discuss some issues. But enough of these worrying matters. How were your day, beside the shock that Haku had caused with her actions? Well, Kakashi told me after dinner that he wanted to vector the phantoms into my training, to see how well we coordinate together. He needed Sasuke to train with Sakura though, so that she would not suspect anything. Naruto explained. But he said we could only begin training when we return to Konaha. It's troublesome. I wish Sakura would just leave me alone, which is impossible if we are training together. Sasuke added with a disgruntled look. Now Sasuke, your teammate might be an airhead, but she's a good girl. Makoto said warningly. I expect you to treat her with respect deserving of being your team member. Sasuke looked as though he was suffering from indigestion at his mother's words before giving a grudging reply. Yes, mother. Sasuke grunted in a forced kind of voice. Good. In the meantime, both of you keep a lookout just in case anything goes wrong. Makoto warned. The money you've gotten might prove dangerous to you. Where large sums of money are concerned, the greed of humans knows no bonds. Gato's accomplices might come after you once they knew what had happened. Yes, Makoto-san. Naruto said with a nod. Yes, mother. Sasuke replied obediently. Well, Makoto said as her form began to waver. She pushed Sasuke gently aside. My time's up, see you tomorrow. Makoto's physical body dissolved back into a kunai that was used to form it. Naruto lunged at the kunai, but Sasuke got it first. No. Naruto cried out as he grabbed at the handle of the kunai, engaging in a tug of war with Sasuke over it. That's my last kunai. Give it back. You are rich now, just buy a new one or get one from your phantom merchant. Sasuke growled as he refused to let go. Bastard. Naruto shouted. Idiot, Sasuke returned. In the next room, the unconscious Sakura stirred awake at the loud bickering coming from Sasuke and Naruto's room. Kyuubi stirred. Something was setting off alarms in his chakra senses as he lay in his prison. He had at last gotten back another tail of chakra, and was able to exert his influence over the boy once more. Sending thin tendrils of his malicious red chakra through the seal to course through his jailer's body, such an act allowed him a limited sense of what was going on with his jailer. What he had discovered to his shock, however, was that aside from the boy's own chakra, there seemed to be two other foreign chakra signatures mixed in his body. One of the chakra signatures was tied to the boy's eyes, and it stinks of the energies of a death god. The last chakra signature bears some resemblance to Kyuubi's own chakra, except that it was more chaotic in feel than malevolent. For the first time in his life, Kyuubi felt a brief sensation of fear. The boy who was his jailer had somehow changed during the time Kyuubi was out of action. Somehow the boy now had a pair of eyes that kept producing a chakra akin to the death gods, a natural counter to Kyuubi's own chakra. And to top it off, the boy's body was also producing the normal human chakra and another chakra akin to Kyuubi's own. 4 chakra types existing in a mere mortal. This was something the Kyuubi had never heard of. Whatever had happened to his jailer? Naruto felt slightly sick as he woke up the next morning. His head was pounding and there seemed to be something off about his chakra senses. Sasuke and Makoto were nowhere to be seen, but Hizashi was in a corner of the room looking towards him. They're downstairs. Hizashi offered as Naruto gave him a questioning look. Giving a nod, Naruto quickly dressed himself, strapping on his weapons pouch before walking down the stairs. He felt a twinge of regret that he would have to leave the bow and spear he had gotten from his phantom merchant behind. But that had been Kakashi's orders. Until they could come up with an excuse of how the two boys got their new weapons, those weapons were to stay hidden and sealed in paper, courtesy of Kakashi. Walking down the stairs, Naruto was treated to the sight of everyone having breakfast at the small table, with Kakashi leaning next to the doorway of the kitchen. I see you're up, Naruto. Kakashi said dryly as he let the boy past, to take his place at the table. It certainly took you most of the morning to do that. You just missed Kakashi and Haku leaving for a mission. Sakura said primly as Naruto sat down beside her. What do you mean? Naruto asked, looking at Kakashi by the door. Kakashi-sensei's standing right there. I am a clone Naruto. The real Kakashi and Haku have some business to attend to for the next 5 days. Kakashi clone drawled. They had already informed Tsunade and Tsunami of it. Of a side note, no one is to tell the rest of the villagers about Wave Village's new bank account until Kakashi and Haku returns. It would be safer for everyone involved. Yes, sensei. Sakura replied obediently. But you can't last for 5 days. Naruto protested. Who will watch over us after today? Kakashi had sealed several clones into these papers before he left. Kakashi clone said, handing Naruto 4 white sheets with complex seal designs drawn on them. Tear one each morning to release a clone. In the meantime, for the next 5 days, it would be bridge building and water walking. While we are away, the safety of the village will rest on all of you. Water walking? Naruto asked as he and Sasuke instantly perked up with interest. You mean actually walking on water? Like what you did when fighting Zabuza? Yes. Kakashi clone said with a nod. While your clones help out with the bridge building, I will be instructing all of you near the bridge on the basics of how to walk on water. Somewhere down the line, Zabuza was not really sure if he deserves this. For the past 4 days, he had been stuck in Mei's house in the Death Realm interviewing possible recruits for Naruto's army. The fiery black-haired woman had been on the warpath once she had learnt what he had ordered Haku to do. Since Haku would be away for the next few days with Kakashi, she had sent him on recruitment duty. One look at her face and Zabuza had instantly agreed on his punishment. He had thought it a simple matter. After all, how difficult could recruiting powerful phantoms be? That was before he received the long list of do's and don'ts from Makoto, and war befall him if he did not follow her recruitment requirements to the letter. If there was something Zabuza had learned early in life, it was that women are troublesome, and angry women even more so. Add in the fact that this time round, he did not have the option of just killing this troublesome woman because both of them were already dead. According to what he had heard from other phantoms during his time in the Death Realm, phantoms could disappear briefly if they undergo huge trauma in phantom form. The temporarily destruction of the phantom was called soul death. It is an alignment that lasts a few days before they are fully restored back into their original phantom form. As a phantom, death would never be permanent. It also made killing a phantom rather meaningless, though there were supposedly quite a large group of rogue phantoms indulging in this sport. Zabuza glared in disgruntlement at the Phantom Realm Times news clipping that caused his current problems. Several words in bold string across the top of the clipping. Uzumaki Naruto. New Phantom Summoner of Reality 1,798,309. Planet XPE08 is hiring. A paragraph of small worded text continued. Recruitment is on a first-come first-served basis. Phantoms would be put through an interview and several tests to determine whether they are suitable for Uzumaki Naruto's army. Lucky early birds phantoms would be able to bond with Phantom Summoner Uzumaki Naruto. Should the summoner's phantom summoning limit be reached, the rest of the eligible phantoms would be put in reserve, and be bond with Phantom Summoner Uzumaki Naruto as his summoning limit increase at a later date. The venue for interview is Death Realm Sector 8946, Healers Avenue, House 746. A finder fee would also be paid for any information about Uzumaki Naruto's family line. Zabuza shook his head and snorted. None of Naruto's phantoms knew how many phantoms Naruto could bond to himself at the current date. Naruto himself was still so new to his bloodline that he was unable to determine his phantom summoning limit as well. That was the reason for the clause, and the reason why even though they had a steady stream of phantom hopefuls wanting to join Naruto's army, most of them were subpar phantoms with chakra levels not even reaching the level of genins. None of the powerful phantoms would come for the interview due to the fact that they might run into the insult of being put into Naruto's phantom reserves. According to Mei, the more powerful phantoms join phantom summoners not for the chakra the phantom summoners would grant with each summons, but for the fame and glory of fighting in the living worlds. It was pretty much the reason why powerful phantoms would join a phantom summoner, as they could produce an amount of chakra much more than the summoning fee while they are in the Death Realm. The only powerful phantoms they could possibly hope to attract were phantoms from Naruto's own world in reality. The dangling lure was that these phantoms would be returning to the world which they had lived. Currently, however, other than Hyuga Hazashi, Phantoms from Naruto's world that had come for the interview were mostly civilians or lackluster ninjas that did not meet Makoto's requirements. Of course, Naruto could always break his current phantom bond, to bond with a more powerful phantom. But in the Death Realm, such breaking of existing bonds is a big no-no, and should Naruto ever do that and other phantoms learn of it, his reputation in the Death Realm would go down the drain and no respectable phantoms would ever sign up with him again. Zabuza sighed. Based on the current skills and chakra levels of the long line of phantom hopefuls, he predicts it would be a long time before another powerful phantom is recruited. Stretching his muscles, Zabuza walked to the front door and hung up a "gone for a break" sign. Interviewing 45 phantoms for just this day was enough to drive him nuts. He's going to find some hapless phantoms to fight with to make sure his skills are not going rusty. Water walking seemed at first like a variation of the tree walking training. Naruto was only discovering how wrong his line of thinking was when his feet sank deep into the water again on his 10th try. He was still at the edge of the river trying to water walk, while Sakura was already walking far out from the river banks, having gotten the hang of the exercise after her 3rd try. Sasuke was doing a little better, having managed to walk half the distance that's between Naruto and Sakura. "Your chakra control is pretty bad," Hisashi noted humorously from his place beside Naruto, as the Hyuga phantom hovered in the air next to him. In the distance, Makoto was silently watching Sasuke, her face betraying her pride at her son's accomplishment. The rest of the phantoms were nowhere to be seen. Makoto had told him during the trip to the bridge that they were busy doing some stuff in the Death Realm. "I know." Naruto gritted through clenched teeth. He was beginning to feel like an idiot as he struggled to even take a few steps out on water while the rest of his teammates were doing it with seemingly ease. It is even worse today. I seem to have trouble holding onto even the smallest amount of chakra. Perhaps I can help you see what the problem is, Hisashi said as he activated his bloodline. Veins began throbbing around his white phantom eyes as he stared at Naruto's body. A small frown crossed the man's face as Naruto looked up at him hopefully. "That's strange," Hisashi said as he peered at Naruto with his bloodline activated. "There seem to be 4 different types of chakra mixing and coursing through your body. The majority is a blue chakra, the normal human chakra. The second is a yellow-green chakra which I recognized as the chakra from the Phantom Summoner bloodline. The third is a black-red chakra that seemed to be erratic in its flow, while the last is a bright red chakra with a malicious feel. It is weaker than the rest and retreat when touched by the yellow-green chakra. If I was to hazard a guess, that's probably the Kyuubi's chakra. Currently all 4 chakra types are running amok within your body, the reason for your poor chakra control." "Wow, so I have 4 different chakra types within me?" Naruto asked in excitement. "From what you said, 2 of the chakra types belong to my Phantom Summoner bloodline and the Kyuubi, while the third is my normal chakra. So what is this black-red chakra that you saw?" "I am not sure," Hisashi said with a frown. "It could be a side effect of the awakening of your Phantom Summoner bloodline. I would need to discuss it with Makoto and the others when they are free tonight. In the meantime, let's work on your ability to draw and control your 4 different types of chakra. Let's start with your normal blue chakra since that's the one you'll be using for water walking. Now draw on your chakra at my command and retreat parts of it at my word. I will be trying to familiarize you with how drawing of the different chakras feel like." "All right, Hisashi-sensei. Let's do it," Naruto shouted excitedly as he began to concentrate. He never saw the wide-eyed look Sakura shot him from the distance. "Now draw out your chakra and focus at your feet," Hisashi said as Naruto began to focus his chakra, standing unsteadily on top of water. "No, hold back some of your chakra. You are drawing too much of your yellow, green and red chakra. They are in a flux that caused your chakra control to be unstable. Good, now most of your chakra that you pushed out is the normal type. Hold it that way." It was a very satisfied Team 7 that made their way back to the bridge builder's home at the end of the day. At Hisashi's phantom guidance, Naruto had managed to walk out into the lake, further than Sakura had been able to. Naruto now had a keener ability in manipulating his normal chakra. He could practically pull out pure strands of normal chakra now instead of a mix of the 4 chakra types that Hisashi had said he was using before. The Kakashi clone had already dispelled by then, so after dinner, everyone had retreated back to their rooms, where Naruto proceeded to summon Makoto since they had not a chance to do that the whole day. Hisashi, who was the only other phantom around, declined to be made physical. Instead, He remained besides Naruto in phantom form after Naruto had convinced the older Hyuga to continue teaching him how to manipulate his other chakra types. So while Sasuke and his mother were huddled in a corner of the room spending some quality time together, Naruto was attempting a simple leaf floating exercise by first expulsing his normal chakra to keep it afloat before switching to his soul summoner chakra, which according to Hizashi was yellow-green in color. By the fourth try, Naruto was able to keep a constant stream of his soul summoner chakra pulsing out of his palm to constantly levitate the single leaf fluttering in the air above his hand. It was during this time that Naruto realized that as the pure stream of soul summoner chakra touched the leaf, it sent back a kind of feedback to him. Somehow, Naruto instinctively knew that if he used that leaf to create a physical body for a phantom, the phantom would become faster physically, but more lacking in the endurance aspect, unable to withstand many powerful hits. It also got Naruto to realize that this was what Makoto must have meant when she had told him a while back that soul summoners were supposed to know the metaphysical properties of the objects they used to confine phantoms in. Sending a pure stream of soul summoner chakra into various different objects, Naruto realized that confining a phantom into a stone block would lower their intelligence and slow down their speed while increasing their toughness. Alternatively, a piece of paper would create a very weak body in physical and mental terms for a phantom. But it was when Naruto used his soul summoner chakra to scan the paper with the storage seal that Kakashi had created for him, to store his spear and bow, that they hit the jackpot. Naruto had gotten a weird feedback from the storage seal as he tried to determine what kind of body it could become. The feeling he had gotten, even though it was strange, had given him the sense that whatever phantom uses a storage seal as their bodies would have great properties. The only problem was Naruto did not have any idea what those properties are. Impulsive as Naruto was, there was only one cause of action for him to deal with this latest problem. Hizashi, do you mind if I call you out with a storage seal as your physical body? Naruto asked earnestly as he looked up at the man. I need to try something. It's fine with me either way. Hizashi shrugged good-naturedly, having no idea of what Naruto had discovered. Naruto nodded. With the granted permission, he placed the storage seal onto the floor and summoned Hizashi into it. There was a swirl of chakra as the body for Hizashi formed, until Hizashi was standing physically in the room. The man looked a bit perturbed as he looked at Naruto, before he turned down to glance at his body. I feel something strange with this body, like there's something within me, Hizashi said, twitching uncomfortably. He waved his hands and stumbled back in shock as a spear and a bow, exactly the same as the ones that were stored in the seal, which was now Hizashi's body, appeared in midair before clattering onto the floor. What did you do, Hizashi? Naruto, Makoto asked as she and Sasuke got up at the distraction, moving closer to Hizashi to look at the weapons that had suddenly appeared. I just used the storage seal which Kakashi used to store my weapons as Hizashi's body, Naruto said with a grin as he picked up his spear and bow from the floor. It seems that Hizashi became a living storage seal when he became physical, able to call up the items stored in the seal. I don't think you fully understand what using a storage seal for a phantom's body will do, Hizashi interrupted, a frown on his forehead. The uncomfortable feeling is still within me, it's like I could call up more of the... Everyone jumped back in shock as Hizashi stretched out his hands and a bow and spear, exactly the same as those that Naruto was holding, appeared in midair and fell onto the floor. There was a thick silence as everyone just stared at Hizashi, who seemed to be in deep concentration. Stretching out his chakra senses, Naruto could feel a pulse of energy coming from Hizashi's hands this time round as a third set of exactly the same bow and spear appeared, falling onto the floor. It was followed by a fourth set, a fifth set, a sixth set. Enough, Hizashi, Makoto spoke through dried lips as she stared at the man who was glaring at Naruto. Hizashi was probably indignant that Naruto had used him as a test subject without warning him. I think we get your point. A phantom whose physical body is formed from a storage seal can create, summon any objects that were originally in it multiple times. I don't think this is the best time or place to test out how many items you can produce with your new body. For all we know, the number could be infinite. Now our main concern should be seeing if these items that you created will remain behind once your phantom physical body reverts back to the storage seal. Shouldn't be long. Give me a few minutes and I will be back in ghostly phantom form, Hizashi said, looking thoughtfully at Makoto. But if the items remained? If the items remained, can you imagine the uses such a body could do? If the world knows of it, there's going to be nowhere for Naruto to run, because everyone would be after him. Makoto said with a look of worry in her eyes. Imagine gold stored in storage seals. If the created weapons remains, it will prove that a phantom in such a body could produce an endless supply of gold. Naruto, you'll be hunted down. You've no idea how far human greed spread in this world. We need to keep this a secret. No one outside of this room must know of this, not even Kakashi and certainly not anyone from Konaha. I am not keeping any secrets from old man Hokage. Naruto interrupted suddenly, giving Makoto a firm look. I trust him. Naruto. He's the Hokage. If the weapons really remained after Hisashi disappear, this is something he must most certainly never know. What if he forces you to use this new ability to produce an endless supply of resources just to make Konaha rich? Makoto urged fiercely. Old man Hokage is the first person in this world to ever show love and concern for me, long before I was accepted and became friends with others from Konaha. Naruto said slowly, looking at Makoto as if she was a child. He will not do anything to harm me, I trust him. Naruto, Makoto began helplessly before Hisashi interrupted softly. Let's not argue about this. Hisashi said calmly looking at Makoto. If Naruto trusts the Hokage, then let us put our trust in the man. From what I know, Sarutobi is an honorable man, and from what Naruto had said, I doubt such a man would abuse Naruto's powers. Anyway, my time is nearly up, let us see what will happen before making any more decision. There was a whisper of air as Hisashi's body unraveled. To Naruto's eyes, Hisashi's phantom spirit was pushed out of the physical body which changed back into a storage seal. Naruto took up the storage seal and tore it, letting the original spear and bow stored within to fall out. Everyone turned to observe the pile of weapons that remained in the room, 7 similar sets of bows and spears. Sasuke stood frozen like a statue, his mouth opened like a fish. Makoto was the only one that moved as she began rubbing her head as if suffering from a headache, closing her eyes tiredly. It's up to you, Naruto, we will follow whatever you decide, Makoto said resignedly. There was a pause as Naruto lowered his head with a frown, before he lifted his head up to look at Makoto, Sasuke, and a now phantom Hisashi. We will tell Kakashi and Haku, since they are already in the secret. There's always the risk that once Zabuza knew of this, he might tell Haku, and she might lose any sense of trust she had in us if we remain silent about this. That's why I plan to follow this course of action. This secret will be kept among those in the know until we return to Konaha. Once we return home, we will tell only old man Hokage of this new ability of the phantoms. Naruto said hesitantly but firmly. In the meantime, Makoto-san, do you know how to make more storage seals? I think it is time that we try out some experiments. Let's call all the phantoms back. You have got to be kidding me, Mei said dryly as she looked at the 2 boys in front of her. Naruto and Sasuke had slipped out of the house, choosing a clearing in the forest as their meeting place. All the phantoms were gathered in front of them, though their phantom forms were invisible to Sasuke. Naruto had also torn one of the storage seal with a Kakashi clone, which was why a curious Kakashi clone had stood by them, listening to Naruto's explanation of what was going on with growing shock, as Naruto described his newfound phantom ability while the phantoms were having their own discussion. I am afraid not, Makoto said from beside Sasuke. She had reverted back to being a ghostly phantom form a while ago, after which she had quickly left to gather all the phantoms. Hisashi can confirm what is being said. A phantom with a storage seal body can produce whatever is inside the seal originally. The items produced, however, degenerates over time. By the time you've all arrived, the items Hisashi created had already vanished into thin air. And the time it took for all of us to gather was less than an hour. To even replicate items for an hour, such an ability holds unlimited possibilities, especially for a skilled ninja, and if the items sealed are powerful weapons in nature. Sakumo said slowly. He gave Mei a frown. Why have we never heard of other phantom summoners doing the same thing? We've been scouring the Death Realm for news regarding phantom summoners for the past few days. Something like this, of such an impact would have raised some flags at least. But there's nothing about this. That's not surprising. Kane spoke up with a wince. This world is one of the few worlds out in the vast infinite realities that utilize chakra manipulation to such a fine art. Seal creation is not exactly something that exists in the worlds where the current existing soul summoners are. If seals can't even be made in their world, how would they even have the chance to find out something such as this? That's the reason why I have Makoto-san bring everyone here to do an experiment. Naruto interrupted the Phantom's conversation with a nod. He had finished explaining everything to the Kakashi clone who, after the initial shock, had given a shrug and proceeded to lean against a tree to watch the show. She managed to create 2 storage seals, one which contained a leaf while the other a large rock, and an exploding tag before her physical time is up. What we need to test now is how many times a Phantom can produce the object in a storage seal before tiring, or is it an infinite ability? We also have to record the time it took for the items to degenerate, to see if there's a difference between the degeneration of items and its mass. Hizashi would take the sidelines this time, observing those participating in the test to see how much chakra they each used in replicating the objects. We also need to test if other objects with seals would affect a Phantom's body differently. That's correct, Hizashi said, looking at Mei and the others. We need 2 Phantoms to be in the storage seal bodies to act as a check system against each other, to find out if the larger an object, the more difficult or lesser than it would be to produce. Mei and Kane is the obvious choice since they can last the longest. We also need someone to test out the exploding tag body. Makoto and me are out since we need to rest at least a full day's rest period before we can be next summoned, and I have other tasks. Sakumo, Zabuza, which one of you would be up to the challenge? I'll do it, Zabuza said instantly, a gleam in his eye. This sounds interesting. Then let Zabuza do it, I'll observe this time round, Sakumo said with a shrug. If you're done talking to Air Dobi, maybe it's time to start the experiments, Sasuke said irritably from his position beside the Kakashi clone, not being able to see the invisible Phantoms. Well, I never. How rude, Mei said, sounding quite offended as she glared at the dark-haired boy. I'm sorry, Sasuke had been out all night, and it must be frustrating for him not to be able to see or hear us, Makoto said hurriedly, trying to pacify Mei. She turned to Naruto and looked at him imploringly. Perhaps it's time to begin. We'll start with the exploding tag body then, Naruto said with a nod, placing the exploding tag that Makoto had created in the center of the clearing before walking back towards Kakashi and Sasuke. Since we already know what a storage body will do, let's concentrate on finding out the properties of an exploding tag body before beginning to test the limit of a storage seal body. Ready when you are, Summoner, Zabuza said with a smirk as he floated above the exploding tag. The other Phantoms began moving away from him, leaving Zabuza floating alone in the middle of the clearing. Naruto stretched out a pure strand of Soul Summoner Chakra and tagged it to both Zabuza and the exploding tag. There was a shimmer and a blur, before the sudden explosion of fire announced the arrival of Zabuza in his physical form, burning everything around him to a crisp. Man, I love this body, Zabuza chuckled, flexing his muscles as he looked around him. The air around him shimmered with heat, and blackened grass spread in a 3-meter radius around him, a result of the explosion caused by the formation of his body. Makes me glad that I am not standing next to him, the Kakashi clone muttered dryly before giving Naruto a serious look. That Phantom summoning method could be applied to good tactical use. Thanks. I'll remember that. Naruto nodded before turning to Zabuza excitedly. Do you feel anything different, other than the explosive entry? I feel like I am on fire, Zabuza said slowly as he savored the feeling in his new body. Like there's this intense fire inside me waiting to be released. Definitely a strange feeling, especially since my chakra element is supposed to be water and I don't know any fire techniques. So you can sprout flames now? Sasuke asked with a raised eyebrow as he observed Zabuza. Zabuza spread his hands in front of him and frowned for a moment before shaking his head. No, I don't think the fire can be released just like that. I wonder if I touch something directly, can I burn it? Zabuza said in a partial question as he walked to an unburnt area of the clearing and torn a piece of grass, holding it in his hands. Straightening, he focused his attention on it. The small blade of grass began glowing with a bright orange light. Zabuza gave a hiss, shaking his fingers and quickly letting go of the blade of grass. It's hot, Zabuza stumbled back in shock as the blade of grass exploded in midair, sending a wave of heat slamming into him. You can make things explode, Naruto muttered in shock. You are literally an exploding tag factory. Oh joy, Makoto muttered from the side, raising her eyes to the sky. We should never have put Zabuza into that kind of body. Haha, Zabuza chuckled as he picked up several blades of grass this time. As they glowed a bright orange, Zabuza flicked them towards a nearby tree. The resulting exploding took out a large chunk of the tree, causing it to splinter, with the top half crashing to the ground with a loud crash. "This cannot be happening," Kakashi clone said, slapping his hand to his forehead with a groan. "That idiot is going to wake up everyone in the house and the surrounding areas." "Zabuza, you need to stop." Naruto began but trailed off as Zabuza's body flickered away. There was a brief silence before another explosion sounded in the distance. Followed by another explosion, and another. "You know what?" Kakashi clone said as he placed both hands behind Naruto and Sasuke and began maneuvering them back towards the house. "I think we should head back and continue the experiments tomorrow, since everyone nearby should have been awakened by the loud explosions that Zabuza is making. It would not do to let anyone see you out so late. In the meantime, I'll dispel and pass all information back to Kakashi. Just make sure that a clone of me is around when you begin your next experiments." A particularly loud explosion caused all gathered to turn their head towards a bright flare in the night sky. Naruto shuddered as he saw the furious looks on Makoto, Sakumo and Mei's faces. He would not want to be in Zabuza's shoes when he reverts back to phantom form. "One more important note, Naruto," Kakashi clone said gravely, his right eyelid twitching as he looked at Naruto. "Unless it is a life or dead situation, try not to give Zabuza a body that's so destructive." In the end, Kakashi clone was right. Everyone who was still sleeping in the house was rudely awakened by the loud explosions deep in the forest. Naruto made a big show of being worried and frantic as Sakura tore into their room, only to find that Naruto and Sasuke had already called up a Kakashi clone. The Kakashi clone had in turn tried to calm everyone down and left Team 7 to guard Tsunade, Tsunade and Inari while he left to check the cause of the explosion. 15 tense minutes later, tense for Sakura, Tsunade, Tsunade and Inari that is, Kakashi returned to reveal that there had been signs of a ninja battle, but the ninjas in particular had moved on. Kakashi spent another exasperating few minutes convincing Tsunade that those ninjas were unlikely to be related to Gato and were possibly ninjas on a mission from other villages. By that time, several villagers armed with pitchforks had arrived to check on Tsunade, fearing for the safety of their impromptu leader. Though Wave Village had no village head after years of oppression, Tsunade was the one that most of the villagers looked up to. The villagers had insisted on staying through the night to ensure Tsunade and his family's safety. The incident a few days ago with Gato had apparently bound the once fearful villagers into a tough collaborative whole. The next thing anyone knew, half the village had set up camp around Tsunade's house as they kept up a vigil against further unusual incidents. Nevertheless to say, by the time dawn came and Kakashi had dispelled, everyone was weary and tired, though most were celebrating the lack of further attacks. Teams of villagers had cautiously spread out into the forest to discover large patches of the woods burnt and destroyed. For the two from Team 7, Naruto and Sasuke were anything but amused since they knew the actual story of what had caused the explosions. Naruto in particular noted the glaring lack of phantoms around him the whole night. Most likely right now, Makoto was making good on her promise to make Zabuza pay for his thoughtless actions. Deep in the Phantom Realm, Mei's house Zabuza groaned as he interviewed the 70th applicant for Naruto's Phantom Army. His 15 minutes of fun in the real world had led him to be sentenced to interview duties for the next foreseeable decades. To say Makoto, Mei and Sakumo were displeased was an understatement. Makoto and Mei had stormed off after a fierce tongue lashing that made even the fearless swordsman quiver from their combined attack. As for Sakumo, he was seated not far from Zabuza as he interviewed the latest applicant. Sakumo's intent was obvious. He was making sure that Zabuza was not skipping on the job. There would be no impromptu breaks while the stern taskmaster was around. "I was a genin when I died, but I picked up some B-rank skills during my time in the Death Realm." The 70th applicant, a mousy young man proclaimed to be a mist genin that had died several years ago, said in a small voice as he shrank inwards at the stern looks he was receiving from Zabuza and Sakumo, not knowing that Sakumo was actually glaring at Zabuza. "I am Afriad, we're looking for someone more powerful," Zabuza said bitingly as he dismissed the young man with a look. "Next." The dejected young man slumped out of the door which opened to let in two phantoms, a man who looked to be in his 30s and a young boy. Zabuza rolled his eyes, already moving to dismiss the young boy when the crash of a chair caused him to look back to see Sakumo standing up in a hurry as he stared at the pair in shock. "Dan," Sakumo said in a choked voice as he looked at the pair. "And is that Nawaki? I have no idea that the two of you remained as phantoms. I've never seen both of you around Konaha while I was a phantom. We have been following Tsunade on her travels these past decades. Even after so many years, Tsunade is still suffering from our deaths. We cannot just leave her." The older man said gravely. "But we heard of the soul summoner from Konaha a day ago and had came immediately to apply for one of his summoned phantoms positions. Only to find that you were not open. We were trying our luck again today and it seems that the Shinigami is smiling upon us. Nawaki and I are willing to form a pact with this Konaha soul summoner, if he is willing to take on the both of us." "Not open? But Zabuza was supposed to be on recruitment duty yesterday." Sakumo trailed off as he glared daggers at Zabuza, who shrugged nonchalantly. "But that's water under the bridge now. We'll of course welcome the two of you into our phantom army." "Oh come on Sakumo. The kid doesn't even look at all powerful," Zabuza said dismissively. His words caused the young blonde-haired boy to glare back at him. "I have been training in the phantom realm during the years I am dead. I am not like most phantoms who let their skills become stagnant once they became a phantom and sink into an immortal and mostly immoral existence." The boy injected hotly. "I am close to Jonin level after all those years of training under Dan's guidance. If not for the fact that a phantom's appearance remained unchanged from the moment she died, I would have long ago taken on a more mature appearance. And I see no point in using henge constantly in the phantom realm to alter my appearance, which is just a waste of chakra. I wouldn't look down on the half-pint if I were you," the older man said with a chuckle. "He's the type that always strived to do better in life or death. And his skills are really Jonin level, maybe even high Jonin level by now, especially with the decades of trainings he had in the phantom realm. So Sakumo, what say you? You were high Jonin when you died, and I doubt Nawaki's the only one that constantly improve on his skills. You should be cage level by now. That's more than enough for me to approve you as one of the soul summoner's own," Sakumo said with a smile. "And I would take your word for young Nawaki's current skill level." "But Sakumo, you hadn't even tested the kid," Zabuza protested in disgruntlement. "Even if Nawaki's skills does not reach our standards, his presence would ensure a certain level of political pullback in Konaha," Sakumo said gravely even as the young boy flushed. "Nawaki is a Senju, younger brother of Tsunade Senju, one of the Sannin. I can tell you, if word of Naruto's ability ever gets out, he would most likely have an ally with the Senju clan if Nawaki is at his side." Kakashi sighed. It had been 2 days and he had already traveled to 2 different cities near the borders of fire and water countries. Enhancing his speed with chakra day after day had drained him, especially when he had to do more chakra-intensive tasks on top of it, like killing Gato's associates before they could bring harm to Konaha, Wave Village, or Team 7. There was also the fact that Kakashi was currently transformed to look like a large unwashed mercenary. His appearance was made all the more real because he actually smells like one, while Haku looked like a blonde hair punk. Constantly using the transformation technique was having its toll on both of them, Haku most of all. He had already sent a missive together with a certain bank account book back to Konaha a few days ago via one of his faithful dog summons. Kakashi imagined Sarutobi must have gotten a shock at the news in the heavily encoded scroll. If he knew the Hokage well, right now independent Jonin teams would have been sent to the neighboring countries to quell Gato's contacts before they even know what had happened. "We're done," Haku said as she looked at the bodies of the thugs guarding Gato's outpost in this city. She had requested a moment from Kakashi to say a soft prayer for them. Only the accountants and the merchants are left. "Good. Let's tell them the new order of business, shall we?" Kakashi gave a tired smirk that Haku could not see before freezing in mid-step towards the outpost. Haku looked at the tensed figure of Kakashi and instantly scanned the surroundings for any enemies. "What happened? Did you notice something?" Haku asked when she saw nothing out of the ordinary. No enemies had appeared out of the seemingly deserted street. "Nothing in particular." Kakashi gave a grunt as he massaged his head. "It seemed that one of my clones back in Wave Village has some information regarding Naruto and his unique ability to pass me. Let's move. The faster we finish our mission, the faster we can return to Wave Village. Something tells me that if we don't return soon, Naruto's going to spring another surprise at my poor self. It was evening by the time everyone woke up. As per Kakashi's instructions before he dispelled in the morning, Team 7 would only summon another Kakashi clone the next day, as they have only 3 more clones to last the next 3 days. That also meant any further experiments involving creating phantom bodies with seals need to be put on hold for the moment, as Kakashi insisted on being there during the experiments for safety's sakes. Naruto's phantoms had returned after dinner, and with them, the 2 new recruits whom Sakumo had announced as powerful ninjas from Konaha a few decades back. He had summoned Makoto first so that she could spend time with Sasuke. Naruto had then proceeded to make the pacts with the 2 newest recruits, starting with the youngest kid first, sensing a kindred spirit in the seemingly young kid who was in actuality much older than him. Inawaki's Senju swear fealty to Naruto Uzumaki in a pact of summoner and spirit. The blonde-haired boy said with a grin. A flash of white light marked the forming of the pact, and Naruto felt something within him connecting to the boy's spirit. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you too, Naruto said with a similar impish grin. Sakumo said, you're high Jonin level, but you look really young. Unfortunately, I can't help the way I look, but I've spent decades in the Phantom Realm to train myself up. Nawaki explained. Phantoms became Phsycal in Phantom Realm, retaining their chakra system. Thus any training done there is similar to the real world. The body just gets stronger. But there are also many temptations in the Phantom Realm, and much less limitations to a phantom, since a phantom is already dead and can't be any deader. That's the reason why most phantoms are stuck at the skill levels they were at after they died, seeing no reason to improve themselves. But those that really spend the time in training gets even stronger. And since chakra is main currency in the Phantom Realm, the strongest ones are also the richest. That's so cool, Naruto gushed. To Naruto, who had been the dead last of his class and only maintained his skills through hard work and training, he felt like he was seeing his own ideals reflected in the eyes of the boy. If I ever become a phantom, I want to be just like you as well. Because I am going to be the most powerful Hokage Konaha has ever seen, dead or alive. Really? Nawaki asked in surprise. You want to be Hokage as well? That is, well, was my dream too, before I died. Now my only dream is to see my sister smile again. Oh, Naruto said, seeing the sadness in Nawaki's eyes. Don't worry. One of the conditions you and Dan wants to join with me is so that you can be with your sister again, isn't it? I promise that I'll find a way to contact her and let the 3 of you spend time together. Thank you, Nawaki said gratefully as he moved aside to let the older ninja recruit, Dan, to take the Summoner Phantom Pact. The older man placed his phantom hand on Naruto's right arm and intoned the words seriously. I, Dan Watsuki, swear fealty to Naruto Uzumaki in a pact of summoner and spirit. There was a pause as everyone looked on expectantly. Naruto frowned when there was no familiar flaring of white light. I, Dan Watsuki, swear fealty to Naruto Uzumaki in a pact of summoner and spirit. Dan tried again. The silence was ominous as everyone stared at where Dan was touching Naruto's arm. I am sorry, I can't feel any bond forming, Naruto said as he looked at his gathered phantoms. I think I might have reached the phantom limit that Mei was talking about. It might seem that our prepared plans for putting phantoms in reserve comes much sooner than expected, Mei said dryly as she looked at the older man. Dan, is it? I think Naruto is at his current summon limit. He would be able to grow in his phantom summoning skills in the future to bond with you. But in the meantime we would have to put you on reserves. Then let Naruto and I break our bond so that Dan can take my place. Nawaki injected, a look of worry in his eyes. He is the man my sister loves, he should be the first person my sister sees. And you are the brother that Tsunade loves. I see no point in you breaking your bond now. I can wait. Dan cut in calmly, looking at everyone. In any case, there are plans for Naruto to build an area rich in spirit energy in Konaha. Makoto offered, tentatively looking at Naruto. We had not decided on the place yet, but once the place is set up, any phantoms in the area would be able to form a physical body, much like in the Phantom Realm. You'll be able to meet your loved ones there once that happens. That would be a boon then, Dan said with a nod. It would of course have to be someplace secluded, since I understand the need for Naruto's ability to remain a secret. Yes. There's the Uchiha compound to choose from, but of course, with the amount of money that Naruto now has, he could afford to buy a secure compound for himself. Makoto agreed. The end result would depend on what Naruto decides. Naruto rolled his eyes and sighed. He could recognize Makoto's subtle pushing for him to make a decision after spending so much time with her. Fine, I'll decide, Naruto said as all his phantoms looked at him, including an interested Sasuke who had caught Makoto's spoken conversation since she's in physical form. Very well, once we reach Konaha, we'll turn the Uchiha compound into a spirit-rich area. I see no point in wasting money to buy a new place. Even if I have to put up with Sasuke Teme. Instead of a retort, Sasuke just gave a satisfied grin at knowing that soon his mother would be able to constantly take on human form in the Uchiha compound. In the meantime, Naruto, I would like you to help me send a letter. Dan spoke up. Addressed to Tsunade Senju. Fields of death to the being known as Death, one of the many death gods governing the infinite realities. The powerful entity could not help but feel a peak of irritation and anxiety as one of his actions a decade back brought about the birth of a soul summoner bond to his energies. Soul summoners are created through the clash of a death god's powers against a powerful elemental energy. These humans who wield the powers of death are bond to the death god, whose energies gave birth to their powers. With their deaths they will ascend to become a new death god, thus making soul summoners mortal. Children of the death gods they are bond to. It also meant that soul summoners are dangerous, for they are mortals becoming death, and not greater beings created by the higher powers, bond by the laws of the higher powers. To deal with such circumstances, death gods have certain rules pertaining to a newly created soul summoner. All soul summoners have a weakness. For that 1 year following the activation of their powers, the influx of death energies in their bodies are unstable and weak, meaning that if they are killed within that time period, instead of becoming new death gods, their souls will be harvested to the afterlife. Though death gods are forbidden from physical interactions with the mortal plane by the higher powers, in situations where soul summoners are created, the death god bonded to the soul summoner is allowed one champion in the mortal plane to hunt down the soul summoner before their powers reach maturity. And the current death god knew just the person to send on this hunt. The man who was the cause of all this, the man whose soul was now enslaved to death for all eternity. Minato Namikaze. The death god intoned, his voice echoing powerfully in the gray fields of death. A swirl of death energies formed as the phantom bond to him appeared. The man looked up at the death god with hardened eyes, rags of clothes hanging from his body. I have a mission for you. Something which you've started, that you will now end. The death god said with a grim satisfied smile as he stared at the man. Wave Village. Tsunade's house. Naruto sighed as he waited in the kitchen with Sakura and Sasuke for their breakfast. The past 3 days had passed in a purely idyllic fashion, especially after the subsequent Kakashi clones told him to hold off any testing of his new phantom confinement abilities until the real Kakashi was back. Team 7 was assigned the duties of helping out in bridge building and cleaning out the various ramshacked buildings in Wave Village, both processes greatly hastened by Naruto's clones. Training was sporadic and the phantoms were seldom seen, except for Makoto, Nawaki, Dan and Hiyashi who remained nearby to watch over Team 7 silently. Sakumo and the other phantoms were away in the Death Realm trying to gather more information on soul summoners, now that the recruitment of more phantoms had stopped. The 4 phantoms staying with Team 7 gained physical forms each night through Naruto, and had tasked themselves with creating all the different seals they know of, to be tested out when Kakashi returned to Wave Village. To say Sasuke was displeased at the amount of precious time his mother spent in seal creation was an understatement, but he kept silent and hovered near Makoto whenever she was around. Not that there was much to do today. The bridge had been completed yesterday amidst much excitement. The last Kakashi clone had taken special care to instruct Team 7 to pack their belongings yesterday evening before he had dispelled. Today was supposed to be their last day in Wave Village and the villagers had prepared a feast to celebrate the completion of the bridge. I didn't cook a heavy breakfast today, Tsunade said with a smile as she sat the bowls of carrot soup in front of the 3 genins and Inari. There's going to be a big feast later in the day once Kakashi and Haku returns. I wonder where Kakashi-sensei went off to, Sakura said curiously. He had been gone for 5 days. I'm sure Kakashi has his reason, Tsunade said hesitantly, as if she knew something she was not telling. Anyway, tuck in and finish the soup. It will still be a while before the feast. The villagers are going to be so surprised. Inari chortled from the side of the table. I saw them pooling this month's harvest this morning even though Grandpa said he'll handle the preparations of the feast himself. You can't blame them, Inari, they're just trying to help, Tsunade said with a frown. They didn't know what your grandpa had arranged. Sakura nodded in understanding. Unknown to the villagers, Tsunade had taken some of the gold and made a trip to the neighboring city the day before. From his dinner conversation with Tsunade the previous night, he had placed orders for large amounts of foodstuff and drinks to be delivered to the village before the feast began. He had also arranged for some other businesses in the city with his funds before returning. Tsunade had greatly changed from the drunken old man to a solemn and serious man after he learned of the great wealth his family and Wave Village now have, courtesy of Haku and the deceased Gato. Gone were the beer bottles in the house, and many times in the evenings, he could be found in his room sorting out accounts and planning for the future. Tsunade, in the meantime, had treated the three genins as honored guests for the past few days, showing heartfelt gratitude, as well as putting in more effort to prepare delicious meals every day. There were however a few evenings that Sakura found her crying in the kitchen, though whether it was joy for her family, or grief that the money did not come sooner, one may never know. It was when the sun rose high up above the sky that a disheveled-looking Kakashi and a tired Haku arrived at the doorsteps of the bridge builder's house. Their clothes were bloodstained and smell of sweat. By then Tsunade had returned from the village. He had taken one look at them before giving them a nod of thanks and acknowledgement as if he had known where they had been off to. I'll prepare some hot water for both of you, Tsunade said as he made for the small bathhouse in the back. We will begin the feast after you have rested. Thank you, Tsunade, but we can begin once Haku and I had washed up, Kakashi said tiredly. I need Team 7 to set off for Konaha before the sun sets. My team has been recalled back to the village immediately. Of course, Tsunade said with a nod. I'll take fresh clothes to the bathhouse, just rest for a while, Inari. Prepare some hot tea for Kakashi and Haku-san. As Tsunade left to prepare the water, Tsunade climbing up the stairs for new clothes and Inari scampering into the kitchen to boil some tea, Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke stood staring at Kakashi-sensei and Haku awkwardly in the midst of the chaos. Surprisingly, Sakura was the one that asked the question on everyone's minds. What happened to both of you? Sakura asked in concern as she rushed forward to check Haku for any wounds. You'll be told when we get back to Konaha, Kakashi said as he sat on a chair and closed his eyes while he rested. For now, rest assured that no one would be coming after Wave, Tsunade, Konaha or any of you for the misbegotten wealth that all of us had gained from Gato and Naruto. We'll talk on the way to Konaha. Afternoon came and the villagers were informed that the feast would begin once Team 7 was ready. There was a moment of chaos when wagons full of expensive food and drinks clattered onto the newly built bridge, startling everyone. Tsunade was summoned and arrived shortly with Tsunade, Inari, all of Team 7 and Haku. The villagers had then watched in shock as Tsunade began signing off the receipt for the deliveries before handing the wagon leader a small sack of what looked like gold. 3 of the wagons did not contain food, but instead carried 10 men dressed in samurai armor, as well as women and children. One wagon in particular carried piles of blankets and clothes. Tsunade then began ordering the caterers to set up the food in the village square, which had already been cleaned by the combined effort of the villagers, along with their small supply of food that was supposed to be for the feast. The rest of the food stuff was directed to the village's granary, a building which Tsunade had ordered the villagers to clear with Naruto's help, shortly before the bridge had been completed. At that time, everyone had wondered what Tsunade was going to do with it since the granary have not been used for many years. The amount of food in the village was sparse and there were no excess stock to be stored in the granary. The villagers had also been puzzled when Tsunade had also ordered the village guardhouse and the empty houses in the village to be cleaned and fixed after the granary was cleared. Now as everyone watched the wagons full of goods being unloaded as well as the samurais who had came, the villagers wondered if Tsunade had planned all of this beforehand. Tsunade, what's the meaning of this? The village can't pay for all of this, Senju, one of the men who helped build the bridge, shouted as they watched the caterers and wagon men transfer their goods into the granary. Calm down, this is something that can only be told to those of the village. I will tell everyone what is going on, once the food has been stored and set up, Tsunade said as he looked at the shocked and surprised crowd of villagers calmly. He noted sadly their worn and dirty clothes, brought on by the poverty of the village itself. But all this was going to change, starting from today. Turning to the villagers, He picked out the most sensible of the group. Selen, Mayan and Taken, line up everyone and share the blankets and clothes on that wagon among the villagers. Everyone, there's no need to rush. Selen, I trust the three of you to distribute the clothes fairly. Tsunade shouted over the excited chattering of the villagers. For the current moment, all that you need to know is that I recently came into a sum of money and all these are paid for through someone else. Now go, we'll talk later. There was a moment of hesitation before the villagers gathered up their children and flocked excitedly to the wagons with clothes and blankets which had been set apart from the others. Some of the men stayed behind to help in the unloading of the food, though more than a few gave Tsunade inquiring looks. Tsunade just gave them a reassuring nod to put them at ease for the moment. I will explain later. Tsunade said. This was a village secret and the fewer outsiders who know the better. Kakashi had hammered that fact into his head before he had left 5 days ago. Gato's blood money could bring a lot of bad will to the village if it became common knowledge that Wave had inherited part of the enormous sum. That was why before Kakashi left on his mission, he had given Tsunade specific instructions to follow. The powerful ninja had even arranged with the third Hokage of Konaha to set up certain fabrication of the truth in order to protect Wave. All the efforts that Team 7 had put in so far to protect his small village had left Tsunade greatly humbled. Tsunade looked at the note Kakashi had passed him before the ninja had entered the bathhouse, out of the genin's sight. It was from the Hokage, addressed to Tsunade himself. In it were a few tasks that he had to follow to ensure that Kakashi and Haku's efforts to safeguard Wave Village do not go to waste. It was late afternoon by the time the food were stored, the clothes were distributed and the wagons with the caterers and the laborers left Wave Village via the new bridge. The bridge had already seen heavy traffic on the second day that it was completed, something the villagers had never expected to happen for a very long while. The 10 samurais and the women and children who were apparently their families, were set up in the empty houses and the guardhouses with the help of the villagers who had seen more wealth today than they had seen in their past few months. A busy few hours later, Team 7 and Tsunade stood on the podium that had been set up in the village square as they wait for the villagers to gather. The samurais and their families were among the gathering villagers. A day ago, I left for Yalan City, which was within a day's journey from here, along the coastline of Fire Country. Tsunade began as the crowd fell silent, all wanted to learn where Tsunade had gotten his wealth. I began making deals with merchants to bring food and textile to Wave Village regularly. I've also hired a construction firm to help us rebuild Wave, as well as hire a group of samurai guards to join our village as members together with their families. I expect all of you to treat and welcome them as part of the village members. All these deals take a lot of money, money which came from our benefactor a few days ago. And that benefactor is Konaha. The villagers gasped, wondering what Tsunade meant. Surely Konaha would not be so kind-hearted to give them all these wealth without cause. A sum of money was given to set up the Wave Village funds. They had also given a sum to each of my family members in order to set us up as watchers over the villager. Tsunade explained. None of the villagers made any sounds of protest. Tsunade was the villager leader in all but name. It was his efforts that indirectly brought about an end for Gato, as well as the creation of a new bridge for the village. Tsunade continued in the silence. The terms are simple. The money is given freely by Konaha, without demand or interest. In return, Konaha requires Wave to transform itself into a reliable trading hub and start an alliance with each other. Konaha lacks trade in the shipping industry, and expects us to take over in this area. They consider this a prudent investment. What? But you never discussed with us. Erlin, one of the villagers, retorted indignantly. I was given a short time to make my choice. But if the village as a whole refused, Konaha acknowledged that it would take back the money it has put in the village funds and will retrieve its presence from Wave Village. Tsunade explained. What I've paid for today would be considered a gift from Konaha. The crowd erupted into excited chatter at Tsunade's words, which erupted in a shouting contest between some of the louder males. Silence. Tsunade shouted. You can make your choice now or later, but as of now, let's enjoy the gift that Konaha has given us. No, I say let's make our choice now. Someone has actually seen the potential in our village and invests in us. I say we take it. Selen shouted. The woman was the village's only healer and as such, her words bear a certain degree of weight and influence. But did Konaha clearly states the terms as you said it was? Yes, the terms are clearly set. Please, allow me. Kakashi, who had been standing behind Tsunade, quickly injected, stepping forward and taking out a scroll as he began to read from it, addressing the crowd. Dated 7.8.90, 5 days ago by the mandate of the Konaha Village Council with approval from the Fire Daiwaimo. On this day, Konaha grants a free trade agreement with Wave Village in hopes of building it as a trading hub and future trade alliance partner. An undisclosed sum of money is given to the village's funds, known only to Wave's village leader and 2 village council members that by the mandate of this agreement, be chosen from Wave Village itself. An advisor from Fire Country would be assigned to help in the transformation of Wave Village and will be stationed indefinitely in the village. The sum of 6,980 ryo would be given as a goodwill gift to the village, to be spent by the village without clause. An undisclosed sum of money would be issued to Tsunade and his family to retain their services in the transformation of Wave. This sum is to be used as they will. With the agreement of this partnership, the firstborn of all Wave villagers are entitled schooling at Konaha's Ninja Academy. Their schooling would be free of charge in order to build up the ninja garrison of Wave Village. Terms of partnership with Fire Country and Konaha are as follows. 1. Free trade agreement between both parties. 2. Future alliance talks. 3. Accommodation for Fire Country advisor. 4. Only a majority vote of the Wave Village leader and the 2 village council members would allow access to village funds. 5. Firstborn of Wave Village entitled to free education at Konaha Ninja Academy. With the terms of the agreement, the bargain will be sealed. Should Wave Village withdraw from the agreement at any time in future, Konaha would retake its investment from the village fund. Signed, Sarutobi Hiruzen, 3rd Hokage of Konaha. Behind Kakashi, Naruto gave a shocked expression at the major twisting of the truth, but Kakashi gave him a warning look and shake his head. Haku also tugged at Naruto's hands in order to stop him from saying anything. Keep silent. It is for the good of everyone. Kakashi and your 3rd Hokage has everything planned out. Haku said in a low voice to Naruto, nearly drowned out by the excited shouts of the villagers as they erupted into excited chatters. This is one of the reasons why Kakashi and me have been away. Kakashi had stepped down the podium and passed the scroll to Selen, who then passed it to the others after reading through it. Sakura looked at Haku, a questioning look in her eyes. What do you mean? You are the one that gave everyone the money from Gato, Sakura began but was cut off by Sasuke, who looked at her with disdain. Use your head, Haruno. That money is blood money. You think Gato's thugs would leave us alone once they knew we distributed it among ourselves? They'll be after all of us wanting a share. Sasuke said, looking at Haku, giving her a shrewd look. I don't know how many of Gato's inland operations you have shut down within just 5 days, but there's probably still a lot of Gato's men out there who would want the head of those who divided Gato's money among themselves. That's a good guess, and you are half right. Your 3rd Hokage will tell you the rest when you get back to Konaha. Haku said with a thin smile, choosing not to give any more answers. There was a shadow on her face. Whatever had happened during the past 5 days had left its mark on her. He wants all these to be done with the utmost secrecy. Old man Hokage really came up with that chunk of bullshit Kakashi-sensei's telling the villagers about? Naruto demanded, looking a bit indignant that the old man was deceiving Wave's villagers like this. Naruto. Don't talk about the Hokage like that, Sakura hissed in shock. Part of it was planned by Kakashi, while the rest are added on by your 3rd Hokage. He needed something to convince the villagers the money isn't given for free. People tend to suspect something is going on, especially if such a large sum of money drops into their laps without reason. Haku explained. From what I heard, he got the Fire Daiwaimo in on the plan as well. He doesn't want people to know where the money comes from in case Wave Village gets threatened. Haku paused as loud cheering and shouts broke out among the villagers. In the short time that had passed, the villagers had made their decision as all of them chanted one sentence. We agree. The villagers shouted, their loud voices ringing in the village square. And thus the agreement was sealed. At 12.8.90, a formal partnership began between Wave Village and Konaha, and a name was given to the new bridge, the Great Konaha Bridge. Naruto's stomach rumbled uncomfortably as Kakashi led Team 7 on a fast trek across treetops. Now that all of them had learned tree walking, running on top of trees was the fastest way to travel. Wave Village was now an hour's journey behind them, and Naruto was beginning to regret stuffing himself with food during the feast. I shouldn't have eaten those buttered shrimps. Naruto groaned softly from his position at the back of Team 7. Haku, who was guarding their backs, was keeping pace with Naruto, ensuring that he would not lag behind. Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke were a few feet in front of them, making good pace, though Sakura already looked like she was beginning to get tired. The original trip from Konaha to Wave Village had taken close to a week's worth of journey by land. Kakashi was aiming for going back to Konaha from Wave in less than 4 days, a goal which might be possible if the group contained only him and Haku. With 3 genins, however, his goal might have been a little unrealistic. Heavy food does make long journeys uncomfortably, Haku said agreeably. Naruto, if it is possible, when we make camp for tonight, could you give Zabuza form? I have not seen him in 5 days. About that, he hadn't been around these few days actually. He's been roped into information gathering in the Death Realm, Naruto said as he turned around to look at the phantoms following the group. Makoto, can one of you send a message to Zabuza asking him to meet us in a few hours' time? Though I am not sure how he's going to find us in Konaha. All phantoms bond to you can sense your location through the Phantom Summoner bond, Makoto explained. I'll return to Death Realm to pass the message. In the meantime, Hizashi, Dan and Nawaki, look after the children for me. We'll do that, Dan said, even as Naruto sniffed indignantly at being called a child. Thanks, Makoto, Naruto said, nodding his thanks as Mikto vanished from his sight. Turning to Haku's inquisitive look, Naruto smiled. Makoto just left for the Death Realm. She'll get Zabuza to meet us by the time we make camp. My thanks to Makoto-san, Haku said appreciatively before suddenly tensing up and rushing forward in a blur of motion, reaching the spot where Sakura last was, and grabbing her before she plummeted down the ground below. Sakura, are you all right? Naruto asked worriedly as he ignored his stomach and raced quickly across the treetops. I think my chakra is used up, Sakura panted, looking ashamed as Haku held her in her arms. I see, that will be something you'll need to train up when we get back to Konaha, Kakashi said from where he and Sasuke had stopped. He moved forward, stopping in front of Haku before turning around. Climb onto my back, Sakura, I'll carry you back. There's no time for delay, we're recalled back to Konaha immediately. But what are we rushing for? Naruto asked curiously. You didn't tell us anything, just that we need to get back at once. The third Hokage had called an emergency meeting due to Haku's thoughtless actions 6 days ago, Kakashi said with a mild glare at Haku. Konaha is now urgently covering up her tracks to prevent anyone from linking us to Gato's funds. Team 7 is needed back at Konaha immediately to do a full debrief of the situation. Haku isn't going to get into trouble, is she? Sakura asked worriedly, from her position hanging from Kakashi's back. She had gotten to like the quiet girl during the brief interactions they had with each other, and was unwilling to watch Haku be punished. I don't know what the council's decisions are, but I doubt it will be serious, Kakashi said with a sigh. For lack of words to describe it, Haku had landed Konaha a large fish, although it comes with a lot of strings attached. Those troublesome strings are what Konaha needs to deal with at the current moment. Well, old man Hokage is very reasonable, I am sure he will not punish Haku, Naruto said confidently before turning green. The rest of the group watched in disgust as Naruto vomited buttered shrimps over the treetops. Konaha Hokage Mountains, Burial Chambers. The burial chambers of Konaha's Hokage was set deep in the Hokage Mountain, with only one known entrance leading in or out. What most civilians did not know was that the huge burial chambers cut deep in the mountains also served as an emergency shelter in Konaha's greatest hour of need. There are several hidden paths leading out of the chambers, known only to Konaha's elders and Hokages. The chambers were created by the orders of the second Hokage, and was nearly used in the fourth Hokage's reign during the Kyuubi's attack. The chambers were only entered every half a year to maintain the emergency food storage hidden within the chambers, which meant that the chambers were in pitch-black darkness when shimmers of gray energies suddenly appeared. Flowing like soft silk, the veil of gray energies draped itself over the urn that contained the fourth Hokage's ashes. For a moment, nothing happened, then the clay urn burst open as the naked body of a man toppled the shelf the urn was last on. The built-in seals engraved into the walls of the fourth Hokage's burial chambers detected the presence of a living being and instantly activated, causing the torches around the chambers to burst into flames. The orange lights of the flame cast themselves on a sobbing blonde-haired man. The fourth Hokage of Konaha, the deadly ninja known as the Yellow Flash, brought to life by the death god to slay his only son and legacy, Naruto Uzumaki. After leaving Wave Village, Team 7 led by Kakashi and with Haku following behind, had ran non-stop for 4 hours above the treetops. By then Sasuke's chakra reserves were tapped out and they were forced to break camp, since even Haku was exhausted from all she had done the past few days. The older girl simply was in no position to carry Sasuke behind her. The sun was beginning to set by then. Kakashi had not considered in any lost in time. Camp was quickly set up and since everyone was still full from the feast, Kakashi had created a shadow clone to take Sakura aside to train up her chakra reserves. In reality, Kakashi took this chance to lead Sasuke and Naruto away to have their first private conversation since he had rejoined Team 7. It only took a minute before Haku had wandered off with Zabuza, who was the first phantom Naruto had summoned. Naruto in the meantime was waiting for Kakashi's instructions since he had asked Naruto to hold off summoning the other phantoms. At the speed we're traveling, we'll probably be back at Konaha in 2 days' time, Kakashi said, looking at Sasuke and Naruto seriously as he guided them into a clearing. Since Sakura have to stick closely to us for the trip, it will look very suspicious if I have to keep separating her from our private session. So after this, for the next few days until we reach Konaha, there will be no summoning of the phantoms. What? Sasuke cried out in indignation. But I can just sneak away with Naruto. In case you've forgotten, Naruto's bloodline is supposed to be a secret. I'd rather not have you arouse Sakura's suspicions unduly. And I don't want to hear any complaints, this is an order. Kakashi said sternly. He then turned to Naruto, giving him a sharp look. Now from my clone's memories, Makoto, Hizashi, Nawaki, Zabuza and my father had been creating various types of seals for future testing of what type of phantom bodies they make for phantoms. I'll like to have our first concrete testing of the seal bodies now, so that I know how to inform the Hokage of this. Subsequent testing of seal bodies will be conducted once we've reached Konaha. Okay Kakashi-sensei, Naruto replied, digging into his waist pouch and pulled out a bundle of paper seals. His head tilted to the side before turning to face Kakashi. Makoto says she agrees with you. All 6 phantoms, with the exception of Zabuza, will take part in the testing. Sasuke pressed his lips tightly and frowned, unable to retort that he would not be able to spend time with his mother since she was the one that agreed to the testing. Very well, let's begin, Kakashi said, taking the bundles of seals from Naruto and began looking through them. He fished 6 paper seals out of the bundle. Let's start testing these 6 seals. The exploding tag seal body caused the phantom body to form in an explosion of fire, suitable for first line of surprise attack against enemies. Able to ignite objects, even to set a timer for the object to explode by touch of hand. Force of explosion is equivalent to the power of the exploding tag used as the phantom's body. A more powerful exploding tag will generate a more powerful seal body. The ability to ignite objects seems unlimited, and does not tap on the phantom's chakra reserves. Containment seal body apparently allows replication of objects inside the seal. Counter-testing of 2 phantoms in this type of body proved that the replication process is unlimited in nature and does not tap on chakra. Objects replicated degenerates within an hour, gradually weakening over time. By the end of an hour, replicated objects would have vanished. The electric paralysis seal body caused phantom body to form in an explosion of lightning, suitable for stunning enemies. It bears similarity to the exploding tag seal body, except that instead of igniting objects, it releases lightning energy into and around targets. Phantom in this body can also set a timer on the release of lightning energy into target. Enhanced durability seal body, a seal normally crafted upon weapons, allows phantoms to enhance durability of her body unlimited times. By the time an hour is up, Mei, who was the test subject for this seal body, had a phantom body that was impervious to any physical attacks. Might need to look up other enhancement type seals. Glow light seal body, a seal used in some places as a light source. Phantom body created was able to generate light continuously. Hizashi, who was testing this body, managed to blind the clearing with light. It however does not seem to have much use except for temporarily surprise and blindness, as even the phantom generating the light is blinded. Kakashi jotted down the observations into his mission book carefully, leaning against the tree he had set his bedroll against. They had finished the testing and returned to camp an hour ago. A quick meal had been cooked before they had retired for the night. Sakura had fallen asleep the moment her head touched the bedroll. The poor girl had the lowest stamina among the 3 genins and had been dead tired after her training. The rest had followed shortly thereafter, and he had stayed awake to keep the first watch. Not that he minded, it gave him time to think about and record down what he had seen. Kakashi shook his head, even now feeling a sense of awe, disbelief and fear at Naruto's bloodline. Yes, fear, at a bloodline that can summon the dead. At a bloodline that could manipulate invisible phantoms to do the summoner's bidding. Even now, some of Naruto's phantoms might be looking over Kakashi's shoulder, observing what he had written down. To think that the dead last of this new generation of genins would come into such a powerful bloodline. But considering who his father was, perhaps it might not be so amazing. The Phantom Summoner bloodline might possibly be even more powerful than the legendary Rinnegan, the bloodline said to belong to the Sage of the Six Paths. Though Naruto's bloodline inspired fear in him, at the same time Kakashi could not help but feel a sense of comfort that his father, Sakumo, was among Naruto's contracted phantoms. He gave a frown as his thoughts returned to what Naruto had revealed to him during the testing, that Naruto had only accidentally discovered the properties of the seal body while he was trying out his Phantom Summoner Chakra. Apparently Hisashi had discovered that within Naruto's body were 4 conflicting chakra types. Investigation into that matter, with the help of Hisashi's Byakugan, had revealed that the 4 chakra types can be separated into Naruto's normal chakra, his soul summoning chakra, the Kyuubi's chakra, which in a side note, seemed to shy away from the soul summoning chakra in Naruto's body, and an unknown unidentified chakra. May had suggested that this unknown chakra might be Naruto's secondary bloodline born from the formation of the Phantom Summoner's bloodline. A secondary bloodline was something all Phantom Summoners, past or living, were supposed to have. For some, the secondary bloodline was powerful healing abilities. Others were able to control the elements. For Naruto, none of the phantoms have any idea. Asking Naruto to focus pulling out a strand of that strange black-red chakra had done nothing of note. It was a puzzle that eats away at Kakashi. The Phantom Summoner's bloodline was formed by colliding elemental energies with energies from a death god. The secondary bloodline that all Phantom Summoners manifest were a reflection of the elemental energies that formed their Phantom Summoner's bloodline. Since Kakashi had a suspicion that the Kyuubi's chakra was the elemental energy that triggered Naruto's Phantom Summoner bloodline, Kakashi was a bit leery of what kind of secondary bloodline would form from it. "You seem troubled." A soft voice spoke up. Kakashi snapped out of his thoughts and realized Haku was looking at him, her body in a half-sitting position on her bedroll. "Just thinking of how I should tell the Hokage the news about Naruto," Kakashi said with a soft chuckle, not wishing to voice out his worries. "It might be nothing worth worrying about after all." "Ah, I see," Haku said in understanding. "Do not worry so much. Naruto told me much about your Hokage. He seems like a wise man." "He is the legendary professor of the ninja world," Kakashi said, shaking his head. "You're right, I should place my trust in him. Get some rest, Haku. You'll be taking the last watch with Sakura. I'll be waking Naruto and Sasuke in 3 more hours' time." Haku gave him an encouraging smile before snuggling into her bedroll. Kakashi looked out into the night, letting the sounds of crickets and the silence of the night wash over him. Once they reached Konaha, he would be able to pass the burden of Naruto's bloodline to the Hokage and let him deal with it. Minato's body moved mechanically as it collects clothes, food and equipments in the emergency supplies store inside the Hokage mountain meant for use in Konaha's direst moments. The death god had asserted his will upon Minato's body moments after it was created. An indentured soul, Minato was helpless to the death god's whims as the death god controlled Minato's body, to ensure that Minato survived long enough, and have the proper tools to dispatch one Naruto Uzumaki. Deep within his body, his soul, his mind raged against the cruel death. But Minato's soul was a bargained item, given to death for all eternity. He now no longer possesses free will, but was a tool, a puppet of the one his very essence was indentured to. The death god has many other indentured souls, with power levels similar to Minato, a few even vastly outstripping Minato's powers. Minato knew why death had chosen his to be the hand that slay his son. It was for revenge, to make Minato suffer. A cruel irony how death, who was supposed to be impartial to everyone, possessed but a petty soul. His body gathered the items on top of a seal tag and sealed them in. Pocketing the piece of seal paper, Minato watched through helpless eyes as his body made its way for the catacombs entrance. It was a reflection of the death god's arrogance that he did not even guide Minato's body down one of the few hidden entrances that only Konoha's Hokages knew of, but instead was heading directly towards the catacombs' main entrance up ahead. Minato was not even allowed tears to shed for his son's coming demise. Trapped in his body, his soul prayed for a miracle. He was supposed to have dinner with his son and grandson, but he had to miss it yet again. Sarutobi gave a long-suffering sigh as he sat in his office, and continued poring over the reports that were coming in. Team Hawk had taken over Gato's merchant outpost in Lightning Country. Team Guy had subdued another branch in Wind Country. The two in Fire Country had been taken over 2 days ago, and the latest missive from Kakashi via his Nindogs states that Konoha could add 3 more outposts to its new merchant spy network. When he had received Kakashi's first mission missive 5 days ago, Sarutobi nearly had a heart attack. The Genin Team 7 had been involved in a fight with a rank-missing Nin Zabuza, Demon of the Mist, as well as his Jonin-level helper. Somehow, Team 7 had survived the encounter, killed Zabuza and gained the alliance of Zabuza's accomplice. Sasuke had surprisingly activated his Sharingan as well, but what gave Sarutobi cause for worry was that Kakashi's missive had hinted that something had happened to Naruto during the fight, something he needed to inform the Hokage face-to-face in Naruto's presence. Sarutobi had a grim suspicion that whatever had happened was closely linked to the Kyuubi inside Naruto. There was no other reason for Kakashi to be so secretive, especially since the whole of his missive was already encrypted. The second part of Kakashi's first missive was however what had spurred Sarutobi into action. Gato, an infamous merchant dealing in illegal products as well as dealing in the flesh trade, was killed by Team 7. Zabuza's accomplice had then, without informing Kakashi, accessed and divided Gato's wealth, with a large part going to Konaha. That very action was enough to land Konaha in a political mess, considering that several officials from different countries were rumored to have investments in Gato's holdings. It was only the clever manipulation of Zabuza's accomplice that Sarutobi made the decision to take over Gato's merchant outposts by using disguised ninjas. To the public, Gato was killed by a rival merchant who proceeded to take over Gato's holdings. To Konoha, however, they gained a large merchant and spy network spanning many countries. That more than anything was what caused Sarutobi to make the decision to go ahead with the plan to subdue all of Gato's holdings. A loud knock on his door caused Sarutobi to look up with a frown. Visitors to his office at this hour tends not to bring good news. "Come in," Sarutobi said firmly. The door opened and a pair of frantic Chunins stumbled in. Sarutobi recognized them as part of the guard force watching over the Hokage mountain. "Hokage-sama," one of them said, face pale and eyes wide in horror. "Somebody broke into the catacombs." The guards who went to investigate discovered that the 4th Hokage's burial site has been desecrated and his ashes are missing. Sarutobi snapped to his feet. There are very few reasons why anyone would want the ashes of a powerful dead ninja. One of Konoha's forbidden techniques, the impure world resurrection technique, which could summon the dead, came to mind. "Sound the alarm. I want Konoha to be locked down and the ashes to be located at once," Sarutobi barked out, hoping he was not too late to stop whatever intruder that had done this deed. Naruto stifled a yawn. He hated having watch duties in the middle of the night. Beside him, Sasuke looked half asleep as he lolled his head against a tree trunk. Neither were up to much conversation, not that Naruto minded. Of the phantoms, only Makoto, Hazashi, Nawaki and Dan were around, and they were patrolling the camp perimeters, helping the two of them in their tasks. Knowing that he would fall asleep if he did not do something to keep himself awake, Naruto decided to practice his chakra control, with the black and red chakra that he could produce. A thin strand of the darkly glowing black and red chakra wriggled out of his left palm. It took Naruto a measurable amount of control just to keep the chakra strand unmixed by any others of his chakra types. "You still don't know what that funny chakra do?" Sasuke asked, looking at the weirdly pulsing chakra strand. He had been around when Kakashi asked Naruto to test out the strange chakra, and knew that they had not managed to reach a conclusion about its potential. "No idea," Naruto said with a shrug. He had tried using the chakra strand to touch a fallen leaf on the ground, but he did not get any kind of feedback like he did with the Phantom Summoner chakra. "It makes the air shimmers though," Sasuke said, pointing at the chakra strand. "See the edges where the strange chakra touch the air? There's a shimmer, like some kind of heat wave. Naruto straightened up as he saw what Sasuke meant. There was really a slight distortion in the air around the strange chakra strand. Maybe I can see a clearer effect if I call up more of the chakra, Naruto said with a look of concentration. Instantly a blaze of black-red chakra surrounded his hands like a wavering fire. Makoto and the other phantoms who finally spotted what Naruto was trying to do began moving towards the camp area. The chakra really distort the air, especially when I called more of it. See, it looks like it's burning through the air. Crack. A loud sharp sound, like the crackling of 1,000 glass panes shattering sounded in the clearing. Naruto and Sasuke stumbled back in shock, even as Kakashi, Haku and Sakura were rudely awakened. The air above the blaze of black-red chakra produced by Naruto had shattered into a widening black hole that hung in the middle of the air. For a moment, nothing happened, then a great sucking force came from the patch of darkness. Naruto, who was the closest, was the first to be sucked in, head first. Sasuke followed shortly. The rest followed not far behind as a great wind lifted them off them feet into the dark rip in space. The three phantoms in the clearing shot each other a startled look, before Dan sprung into action. Go after them. I'll go inform the others, Dan said as he vanished into the death realm. Makoto, Hizashi and Nawaki did not need further words as they dived towards the tear in space which was already beginning to close. She felt as if she was swirling in a vortex of darkness so black that she could not see the others, even though she could hear their startled cries. It seemed like only a minute had passed before a great force spat her out onto hard dirt, lit up by blood-red light. Lifting up her head, body springing from her tangled bedroll, Haku took stock of her surroundings. Kunais from her hidden arms holster were held out in her hands as her body stiffened in combat readiness. The first thing she noticed was that Kakashi was already up, his body tensed, eyes darting around him. Naruto was lying on the ground unconscious, while Sasuke was bent over him. Sakura was trying to extract herself from her bedroll, fear visible on her face. A quick look around their surroundings caused Haku to lift her eyes in shock. They were in a clearing, the same clearing they had set up camp, except that right now, a bright red moon hung in the sky. Everything looked blood red, and the air was thick with chakra. A chakra that, though not malicious in sensation, caused the hairs on Haku's neck to stand. Whatever was emitting the chakra field in the area felt very powerful and chaotic. Haku's eyes turned to the dark rip hanging in midair, where apparently she and the others were spat out from. Her eyes widened as the visible and physical bodies of the phantoms Makoto, Hizashi and Nawaki exited it at great force, causing the three to land on top of a shocked Sakura who was knocked off her feet. What is going on? Kakashi barked out, his voice sounding sharp in the unnatural silent air. There was not even the familiar chirping sounds of crickets in the night air. Naruto was testing out the strange chakra, Sasuke revealed, even as he stared at his mother who now had a physical body. Something happened, a tear in space. There was a whooshing sound as the tear in space closed and disappeared. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed as he moved towards Sasuke. That idiot. I told him not to test out that chakra without supervision. Kakashi cursed as he kneeled in front of Naruto, lifting the boy's head to reveal a big bump at the side of his head. He's lucky he is knocked out, or I'll be shaking some sense into him. I think we've more immediate problems than that. Makoto stood up, ignoring Sakura's question of who she was. There are creatures in the woods, and I don't think they are friendly. I think you should call them monsters instead. Haku said calmly as swarms of giant moth-like creatures and spiders as large as a grown man rustled out of the woods. They certainly looked like something out of ninja horror stories. Sakura gave a whimper and fainted, while Sasuke took out his kunai and turned to face the monsters that had surrounded them. This is bad, Nawaki said in a grim voice as the phantoms, Haku, Kakashi and Sasuke formed a circle around Naruto and Sakura, back to back. Makoto, grab Sakura. I'll take care of Naruto, Kakashi said as he bent down to carry Naruto with one arm. Cut a way out, we run. No more words were said as the monsters attacked and the fight for their lives began. She did not know what woke her up. The unbearable pressure of chakra-heavy air on her senses maybe, or the lingering fear of what she had seen. What she had not expected was being told the real reason of why they were here, or what had really happened in Wave Village the past few days. You are Sasuke's mom, And Naruto can summon the dead? Sakura said incredulously as she stared at the now recovered Naruto. The bump on his head was not even visible now. She had woken up only minutes ago and was treated to an abbreviated version of what had happened behind her back the past few days. Sakura had felt hurt that the only reason Kakashi was letting her in on the secret was because of the situation they had found themselves in right now. Yes. How many times do you need us to confirm your questions? Sasuke said irritably. I can't get it to work. Naruto said, not even bothering turning to look at Sakura as he spoke to Kakashi. His hand was wreathed in fiery black chakra. I can't seem to open another tear in space on this side of wherever we are. Damn it. Kakashi cursed, his shoulders tensed. This place isn't a genjutsu, we've tested that. It seemed like some warped dark reflection of our world. Or a piece of the clearing and forest to be exact. Makoto broke in as the three phantoms in physical body's body flickered into the makeshift camp the group had set up at a nearby cliff. Rock walls protecting their backs meant that they would only need to defend from attacks from one side. The three phantoms had been sent to scout the area, since they were already dead and in theory would not be any more dead if they were killed by the strange monsters roaming the woods. Whatever this place is, it is a reflection of the clearing in our world and the woods surrounding it in a half-a-mile radius. The edges of this place ends in pitch-black darkness. We tested throwing stuff into the darkness, even sent shadow clones. The shadow clones died instantly on contact with the edges of this place. Makoto continued speaking, causing Kakashi to frown at her words. We thought of killing one of ourselves to revert to phantom form and maybe contact the others. Hizashi spoke up, but after some discussion, we decided not to. This place is crawling with giant moth and spider monsters. If we revert to phantom form, there's no telling if Naruto can re-summon us in physical bodies while we're here. That means less people to defend all of you. We might not be able to even leave this place in phantom forms. It has been 3 hours, Dan and the other phantoms should have arrived by now. But they are not. Which means it is highly likely they could not find us, Kakashi said, his eyes looking hard at Naruto who flinched guilty. There are stories, ninja stories, of how the Sage of the Six Paths and some of the first ninjas could affect time and space, even create small pocket dimensions in time and space. The common seal tags are a legacy of those legends. The more powerful space-time manipulation techniques, on the other hand, were believed to be lost in time. You think Naruto's secondary bloodline might have created a sub-dimension, or reality, outside of time and space? Nawaki said, his mouth tightening as he guessed Kakashi's implied meaning. A sub-dimension or reality that Naruto himself can't seem to get ourselves out of. Which might be true since this place is highly rich in spiritual energies, very different from the real world. We phantoms have actually taken physical form on our own here, and shows no signs of dispelling. I am sorry, Naruto said in a small voice, looking at his feet. I was just testing it out, I never thought. That's your main problem, Naruto, Kakashi said a bit harshly. You have amazing potential, but your impulsiveness is your one big flaw. But now's not the time for me to punish you. We came here through a rip in space, recreating that might be our way out. Naruto, continue working on it. If there's a way for you to create an entrance to this place, then I believe you should be able to create an exit. Hopefully, Nawaki said in a soft whisper. In the meantime, I think we should defend this place to our maximum abilities. Kakashi said, drawing out a bundle of exploding tags. It's time to booby-trap this place. Ice mirrors flickered into existence, surrounding the 6 moth-like creatures that had wandered into the perimeters of their makeshift camp. Apparently the giant moths have not detected Team 7 and the Phantoms yet, which made it easy for Haku to call up her bloodline limit and form the hovering ice mirrors around them. Without sparing a thought of mercy for the creatures, Haku began flickering from mirrors to mirrors at a speed most ninjas could not hope to achieve without special techniques. A dense cloud of ice senbons rained from the many ice mirrors, striking the trapped giant moths until they resembled giant pin cushions. Death knells of the creatures sounded in the ice dome as a few of them struggled with their last breath, then the giant moths dissolved as they died. Haku was not overly surprised. The previous monsters they had slayed in this world had died the same way. With her sensitive chakra senses, Haku knew that the creatures were not just simply disappearing from view. The monsters were actually turning into large amounts of chakra, which began to merge with the innate chakra that hang around this place like a dense chakra cloud. Hisashi, who had been able to actually see chakra with his bloodline, had remarked that his bloodline was essentially rendered useless in this dark reflection of their world they found themselves in. The chakra surrounding everyone was so thick and powerful that the first time he triggered his bloodline in this place, he could only see an opaque white in front of him. He had to revert back to normal vision to be able to regain sight of his surroundings. Makoto had remarked that the chakra density in this place must have been the reason the phantoms had been able to attain physical forms here, since half of chakra was essentially spirit energy. Unfortunately, the chakra was so dense that none of the phantoms could revert back to phantom form just by willing it. None of them felt like killing their current physical bodies to see if they could revert back to phantom form that way. First, it would be painful. Second, they were surrounded by many powerful monsters of unknown origins. Everyone was needed to help out physically in the defense of their camp, at least until Naruto found a way to return them back to their reality. Now that the current monster threat was taken care of, Haku took a look around. Makoto, Hisashi, Sasuke and Sakura were laying down traps around the camp's perimeters. Haku and Nawaki were supposed to make sure the camp remained safe until the traps were laid. Kakashi meanwhile was back at the makeshift camp, trying to help Naruto devise ways to alter the chakra of his secondary bloodline in an attempt to return them home. A flicker of light caused Haku to look up. The red moon in the sky, which was originally a long distance away, was now closer. In fact, now Haku could dimly make up red fiery flames crossing the surface of the celestial object. It looked more like a bloody fiery sun now than a moon. Haku stared at it for a moment and then her eyes widened in shock. Were those eyes and mouth on the surface of the sun, moon? Naruto slumped back against the stone walls of the cliff. Sweat poured down his face, and his hands felt heavy and leaden as if he had been lifting heavy weights. I am sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I just can't produce the black-red chakra anymore, Naruto said, panting between his words. Kakashi simply sighed and looked worried. Rest and restore your energies for a while. We'll need to continue trying until we have a way out. This is becoming worse than I thought. None of your other phantoms have found us, and I could not even summon my nin dogs. Something is blocking my summoning technique. That very something is what I suspect prevented your other phantoms from finding us. I know, Kakashi-sensei. I swear I'll find a way to get us back. Naruto began but was cut off by a startled shout from Makoto in the distance. Both of them turned towards the edge of the camp where the rest of the group was standing at and saw that all of them were looking up at the sky. Tilting his head up, Naruto gasped. The object which he had mistook for a moon was speeding through the dark sky like a comet towards them, getting bigger and bigger. Naruto now saw that it was more sun than moon, burning with dark red flames, and spotting two monstrous fiery eyes and a mouth curled in what seemed like a sneer. Only seconds passed before the dark fiery sun now hovered above their camp. It was round and burning, and was the size of a small house. And it was hovering at a height just above the nearest treetops. Strangely, its close distance to the camp did not seem to produce any significant increase in heat. Instead, Naruto began to feel a strange sensation crawling up his skin, as if he was pushed from all sides by waves of something. That thing, it is manipulating the chakra around us, Kakashi said in shock, giving a curse as he readied a kunai, one hand already forming a ninjutsu symbol. Kakashi had only finished his words when clouds of black smoke formed into existence all around the camp. When the black smoke dispelled, giant moths and spiders filled the camp. From the distance, Sakura gave a shocked cry that cut through the air. That seemed to be an unspoken signal. Everyone burst into action as the monsters began to attack those closest to them. Get back to the cliff, Kakashi shouted out to Makoto and the others as he sliced two legs off the spider that launched itself at him. Naruto stood on wobbly legs as he made the symbol for the symbol clone. Only two clones pop into view. He was too drained physically and mentally to manage any more than that. One clone began to jump right into the midst of the monsters, playing decoy to open up attacks for Kakashi. The other stood beside Naruto, ready to defend him if needed. Suddenly the crowd of monsters began to turn around in confusion, opening up a path in the middle for Makoto and the others to rush through. I did a Hell Vision Genjutsu, Nawaki said in a strained voice as he and Haku were the last to arrive, bringing up the rear of the group. I can't hold it for long. Dispatch whatever monsters you can while they're distracted. Onto it. Hisashi grunted as he launched himself at the nearest giant moth, finishing it off with a chakra blast from his palm. Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto stay at the back. Watch out for each other, Kakashi said as he joined Haku and the rest of the phantoms in clearing the monsters around the camp. Within minutes, the ninjas had cleared half the monsters crowding around the camp. It was right at this moment that there was another shudder in the air. Sakura shrank back against Naruto in fear. Apparently her chakra senses were keen enough to sense what was happening. It is summoning more monsters again, Sakura said, staring at the hovering burning sun in fear as more black smoke appeared around the camp, solidifying into monsters. Mom! Sasuke's anguished shout caught everyone's attention. Naruto watched in horror as Makoto, who was a distance away fighting two giant moths, did not notice the giant spider that had appeared behind her. As the spider stabbed its sharp dagger-like leg through Makoto's chest, Sasuke was already roaring with rage, rushing towards the creature with hands flickering into many ninjutsu symbols. A fire dragon burst into form, slamming into the spider, burning it up instantly. Naruto stumbled behind Sakura, who seemed to have found her courage and had rushed after Sasuke. Kakashi, hearing the cry, had rushed forward to help, finishing off the two giant moths Makoto had been fighting against. Tears streamed down Sasuke's face as he kneeled down next to his mother, who gave him a pained look before closing her eyes, her body becoming still. As Sasuke reached out to touch his mother's unmoving body, Makoto's body burst into many white orbs of light flying in the air like many white fireflies. Then orb by orb, piece by piece, they began to merge together. As the light fades, Makoto reappeared before them in her physical body, staring back at Sasuke, who was still crouched before her in shock. It seems that death is not permanent in this world, Makoto said in surprise as she stared at her physical body. I felt my spirit leaving my physical shell before being forced to reform into a new body in this chakra-dense environment. My chakra reserves are also restored to their maximum level. Maybe death is not permanent for a phantom, Kakashi said grimly as he took up a defensive position beside the group. But that might not apply to living people. Let's worry about that later, Nawaki said as he appeared beside the group covered in cuts and scratches. We need to do something about that giant sun hovering above us. It is manipulating the chakra in the environment somehow, creating more of those monsters. We can't just fight forever. Naruto turned to watch as Hisashi did a Hyuga-style Jiyuken, clearing out a large swatch of monsters near them. Maybe we can launch ninjutsu attacks if we can get closer to it, Makoto said, lifting her head up. It is now hovering at treetop level, one of us can reach it with a chakra leap. Can we even destroy a sun? Sakura asked in disbelief, the events of last few hours taking a toll on her as she looked weary and haggard. I don't think it is actually a sun, it could just be some kind of weird monster just like the giant moths and spiders. Nawaki spoke up, a hard glint in his eyes. Kakashi, can you boost me up into the air? I have a few ninjutsu techniques I can test out. All right, Kakashi said, bending down. I am ready. Nawaki nodded as he took a running leap, stepping onto Kakashi's outstretched hand and pushed up into the air with a chakra burst. Naruto watched as Nawaki's small body soared through the air, towards the side of the sun creature, when suddenly Nawaki's body gave a jerk, hovered in midair for a while, before shooting towards the sun creature, right into its open mouth. When Nawaki had volunteered to attack the sun, he had been planning on unleashing several lightning and water attacks once he was near it. He had not expected some force to grab hold of him in midair, before propelling him towards the sun creature which had opened its mouth. Nawaki felt a moment of fear as he disappeared into the black maw of the sun creature, slamming into something that felt slimy and soft. Then the mouth closed and he was enclosed in darkness. He could feel something, water of some sort, pooling at his feet, and more of the watery stuff was leaking into wherever he was. He tried not to think of the fact that the water might be digestive juices of the sun. At least Makoto showed me that phantoms can't really die again, Nawaki remarked in wry humor as he began to unleash everything he had in the dark confines of the sun creature. Water and lightning techniques blast out from him, illuminating the darkness around him. It swallowed him, Naruto said in shock as he stared at the sun creature which had closed its mouth after apparently eating Nawaki. There's no time to worry about that now, Kakashi said grimly, a look of worry in his eyes. as he looked at the monsters moving towards them. Apparently the noises of the fight had drawn the attention of other monsters in the forest which were pouring out of the woods. Nawaki will have to take care of himself right now. We have our own problems to deal with. Team 7. Get back to the cliff walls. We'll hold our positions there. Makoto, cut a path for the children. Naruto and Sasuke frowned at Kakashi's implication that they needed protection, but followed Kakashi's instructions as Makoto cut a path through the monster horde with a fire dragon that was larger than the one Sasuke had managed. Run! Hisashi barked out as white-silver streams of chakra blast out of his hands in a circular arc, sending the monsters behind them stumbling back. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura ran, with Makoto and Haku keeping pace ahead of them, dispatching any monsters in their path. They reached the cliff walls and turned around just to see Kakashi and Hisashi skidding to a halt in front of them. Know any area-wide jutsu? Kakashi asked as Makoto took a stand beside him. Haku stood beside Hisashi. The four adults standing in a semi-arc with Team 7 in the center. Fire Phoenix, but I can only do the technique 2 times at most before needing to rest, Makoto said as she eyed the approaching monsters. The Hyugu style is both defensive and offensive in nature, but I can only strike at opponents within my attack zone, Hisashi said grimly. I know some earth techniques, but nothing affecting a wide area in the distance. I never really have the chance to learn any area-wide techniques, Haku admitted a bit grimly. Then Makoto and I will go first. Hisashi and Haku, take care of any stranglers after we're out of chakra, Kakashi said as his hands began flashing into hand seals. Reign of the Thunder Gods. Fire Phoenix. A powerful storm of crackling blue electric energies blasted out from the sky, intertwined with balls of flaming fire streaking through the air. The death cries of dozens of monsters sounded around them. Around half of the critically injured monsters vanished into chakra. Again, Kakashi called out. Fire and electric storm reigned around their surroundings, dispatching most of the monsters still alive. When the fire died down and the electric energies vanished, only around 7 injured moth creatures were left near the edge of the forest. Hisashi and Haku sprung into action, running forward to strike those monsters down. Makoto slumped to the ground, with Sasuke quickly moving forward to support her, while Kakashi continued standing at alert, drawing out a kunai. Rains of ice senbons from Haku and blasts of chakra from Hisashi tore the few monsters remaining apart. The group looked weary around the suddenly quiet camp for any signs of more monsters pouring out of the forest. Sakura breathed in relief as nothing else ventured out of the woods. Now that they were safe for the moment, Naruto was about to remind Kakashi of Nawaki's fate when a noise sounding like a clap of thunder sounded above them. Tilting their heads up, they watched as the sun creature split apart like a cut watermelon, before vanishing. The blood-red light illuminating their surroundings vanished, to be replaced by dull gray light coming from the sky. Tumbling down the air from the vanquished sun creature was Nawaki. His clothes were blackened and scorched, his skin bright red as if roasted for too long in the sun. Hisashi moved quickly forward, managing to break Nawaki's fall as the two of them slammed into the ground. That is an experience I'll rather not repeat, Nawaki said in a hoarse voice, looking incredibly weary, flinching from Haku as she tried to touch his blistering skin. I died 2 times in that thing. None of us are in much condition for another fight, Kakashi admitted as he moved forward, with the others following behind him. I think it is safe enough to say we bought some time now. Let's rest. While we can. Naruto, keep trying to figure out how to get us back. I'll do that, Naruto said, swallowing painfully as he looked at the wounds on Nawaki. I swear I'll find a way to get us back. They took turns sleeping fitfully. Makoto tried the meager healing techniques she knew, but they were not meant for serious wounds that Nawaki bore. In the end, Nawaki made the decision to end his current physical life, so that a new unharmed physical body would form. He regained back all the chakra he had lost and took on the primary guard role for the group. Makoto and Hisashi had refrained from killing themselves to gain new bodies with their chakra restored after seeing the disturbed expressions on the genins' faces. Unless absolutely necessary, they would regain their lost chakra the old-fashioned way, by resting. According to the timer from Kakashi's backpack which survived the trip to this world, they were already here for more than a day. There was no further signs of any new monsters, though discreet scouting by Nawaki had revealed that the forest was still crawling with them. There were no more new sudden appearances of monsters, and Makoto highly suspected that the sun creature Nawaki destroyed was responsible for the many monsters that had suddenly appeared in the camp. Naruto, the poor boy, had been worried sick about being the one that landed them in this predicament, that he had spent all his energy manipulating the chakra of his secondary bloodline until he had passed out. He was now sleeping on his bedroll while the rest of the group sat beside him. "We can't go on like this," Kakashi said at last into the tense silence. "Naruto can't figure out a way to return his home. Yet. But the longer we stay in this place, the higher the chance we're opening ourselves up to attacks. I think it's time we act offensively. By taking the fight to them," Nawaki said, deciphering Kakashi's intentions. "Yes, but not all of us will go. We'll act in teams of 2. One team will stay behind with the genins and guard the camp. The other team will begin clearing the surrounding area of any monsters," Kakashi said, drawing out the plan. "I can fight as well." Sasuke spoke up a bit rebelliously. "There's no need for you to babysit me." "I am not saying you can't fight, Sasuke," Kakashi said patiently. "But the monsters are way above genin level, and they tend to roam in groups. You'll all be safer in camp." "Kakashi is right." Makoto spoke up, quelling Sasuke's words. "It will be more practical this way. A strike force of experienced ninjas will clear the monsters faster. I propose that the team going after the monsters be made up of phantoms. We are already dead, we can chance death and survive it again." What Makoto said is logical. And seeing that my skills can be more practically applied to close combat, I should be one of those going. Hizushi said with a firm nod. "I will go as well." Nawaki spoke up. "2 of us should be enough for the job. Makoto, I think it is best for you to stay behind to aid Kakashi and Haku in the defense of the camp." Then all of us agreed on this matter. Makoto said as Nawaki and Hizashi prepared to leave the camp. "Godspeed both of you. I've a feeling we'll need it," Hizashi said wryly as he and Nawaki disappeared in swirls of leaves, body flickering into the forest. 3 hours of hunting later, Hizashi had managed to cut down 20 monsters while Nawaki had a body count of 25. The two had kept a running tally of how many monsters they had slayed to prevent boredom. They had dispatched their chakra-drained bodies 2 times, in order to get new bodies with their chakra restored. It was a necessary step if they wanted to clear out the monsters as soon as possible. Much scouting around the forest later, Hizashi and Nawaki were currently carefully creeping behind the 5 spider monsters in front of them. The two believed that those 5 monsters were the last group roaming about this world. "As a show of sportsmanship, I will leave them to you," Nawaki said with a grin. Hizashi rolled his eyes as his hands flashed into the body flicker technique. He appeared within the midst of the spider monsters, causing them to pull back in shrill noises of shock. Hizashi did not give the monsters a chance to act as he sprung into motion, executing a flawless Hyuga Jayuken. Streams of white chakra blast out from his body in an intertwined dome shape, slicing up the 5 monsters within his zone of attack. "That's the last of them," Hizashi said, watching the 5 monsters disappearing into chakra. "We should get back to the others." Hizashi's words trailed off into a startled shout as the landscape around them dissolved into a patch of glaring whiteness. He felt like he was encased in solid chakra and no sound escaped his lips even though he tried to speak. He saw Nawaki trapped in the space of white close to him, and in the distance were small human specks that had to be Kakashi and the others. Then he felt it, powerful foreign chakra was entering his body, flowing throughout his chakra pathways like molten fire. Hizashi screamed in silent agony as he felt the chakra changing him, as it began to empower his body. Then a flash of light and he reappeared in the forest. Only this forest was shining in bright sunlight and Hizashi and Nawaki had reverted back to phantom forms. "What the hell happened?" Nawaki said in shock, floating up to him in his invisible and intangible form. "My spirit essence, it double what it used to be. I felt more powerful than I ever did before. I don't know, but I think killing all the monsters in that world triggered something. I have a feeling we're back in the real world right now," Hizashi said, moving towards the direction where his spirit summoner bond told him Naruto was. "We need to find the others and figure something out." Hinata Hyuga activated her bloodline limit, her powerful eyes cutting visually through the many obstacles in her way, allowing her to see things in a great distance. Her team trudged behind her, silently backing her up. When she had taken up the search as her personal mission, after everyone else had given up, Kurenai, Kiba and Shino had silently supported her, encouraged her, even skipping precious training time to go out to Konoha's outskirts with her, especially in light of the important event happening in 3 days' time. Just to chase a dream, a hope that he was still alive. A powerful flicker of chakra nearing the edge of her enhanced vision caught her eye. Hinata watched in shock as a tear in space streak across what looks like a clearing near the end of the forest, facing a cliff. A flash of blinding white light and Hinata saw them. Hinata, what's wrong? Kurenai asked in a worried tone of voice as Hinata froze to a stop in front of the group. Hinata turned her head, her bloodline limit deactivated, tears streaming out of her eyes. I found them, Kurenai-sensei. I found Team 7 at last, Hinata said, shocking the normally unperturbed genjutsu mistress. Take us there quickly, Hinata, Kurenai ordered, turning to face Kiba and Shino. Team 8, we're moving out double time now. The sensation of power coursing through him, then he reappeared back at the cliff area which was bathed in what seemed like normal sunlight. Makoto had reverted back to phantom form, while Team 7 and Haku tried to get their bearings. We seem to be back home, Kakashi said, observing the surroundings critically with his eye. Did you remember what you did, Naruto? How you get us back? I don't think it is something I actually did, Naruto admitted a bit reluctantly. I only just woke up and was going to try again. When the whole world turned white before we returned here. Crunch. The soft sound attracted Naruto's and Kakashi's attention as they turned to see Sakura grinding a palm-sized rock in her hands. Sakura opened her hands, letting sand fall out. She looked wide-eyed at Kakashi, her face pale. When we were in the white space, and I felt the strange chakra entering me, it did something to me, Sakura said with something close to fear. My chakra pool doubled, and my chakra control. I seem to be able to manipulate very small amount of chakra throughout my body right now. What is happening, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi frowned, looking at his hands. I felt the same foreign chakra entering me when we were all trapped in the space of white. It empowered me in a way. I presume that is the same for all of you? Team 7 nodded while Haku gave a small incline of her head. Kakashi rubbed his forehead tiredly before turning to Naruto. Very well, once we've determined that we're really back in our world, have Makoto and the other phantom source for information about your secondary bloodline. Naruto nodded, before he twisted his head, looking at something in the distance. It's Hisashi and Nawaki, they're back. They're in phantom forms, same as with Makoto. Naruto reported, turning his head as he seemed to be listening to an invisible speaker. They said that everything must have reverted back to normal once they slayed the last monsters. So the monsters are the trigger, Kakashi said in a pondering tone. All right everyone, pack up your things. We're headed back in the direction of Konaha. If we can reach there, it proves that we're back in the real world. Kakashi. A voice barked out, just as Team 8 burst into view, at the edge of the clearing. Kakashi turned to find Kurenai glaring at him as she strode towards him purposefully. Where have you and your team been all this while? The Hokage had teams looking for all of you for weeks. Kurenai said, walking cautiously towards Team 7, eyes alert as she looked at everyone in the group. Naruto. You're safe, Hinata said in a soft voice as she stared at the blonde-haired boy, tears in her eyes. What do you mean weeks? Kakashi demanded, even as a flicker of dread crossed his face. Kakashi, your team, they had disappeared for a whole month, from the time you were supposed to report back to Konaha, Kurenai said, her words causing Naruto and Sakura to gape at her. Most of the ninja teams wrote Team 7 off as missing in action, but Team 8. We're one of the few teams that continued looking for you. A month? We're gone a month? Sasuke asked in disbelief, his face pale. Kakashi drew a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them his voice was firm. Kurenai, if you would accompany us back to Konaha, I've important news for the Hokage. His ears only. Team 7, we're moving out now, we need to reach Konaha before nightfall. Team 7 exchanged shocked looks before following behind Kakashi and Kurenai, who had leaped into action, joined by Team 8 at their side. They ran through the forest at chakra-enhanced speed, with Haku following behind them. Outskirts of Wave Village, he stood above the treetops, looking towards the village in the distance. Even with the setting sun, The roads of the village still had a constant flow of people. Much of the dilapidated houses of the village had been reconstructed with new wooden pillars, new windows and new roof tiles. The remaining houses were in the midst of being renovated, with a constant flow of invigorated villagers working on the structures. The happiness of the villagers were visible by their booming laughter and bright smile. Toiling from day till night for the past few weeks, nothing could stop the villagers from putting their village back to rights. And ironically, his son was part of the team that made it all possible. His son, his legacy, who seemed like a strong young man despite growing up with no parents. Words of the Konaha team, of Uzumaki Naruto and the other ninjas involved was still a favorite topic among the villagers. They had relayed to Minato the events that saved their village from a corrupt and powerful merchant. Minato had played the role of a new merchant coming to the village, and was treated to a graphical narration of what exactly happened. The fight at the Great Konaha Bridge, the death of Gato and his mercenaries, and Konaha's contract to help Wave Village. The events were growing into tales of epic proportions. Aside from Minato, several Konaha ninjas had made stops at the village to ask about the whereabouts of Team 7. Team 7, the team of genins led by Kakashi Hitaki, his old student. Though the Konaha ninjas had pressing questions, the villagers however were not told that Team 7 was missing. It seemed that Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Konaha, had wanted to keep Team 7's disappearance a secret until more information could be discovered. Worry over his son's disappearance and the relief that he would be delayed in killing Naruto warred within Minato. A month spent as the Death God's champion in a living body had revealed to Minato several restrictions that the Death God was operating under. Due to the complex flux of death energies within a new Phantom Summoner, the Phantom Summoner and those around him in a limited radius were hidden from the omnipotent sight of the Death God. It was also one key reason why a Death God needed a mortal hand when hunting down a Phantom Summoner. Bound by celestial laws, and because they were unable to sense their prey via their Death God powers, the Death Gods had to rely on their mortal champions to be their eyes and ears on the mortal plane. Minato had spent the first 1 week in Konaha, spying on Sarutobi and the Anbus to locate the whereabouts of Naruto. He had tried to resist, especially when he realized the Death God needed him to be able to physically locate his son. But it was to no avail. The Death God had kept a firm control over his living soul, forcing his body to gather information in the village. It was when Sarutobi had raised an emergency Jonin meeting, with Minato listening in, that the ex-4th Hokage realized that Team 7 had mysteriously disappeared. Minato had sensed the dark rage of the Death God through his master-slave bond, when the Death God had realized that Naruto had eluded his grasp. The Death God had been sure Naruto was not dead, because if the new Phantom Summoner was dead, he would have sensed Naruto's phantom after he had died. What followed thereafter had been the Death God making sure Minato had enough provisions to provide for his living body, while forcing Minato to scour the nearby Konaha forest for any signs of Team 7. Minato had then been forced to travel to Wave Village, Team 7's last known location, finding nothing but grandiose tales of Team 7's deeds. Within those 3 weeks, the Death God's grip on Minato's soul had slackened as he began to turn his attention elsewhere to fulfill his other duties which he had originally put on hold. In fact, for the last 3 days, Minato had full control of his body, with only a powerful compulsion from the Death God to continue searching for Naruto's whereabouts. Minato could resist that compulsion, somewhat. As long as he did not directly go against the mental order set by the Death God, Minato could remain away from the Death God's attention for a while yet. Giving Wave Village one last look, Minato turned his back upon it and began making way to Kusioke Village, a remote hamlet to the north, 10 miles away, a long journey on foot. Minato grinned. The Death God never specified where he was supposed to search it, just to continue looking. And whatever he could do to delay finding his son was going to worth any punishment the Death God would heap on him when he discovered Minato's deceit. The Death God needed Minato to find Naruto on the mortal plane, and with his celestial duties, there was no way he could maintain a constant grip on Minato's soul, not unless the Death God postponed all of his duties like he did the first few weeks when he created a living shell for Minato. Which, if time spent as an indentured soul under the Death God had shown him, was an impossibility. Death Gods were part of the great balance of the fabric between realities and dimensions. There were duties they had to do on a daily basis without fail. Minato was going to make use of this weakness in the Death God's control of him for as long as he could. The Death God would probably catch on before long, but if possible, Minato might be able to buy enough time for Naruto to get stronger, strong enough to survive when the two of them finally meet. Konaha the village guards had greeted Kakashi with relief and surprise when he had appeared with Team 7 and Team 8 right in front of Konaha's gates. Kakashi had no time to spare for pleasantries because he was already headed off in the direction of the Hokage's tower. Kurenai's revelations that he and his team had been gone for a month was still buzzing in his head. Whatever Naruto's secondary bloodline did, it must have altered time and space. It seemed that it was a dangerous bloodline that also somehow powered up everyone who entered and exited the subdimension created by it. Even now, Kakashi could feel the strength coursing through his body. And his Sharingan. Something had happened to his soul Sharingan eye, it was pulling more chakra from his system. And Kakashi needed a constant control to regulate the chakra flow so he would not be adversely affected. He had no time to investigate what was the matter however, reporting to the Hokage currently took precedence. Kakashi pushed all thoughts of Naruto's bloodline away as he arrived at the base of the Hokage tower, his team stopping behind him. Kurenai's team arrived a bit later, with Kurenai looking on at Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke incredulously. "Where did you train your team for the past month, Kakashi?" "They're near Chunin level in speed," Kurenai said in a tone that demanded answers. "My team could barely keep up during the whole journey from the forest." "It's classified," Kakashi said curtly, cutting short Kurenai's inquiry. "The Hokage will have to be the one to decide if you are going to be told of what happened." Kurenai's face became an emotionless mask as she realized that whatever happened was serious. "Very well, I will not ask any more questions. I will head to the mission room to inform everyone of your team's safe return. In the meantime, you should head up and talk to the Hokage." "Thanks, Kurenai," Kakashi said gratefully. He made a sharp motion with his hand towards Team 7 before moving quickly up the tower stairs. "Kakashi, the Hokage and the elders are waiting for you," the Hokage's secretary cried out, getting out of her seat as Kakashi reached the top of the tower. "The elders?" Kakashi paused. He had been intending to tell the third of Naruto's bloodlines. The villager elder's presence however changed things. "Yes, you and your team had better get in. The Hokage had been very worried over all of your disappearance," the secretary said primly, giving Kakashi an accusatory look. "Thank you, madam," Kakashi said in acknowledgement as he opened the door and stepped in, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke and Haku following behind. He found himself greeted with the intimidating sight of the third, with the two village elders flanking his side. The three of them were standing in front of the Hokage's table, serious looks in their eyes, a frown on the third's forehead as he observed them. "Kakashi, where have you and your team been for the past 1 month?" Sarutobi asked in a fierce voice. "Something happened during our travels, something for your ears only," Kakashi said looking pointedly at the two village elders. "Whatever you say can be said in front of the elders," Sarutobi said firmly, the look in his eyes broking no arguments. "Very well. Haku, shut the door," Kakashi ordered. As Haku moved to obey, Kakashi's fingers moved into the anew hand signs for top secret. Sarutobi and the two elders' eyes narrowed as they saw the hand signs. The moment the door was shut, Sarutobi's hands moved into various hand seals. A wave of chakra pulsed across the room. In a moment unnatural silence filled the room as even the sounds of the streets outside were cut off. "What is going on, Kakashi? What matter is so serious that you needed me to seal the room?" Sarutobi asked sharply, his eyes darting to Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke, seemingly as if to check them for any visible injuries. His eyes lingered on Naruto's green hair highlights and an unreadable look crossed his eyes as he saw the green rims surrounding Naruto's blue iris. "I have to start from the beginning. During the wave mission, in the fight against Zabuza, something incredible happened," Kakashi said heavily as if reluctant to put his thoughts into words. "I believe you should have read my first few mission reports by now, of how Sasuke activated his Sharingan bloodline. What I didn't tell you was that Sasuke was not the only one that activated his bloodline. Naruto did as well." "You mean he actually activated the Uzumaki bloodline?" Kaharu, the female village elder said in shock. "Did something happen to the seal?" Kaharu's voice trailed off, cutting off her question about the Kyuubi's seal, as she realized Sasuke, Sakura and Haku were in the room. "What Uzumaki bloodline?" Naruto piped up, his eyes lighting up with interest at this new nugget of knowledge about his unknown parents. You mean my family has a bloodline? That's something to be discussed at another time. Kakashi interrupted before turning to face Sarutobi and the elders. The bloodline is not the famed Uzumaki bloodline, rather it is something different. A new, never-before-encountered bloodline. Naruto can summon the dead. It was unbelievable, it was impossible, but unfortunately Sarutobi believed every word Kakashi said as he began to narrate Team 7's ill-fated wave mission, the battle against Zabuza and the subsequent days that followed as Zabuza's phantom became bonded to Naruto. An action that caused Haku, the rare ice-release bloodline wielder, to swear allegiance to Naruto. Kakashi was never one to spin tall tales, and it was obvious that he really believed that Naruto could summon the dead. Preposterous! Homura barked out, interrupting Kakashi as he began to tell Sarutobi of Team 7's trip into a sub-dimension. You expect us to believe that Uzumaki Naruto actually activated 2 new, impossible bloodlines? I do not lie. Kakashi said stiffly. Naruto, perhaps a demonstration might be in order. That would be best. I in particular would like to see Makoto, Hizashi, Nawaki and Sakumo again. If what you said is true. Sarutobi said in a neutral tone of voice. All right. But Makoto said Hizashi and Nawaki would not be able to stay in solid phantom bodies for long. Whatever happened during our trip in the Weird World place, it increased their chakra by almost half their original amount after they returned to the real world. Naruto said as he fished out 4 pebbles from his pockets. Sarutobi watched as Naruto threw the pebbles in front of him. There was a strong pulse of chakra, and then the 4 pebbles literally grew and took human shapes. Breath caught in his throat as Sarutobi stared at the 4 figures in front of him in shock. Hiruzen, it is nice to talk to you again. The white-haired ninja Sakumo, father of Kakashi, said as he nodded to the stunned Sarutobi. I'll need proof that you are really Sakumo. Sarutobi managed through suddenly dry throat. Your first time, Sakumo said with a small twitch of his mouth. My first time? Sarutobi asked mystified. Sweet little Aoni from the Red Rose broth. Sakumo began but was quickly cut off by a red-faced Sarutobi. I believe you. Sarutobi said hastily, flushing a deep red. No one other than Homura would have known that. My Hokage-sama, you're so trusting, Makoto said with a laugh that sounded forced. Aren't you going to ask me for proof as well? I can tell you everything about the Uchiha. Especially the night of the massacre. Sarutobi's eyes closed in pain as the memories of that night came to his mind. With what Sakumo had said, he was already convinced that the phantoms were real. No one else, other than Sakumo or Homura, would have known of his first visit to Konaha's red light district. Makoto, I am sorry. Sorry for what, Hokage-sama? Makoto asked, giving Sarutobi a seemingly unperturbed look, a chilling smile on her face. Do you know what it means to be a phantom? It means I became a wandering ghost after I died. It means I watched as Uchiha Madara slaughtered all of my clan while my eldest son maintained the barrier that kept everyone trapped in the clan compound. Madara was there that night? Sarutobi asked in shock. But Makoto ignored his questions as she walked forward, continuing talking. It means I watched as my eldest son returned to the Hokage Tower to meet with Danzo, Homura and Kaharu-ne-san as he took credit for the mission to eliminate the Uchiha clan. Makoto sneered as she looked at the 2 village elders who flinched back from her. A look of unease crossed Kaharu's face even as her expression changed to one of guilt. It means I saw Hokage-sama arrived too late to stop the mission. Makoto. What do you mean Madara was the one that killed your clan? Sarutobi demanded, walking forward to place a hand on Makoto's shoulders. Worry creased his forehead as his frown lines deepened. I was under the impression that Itachi was the one that did it. Exactly what I said. Madara was the one that destroyed the Uchiha clan. Surely you did not believe Itachi so capable as to be able to kill a clan filled with powerful ninjas? Makoto said as she turned around, giving Sarutobi a piercing stare. But that's impossible. The first Hokage killed Madara during the battle at the Valley of the End. Homura said, his face turning pale. I know what I saw. Makoto said in a tone broking no arguments. And I saw a lot as a phantom. Did you know, for instance, Hokage-sama, that Danzo still operates Root in secret, within the village catacombs? Root still exists? Sarutobi asked, even as he felt the beginnings of an impending headache. It seems that I underestimated Danzo, that old warhound. If you want answers, come and find me again, Makoto said, giving Sarutobi an unreadable look. I only have minutes left in this body, we can talk more once Naruto has set up the spirit compound. But before I go, there's something I need to give back to Homura and Kaharu-ne-san. Makoto, for what it is worth, I have always regretted the decision I made that day. The elder woman said, her face pale as she stared at Makoto. But I have to uphold my duties to the village before our friendship. Well, regret is not going to bring back my clan, is it? Makoto said with a shrug. Then lightning quick, both her hands snaked out, smacking Homura and Kaharu on each side of their faces. Sarutobi stared at the red handprints on his old teammates' faces in shock before turning to look at Makoto, whose face was etched with grief and rage. That is for my clan, Makoto said, before she turned her back on the two elders and walked to Team 7's side. Makoto. Sarutobi began in a placating voice. He was interrupted, however, when the door to his office burst into splinters, smashed by a powerful force. His eyes widened in shock as a seemingly young-looking blonde-haired woman stalked in angrily, glaring around at the occupants of the room. A black-haired young woman followed a few seconds later, carrying a pig and looking apologetically around her. Tsunade. What are you doing in Konaha? Sarutobi said in shock as he saw one of his first students, who had went on to become the legendary Sannin. Where is that brat? Where is that Naruto brat who sent me this letter? Tsunade asked as she looked around the room, waving a piece of ripped letter in her hands angrily. Her eyes paused as she saw the phantoms for the first time. Makoto? Sakumo? Nawaki? Tsunade backed away, her eyes wide in shock as she turned to look at Sarutobi. Sensei, what have you done? Oh, what have you done? The letter had first reached her in the hot springs town of Rikura a week ago. Apparently the carrier of the letter had went on a long journey to the towns she had frequented before at last locating her in Rikura. Someone had obviously paid a lot of money to the young man who had delivered the letter to track her down. Thinking it was another IOU from another of the many people she had borrowed money from, Tsunade had ignored it. It was only 2 days ago that Shizune had opened the letter out of curiosity. She had found a poem. A poem that Dan wrote to Tsunade when he had first proposed to her. Shizune had known of it because Dan had been her uncle, and when she had shown it to Tsunade, Tsunade had fallen into a deep rage. A deep burning anger that her past had been violated by the sender of the letter, one Uzumaki Naruto. Oh, Tsunade had knew who that brat was. He was the village demon container, and a lesser-known secret that the brat was the son of Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage, and Uzumaki Kushina, the previous Kyuubi container. What frustrated Tsunade was how the boy had stumbled upon a piece of her personal life. It had prompted her to personally return to Konaha, to beat some answers out of the brat. Arriving at Konaha a day ago, she had kept a low profile while she tried to track down the brat. What she discovered, however, was that he and his team had vanished a few weeks ago. Preparing to leave the village today, she had overheard several ninjas talking about the sudden appearance of Kakashi's missing genin team, the team that Uzumaki Naruto was in. Apparently Team 7 was currently reporting to the Hokage. It was then a simple matter to head to the tower to find the source of her ire. The Hokage's secretary had tried to stop her, but Tsunade had ignored her. She had began by knocking politely on the door. When no answers had came after 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Tsunade had regained her initial burning anger and had kicked the door open, intending to stride in and give the Hokage as well as Uzumaki Naruto a piece of her mind. She had not expected to see dead people. 4 dead people, and there was only one technique in Konaha that could raise the dead. A forbidden technique created by her uncle, the second Hokage of Konaha. The impure world resurrection. To summon the dead with the life of another living person. Sensei, what have you done? Oh, what have you done? Tsunade cried out in shock as she began to back away. Earth release. Wall of earth. Kakashi said as he slammed his hands on the floor. A block of earth began to raise up, covering the opening left by the broken door. I think we'll need to explain from the beginning again. Nawaki spoke up as he walked forward, looking at a stunned and horrified-looking Tsunade. Ne-san, it's really me, Nawaki. Dan is here as well, you'll be able to see him soon. No, Tsunade gritted out, even though the words pained her. She glared at Sarutobi angrily. How can you allow this to happen, sensei? The impure world resurrection is a kinjutsu. It is forbidden for a reason. it requires a human sacrifice. Nothing is worth it. They are not created by the impure world resurrection technique Tsunade. Sarutobi said heavily. He lifted a hand to his forehead wearily. They are standing here right now because Konaha had came into possession of a new bloodline, the first of its kind. Naruto is the wielder of a bloodline which can summon the dead. The phantoms had lasted in physical form for another few minutes, but the actual explanation to Tsunade was longer than that. After which Sarutobi had wanted a personal report from Kakashi on what Makoto had told him of the Uchiha massacre en route. Sarutobi had tried to summon an Anbu guard to watch over Team 7, or rather Naruto, seeing the true value of Naruto's new abilities. Tsunade however had intervened, which was why Team 7, followed by Haku, was assigned a D-rank mission. They were to go to Naruto's apartment, pack all of his things, and move them to the Uchiha compound where Team 7 and Haku would be guarded by Tsunade, and later Kakashi, once the Hokage released him. Sakura was prevented from returning home until Sarutobi and the village elders could come to a decision about what to do about Naruto's new bloodlines, and what orders to give to those involved. A messenger was however sent to inform Sakura's parents that she had arrived back in Konaha safely, but was held back due to mission debrief. The messenger was also supposed to collect a set of fresh clothes for Sakura. I can't believe this is happening. Naruto grouched, as the group reached his small and ill-kept apartment. I've only just arrived in Konaha and I am already kicked out of my home. You'll have a new place at the clan compound, Sasuke said simply, and on that note, you might as well set up the spirit compound as soon as possible. Makoto-san said the phantoms are already preparing for it. Kane the merchant phantom would have the items to create the spirit compound by nightfall. Apparently it requires some sort of registration with the authorities in the death realm. Naruto said with a frown as he opened the door to his apartment. There are some clauses involved in setting up a spirit compound in the physical world, and the phantoms are going through the phantom laws regarding it. Really, phantom laws and bureaucrats? I can't imagine that. Tsunade said in disbelief as she stepped into the small apartment. This apartment is so small. Sakura voiced out as she followed the Sannin in, looking at the small living room and the connecting bedroom and kitchen. I am living on orphan stipend, I can't complain. Naruto said as he opened a cupboard and took out a large rag bag. He did not notice the frown on Tsunade's forehead as she looked around the small sparsely kept apartment. Here, we can stuff the things in this bag. I can sort them out when we get to Sasuke's place. There's no need for that. Tsunade cut in. The fierce-looking woman had calmed down after hearing of Naruto's bloodlines and that he was bound to Nawaki. She had also been told of Dan's place as a reserve phantom in Naruto's phantom army. Tsunade had gotten teary-eyed when she had heard she could see and talk to them again. She had also been the one to suggest placing Team 7 in the Uchiha compound until the Hokage could decide what to do with them and the secret of Naruto's bloodlines. Shizune and I can create storage seals. We can seal everything in each of the rooms in 3 separate seals. It is going to take a while, so stand in a corner and don't disturb us. Tsunade said as she gave Shizune a nod. The two women took out a calligraphy set, each of them holding an ink-tipped calligraphy brush as they began drawing seal outlines on the floorboards of the living room. Team 7 and Haku just observed interestedly from the side. In 10 minutes, the inked seals covered all of the items in the living room. Go to the bedroom, stand outside of the seal. Tsunade called out as she walked to the center of the living room, placing a white piece of paper on top of the inked seal on the floor. Once she saw that they were cleared of the room, she sent a pulse of chakra into the seal. There was a swirl of light, a blurred whirlwind surrounding Tsunade, as everything is sealed into the piece of paper. In less than a minute, Tsunade was standing in an empty living room. All right. 2 more rooms to go. Tsunade said as she motioned the group back to the living room. We'll make it to the Uchiha compound before late afternoon. I am not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Naruto muttered as Sasuke gave him a glare. Sarutobi looked at his old teammates wearily. News of Naruto's bloodlines, Madara and Root had weighed heavily on the 3 of them, the cornerstone authorities of Konaha. Kakashi had finished his briefing 2 hours ago and had left to keep watch over Team 7 in the Uchiha compound until a decision could be made, regarding what to do with Naruto's bloodlines. And within those 2 hours, the 3 of them had came up with plans of what to do with the knowledge of Danzo and Root, as well as how to keep Naruto's bloodlines a secret. They had decided to use a binding seal, a type of forbidden seal technique that binds a target from revealing certain secrets. It must be done. Kaharu said tiredly. Uzumaki Naruto's new bloodlines are too powerful to let other hidden villages know about them. If the secret of his bloodlines is revealed, hunter nins from other villages will be after him to make his bloodline theirs. The binding seal must be placed on all those that knows of the bloodlines, even as elders, Kakashi and Tsunade. You will be the only exception as you're the one controlling the seal, Homura said in a firm tone. But is this the right thing to do? Sarutobi asked resignedly. Konaha discarded all public knowledge of binding seals after the First Great Shinobi War for a reason. They are a type of slavery seal that stripes away free will. Between what's right and what's good for the village, the interest of the village must be put before mere moralities. Kaharu said looking away. Besides, this move will probably keep Uzumaki Naruto alive. He will not last a month if the details about his new bloodlines gets out to the other hidden villages. And in the event that Naruto is forced to use his bloodline in public, the cover story we come up with shall suffice. Very well. I see no other way out of this as well, Sarutobi said with a sigh, regarding Root. A knock sounded on the door, interrupting them. The door opened and Kakashi poked his head through the opening. Hokage-sama, Team 7 have settled in the Uchiha compound, and they are ready to begin the next step of the plan, Kakashi said in a neutral voice, yet the look in his eyes spoke volumes. Sarutobi nodded as he got up. He knew what Kakashi was hinting at. Naruto was ready to make the spirit compound that Makoto had said would allow the phantoms to roam physically freely in. We'll hold the discussion of Root till later. I think it's best for us to head for the Uchiha compound now, Sarutobi said looking at Homura and Kaharu who had also gotten up. It's time for us to meet again with old friends, and get more information from them. 2 hours ago, Konaha, inside Uchiha clan compound. Naruto looked at the four-man team of phantoms that Makoto had explained were from the Phantom Migration Bureau in the Death Realm. One of the phantom was nothing but a large hairy eyeball floating in mid-air of all things, with long waving tentacles hanging down beneath it. Two others looked like some sort of lizard-man creatures. The last of the group was a dog phantom that could talk. So let me get this straight, to open up a spirit compound in the mortal realm, I need to register with this Phantom Migration Bureau place in the Death Realm. Agree to follow their laws, which is to allow any phantoms they approve to live in the spirit compound. In return, some of the approved phantoms will provide service to me within the spirit compound, the phantom summoner of this world, Naruto said in a tone of disbelief. Yes, it is one of the recent laws set in the Death Realm. The hairy eyeball spoke, though how it created the sound needed for audio speech was a mystery. There has been an unprecedented increase in phantom summoners throughout the multiverse as children of the old generations of phantom summoners awaken to their bloodlines. Many of the phantoms belonging to the worlds which phantom summoners have awakened were tempted and began to petition strongly for a chance to return back to their worlds in physical form. It is however a sad fact of reality that most average phantom summoners can only remain bound to a maximum of 50 phantoms even at the height of their powers. The governing authorities of the Death Realm, in response to the overwhelming petitions sent by zillions of phantoms, set up the Phantom Migration Bureau to address this need. The talking dog phantom spoke up. Creation of spirit compounds requires a phantom summoner to act as anchor to the mortal world, while powerful phantoms in the Death Realm pump pure spirit energies through the summoner. In the past, spirit compounds were set up for phantom summoners in return for a significant quantity of mana, or as your world call it, chakra. All that however is history. Now, in return for aiding the phantom summoner in setting up a spirit compound, the phantom summoner must sign a binding pact with the Phantom Migration Bureau that allows the Bureau to introduce phantoms native to this world into the spirit compound. This pact is binding to you and your descendants. It will last for as long as you and your family controls the spirit compound. But do not worry, the Phantom Migration Bureau will set up an office in the spirit compound to help regulate these phantom residents in accordance to the laws of the Death Realm. But I am supposed to keep my bloodline a secret, Naruto began, shooting a look at Makoto and the rest of his phantoms standing beside him. The Phantom Migration Bureau knows of your need for secrecy, one of the lizard men interrupted. Phantoms introduced to your spirit compound will have to pass through a selection process. We'll ensure those that are selected know of the need to keep your bloodline a secret. Also, they will swear a pact to keep your bloodline a secret before their induction into the compound. By their selection process, they are talking about phantoms who can actually pay them enough chakra for their application to be approved. Nawaki muttered disapprovingly beside Naruto. Good thing about those selected phantoms is that they are all going to be those with a lot of chakra reserves, most probably meaning they are powerful ninjas or something similar in their mortal lives. Bad thing is, you can't order them around. Your relationship with them is similar to being a landlord to a large number of powerful residents. The hairy eyeball turned and shot the young Senju an evil look. Naruto gulped nervously, wishing Nawaki would not agitate the strange phantom unwisely. He could feel a great sense of power radiating from the eyeball creature. But I don't understand what those phantoms have to gain by getting to stay in the spirit compound, Naruto said, sweat forming on his forehead as the hairy eyeball continued glaring at the nonchalant Nawaki who was standing beside Naruto. I mean, sure, they get to return to the world they are born in with a physical body, but that's only within the spirit compound. They can't travel out of it physically, not unless they are bound to me as my phantom, after which I can summon them. They can't travel out of the spirit compound physically, that's true, the talking dog creature replied. However, within the spirit compound where they have physical form, they could still communicate with the outside world through letters or messengers, and any dealings they need to conduct in this world can be done in the spirit compound. You mean I am supposed to allow strangers contacted by these approved phantoms into the Uchiha clan compound? Naruto asked incredulously, looking at Makoto. This isn't my home in the first place. This is your home as of now, Makoto said firmly. You and Sasuke have the right to make your own decisions about who or who not to let into the compound. That includes people invited by any of the phantom tenants. I don't think Kakashi and old man Hokage will be happy about this, Naruto said warningly. This is why you ask me to talk to all of you in private, isn't it? I am afraid they simply have no say in the matter, Hizashi said, laying a hand on Naruto's shoulder. The rules for setting up a spirit compound cannot be changed. The only concession is that any phantom residents let in are sworn to keep your bloodline a secret. And Naruto, you are the phantom summoner. The power to summon the phantoms is yours. You are your own man and you need to begin to learn how to make the best decisions regarding your bloodline, not to look for others to make the decisions for you. Naruto bit his lips, his thoughts turning inwards. He was silent a long moment before his shoulders straightened, having made up his mind. You are right, Hizashi. I can't keep having others make decisions for me. I am a genin now, an adult in the ninja world, Naruto said, turning to the 4 phantoms from the Phantom Migration Bureau. I will sign the pact with the Phantom Migration Bureau in return for a spirit compound. But run through all the clauses and requirements with me. I don't want to be cheated. This isn't a fish market, we're not going to swindle you, the dog creature said, narrowing its eyes at Naruto. Nevertheless, run all of the contents in the pact I am going to sign by me again. Sure, I know Makoto and the others have already seen it, but I'll rather look at it with my own eyes, Naruto said, looking back at the 4 phantoms from the Phantom Migration Bureau firmly. I am the one that's going to be bound to it. I'll rather see firsthand what I am going to get myself and my descendants into. Very well, one of the lizard men said with a sigh. A glow of light and stacks of papers appeared in its hands. We'll start with clause number 1. The number of approved phantom residents is in accordance to how large a spirit compound is. Present time, Konaha. Inside Uchiha clan compound, the moon had already risen when Sarutobi, Homura, Koharu and Kakashi left the Hokage tower and arrived in the Uchiha clan compound. As the group crossed the high walls of the Uchiha clan compound, Sarutobi felt a chill creep down his back as he sensed an abnormally high concentration of unusual spirit energy in the compound itself. It felt like spirit energy, yet at the same time not. The concentration of spirit energy within this place is smoldering, Koharu said with a shudder as they landed on the eastern side of the Uchiha clan compound. Have they started the process of creating the spirit compound without waiting for us? Uchiha Sasuke's family home is close by. We should proceed there and find out what is going on, Sarutobi said as he jumped onto the nearest rooftop and began running quickly towards their destination. All of the buildings they passed on their way were in states of disrepair, reeds overgrowing in the lawns. Some of the roofs were even collapsed or filled with holes. Not surprising, since except for Sasuke's family home, the rest of the buildings in the large Uchiha clan compound had been left unused and unmaintained since the night of the Uchiha massacre. Sarutobi, who had been leading the group, suddenly halted on one of the rooftop, glancing down below him in shock. Sounds of a woman sobbing in grief and happiness reached the group. Sarutobi and the others watched in disbelief as they saw Tsunade seated on a stone seat below them, crying her heart out as she was hugged by a young Nawaki and a man that looks like Kato Dan, Tsunade's fiancé, who had died in the Second Shinobi World War. Shizune stood by the side, her eyes gleaming with tears as she watched the impossible reunion. I think it is clear that Naruto did create the spirit compound without waiting for us, Sarutobi said in a soft voice. Come, let's not disturb Tsunade for now. We'll get our answers from Naruto and the others. Running quickly past the next few rooftops, they arrived at Sasuke's family home where Team 7 was gathered at the lawn. Makoto was standing beside Sasuke, while Sakura was giving weary looks to four weird-looking creatures talking to Naruto. One was a large hairy-looking eyeball with numerous tentacles, one was a flying dog, and two looked like a hybrid of half-man half-lizard. Sakumo, Hizashi, an unknown young man and woman were standing not far away talking among themselves. Of Haku and the supposedly bonded phantom Zabuza, there were no signs of them. Naruto, Sarutobi said as he landed lightly beside Naruto, who had turned around to look at him. Sarutobi's full attention was however on the four strange creatures in front of Naruto. I see you've created the spirit compound without waiting for us, and who are these people? The eyeball is Azume, the floating dog is Yuo, the two lizard men are Menki and Monkey. They are the governing phantoms from the death realm assigned to this spirit compound, Naruto said in introduction, though Naruto's words served to confuse Sarutobi even more. I am sorry Naruto, but can you elaborate? I am unclear about what is going on, Sarutobi said, turning to look at Naruto. To put it simply, to create the spirit compound in the mortal realm, Naruto have to sign a pact with the phantom authorities in the death realm, Makoto said as she walked forward. One of the clauses in the pact is that any phantoms approved by the phantom authorities can live a physical existence in Naruto's spirit compound, either as civilians or to provide support services to Naruto, such as setting up shops. These four phantom authorities are assigned here to maintain order among the soon-to-be new phantom tenants. What? Why were we not told of this beforehand? Kaharu said, a frown on her forehead. We need to know of such matters. For what? Makoto said in a harsh voice. The way I see it, Naruto is the bloodline wielder. He is the one summoning the phantoms and making the pacts. It is his decision to make, not yours, not the Hokage, and most certainly not any business of the village. And regarding the matter of decisions, it's time Hizashi, Sakumo and I have a talk with you three old birds. Sakumo has been listening in on your meeting, and your solutions to keeping Naruto's bloodline secret are ridiculous. Binding seals? You three are delusional if you think as phantoms will allow you to go forward with your plan. Kaharu and Homura's eyes widened in shock at Makoto's implication that Sakumo in phantom form had spied on the discussions between the Hokage and the elders. Sarutobi simply kept quiet, giving Makoto and the rest of the phantoms a contemplative look. What is this about binding seals? Kakashi asked, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he looked at the pale-faced elders and a silent Sarutobi. That's what we're going to be talking about, Sakumo said as the rest of the phantoms in the area walked forward, standing beside Naruto in a united front. I think we'll need to put things in perspective for the Hokage and the elders. You see, we may be phantoms bond to Naruto, but in a way, we also perceive ourselves as guardians of Naruto since he has no family to do that for him. And we're going to ensure that he is not going to end up the short end of the bargain, while you three are deciding on matters for the good of the village. Naruto is like my own grandson. I have only his best interest at heart. Sarutobi spoke up softly, causing Naruto to look at him with surprise and gratitude. We shall see, Makoto said as she motioned to everyone and turned towards her family home. Come, now that we phantoms can remain physical in the spirit compound, it's time we trash things out with you three. Kakashi, come along as well, we'll need your opinion. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura. The three of you will listen in since all of you have a stake in this. As for you four official types, go set up your base of operations. The old family home of Eniki beside this building should be enough for you. And as agreed upon, we shall leave the western and northern quarters of the clan compound undisturbed to serve as the living quarters of your approved phantoms. Thank you Makoto, We shall not disturb you then, the eyeball said as it floated into the sky towards the run-down building just beside Sasuke's family home. The dog creature flew after it, while the two lizard men turned and followed on foot. We shall use the living room for the meeting, Makoto said as she led the way, with Sakumo and the other phantoms herding the elders and Sarutobi into the house. Binding seals are little more than slavery seals. I will not allow you to use it on the children. Makoto's stern voice cut through the loud arguments currently breaking out among the phantoms and the village elders. Seated at the edge of the large square table, with Naruto next to her, Sakura was beginning to feel a sense of unease at the direction the conversation was going. Those seals are going to be no better than the caged bird seal the Hyuga clan use on members not of the main house, Hizashi said in a fierce voice. You say the seal is only to bind, to prevent secrets from being leaked, but the one controlling the main binding seals holds a certain degree of power over those bound by the seals. A change in the main binding seal, a silent trigger, and you can instantly kill those bound by the seals. I am not going to let Naruto start his new clan this way. Sakura sat in pale-faced silence as she watched the gathered adults raise their voices at each other. The whole conversation was degenerating into a shouting match. A fight that the two elders were losing ground as the Hokage who remained seated across the table with the elders stayed silent throughout the whole conversation. Enough. The Hokage's firm voice suddenly spoke out. Makoto and the rest of you have brought out valid arguments. But the elders have also raised an important point as well. Binding seals are the most certain way of keeping the secrets of Naruto's bloodlines in wraps. If you are all against the binding seals, what other methods do you suggest in keeping Naruto's bloodline secret? The phantoms gave each other uncomfortable looks, and there was a long drawn-out silence. Currently, of those that knew of Naruto's secret, are all of us here, Tsunade and Shizune, as well as Haku. Makoto said at last looking at the Hokage and the two village elders. It is very unlikely any of us would break Naruto's trust. Tsunade, Shizune, Haku, Kakashi and even Sasuke are tied to Naruto because he allows them to see the phantoms of their loved ones. The true unknown factors are you three seated here and Sakura. You four have no connection to Naruto. No way to be certain you will act in Naruto's best interest. We realize the importance of Naruto's bloodlines. Kaharu began but was instantly shooed down by Makoto. Yes, we all know you elders realize the importance of Naruto's bloodlines to the village, Makoto said, giving the two elders a derisive look. But if you give more thought to it, you should realize Naruto's bloodlines could not be kept a secret forever. Sooner or later, someone from another village is going to find out about it. What we're doing now is delaying the inevitable bloodline hunters that's sure to come after Naruto once the other villages knew. And Hokage-sama, even you have to admit you can't protect Naruto forever. He will need to learn to be able to stand on his own against the many powerful ninjas that's sure to come for him in the future. What do you suggest then, Makoto? The Hokage asked in a calm voice, giving Makoto a measuring look. For now, let's place our trust in all that knows of Naruto's secret. Our numbers are few enough that it will be very easy to keep watch on one another in the event one of you turn traitor. The phantoms will be keeping silent watch over all of you as well, Makoto said, causing the Hokage to nod at the hidden implication that the phantoms would be watching the actions of the living. And during this time, we'll need to rapidly build up the ninja skills of Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura to a higher level. Once the secret of Naruto's bloodlines are out, he will not be the only one hunted down. Many headhunters tend to go after those close to their targets, to use them as bargaining chips. Sasuke and Sakura, as his teammates, need to know how to defend themselves from such threats. You are suggesting using the basic principles of trusting each other while using the phantoms to monitor the living unseen, the Hokage said with a grim smile that the elders did not share. Yes, that might be a more effective method in making sure Naruto's secrets stayed safe. After all, with someone unseen monitoring our actions all the time, it should keep all of us on our best behavior, as any wrong actions can be instantly revealed. As for further developing Team 7's abilities, it is going to be inevitable what with all that has happened. I suppose you phantoms will be wanting to mentor the genins then. I will like to personally guide Sasuke in the Uchiha fighting style and the Sharingan, with Kakashi's help, Makoto revealed, causing Sasuke to smile in delight. Nawaki have expressed an interest in teaching Naruto his ninjutsu and fuinjutsu knowledge. I will also like to work with him to develop Naruto's potential. Sakumo said in reply. I will need to train a successor in the blade anyway, since Kakashi did not seem to take after me in that aspect. The trip in the sub-dimension seemed to have given Sakura precise control over her chakra. I will like to guide her in chakra training based on some of the Hyuga clan techniques. Also with Tsunade's inclusion to the group, perhaps she might be interested to take up another apprentice with high level of chakra control. Hizashi spoke up. Also Hokage-sama, about my brother and son. We'll talk more about that matter privately later. The Hokage interrupted Hizashi's words, giving him a serious look. Hizashi gave a nod to show that he had heard him. The Hokage then turned to look at the elders in grim humor. Now that the teachers for the genins are decided, Kaharu and Homura, do you have any problems with Makoto's proposal? Kaharu gave a frown. While I might not wish to be monitored by an unseen apparition day and night, I can certainly see how it could be an effective deterrence to anyone wanting to reveal Naruto's secrets. Just the threat that someone is watching is enough to keep most people on the straight and narrow. I second Kaharu. I may not like the method, but I see the merits in it. Homura spoke up with a nod. And since this method will be better accepted by everyone here, I will keep my peace and go along with it. We will show to the phantoms that we have nothing to hide. Then it is decided, the Hokage concluded firmly. Now, let us proceed to other matters, like the Chunin exams occurring in 3 days' time. What? Naruto and Sasuke shouted in surprise. I've forgotten about that. What with the dislocation in time? Kakashi said in a bemused voice. If you want my assessment on Team 7's capabilities, Hokage-sama, I feel they are ready for it. Good, because after this year, the next 4 Chunin exams will take place at other ninja villages. The Hokage said, narrowing his eyes. If Team 7 is not ready this time round, they will not be allowed to take part in the other Chunin exams, since we simply cannot allow Naruto to be compromised on rival villages' testing grounds. And if none of you can pass this year's Chunin exam, you will have to wait until the village council decide to promote you as Chunin through a majority vote, or until the Chunin exams takes place again in Konaha. That doesn't seem fair, Naruto said with a scowl. It is for your own protection. Here in the village, we can at least limit the damage should your bloodlines be exposed. On the home grounds of other ninja villages, however, you will be under great threat. The Hokage said firmly. On that note, during the Chunin exams, you are not allowed to call upon the phantoms unless you are in a life and death situation. All right, I promise. Naruto said with a serious nod. With what the phantoms and the elders had discussed for the past hour, Naruto had begun to comprehend the seriousness of the situation. Now that this matter is resolved, Team 7, please leave the room. I am sorry, but I have something I wish to discuss with Makoto and the others. The Hokage said, turning to smile at Sakura, Naruto and Sasuke. Go and get some rest, it is getting quite late in the night. Sakura quickly jumped to her feet, glad to be released at last from the stifling atmosphere of the meeting. Naruto, however, remained seated. I am staying, Naruto said firmly, causing the Hokage to look at him in surprise. I am the phantom summoner of Makoto and the others. Whatever they say and whatever they tell you is not going to stay a secret between me and them. Also, as phantom summoner, I have the right to accept or reject any activities you might ask my phantoms to do. Hizashi gave Naruto a smile of approval. That is true, we phantoms are bound to Naruto after all, not to the Hokage or the village. Very well. Naruto may stay, the Hokage said with a heavy sigh, but Sakura and Sasuke will have to leave. There are things I am going to talk about that concerns village security. Sasuke, show Sakura to the bathhouse. The both of you might as well clean up and turn in for the night. We're going to be here a while. Makoto spoke out while Sasuke hesitated behind Naruto, as if contemplating to ask if he could stay. Sasuke nodded his head jerkily before following Sakura out. As the door closed behind them, the Hokage turned to face the phantoms. Now, let's talk about Danzo. And on that note, I can see a lot of potential in using phantoms to monitor the activities of some suspect ninjas in the village. Is there a way to hire more phantoms for such purposes? The 3 phantoms appeared and materialized into the spirit compound in physical form. The 3 of them were dressed in simple black and white ninja garbs. One was an elderly man, with long white hair and a gray blindfold tied across his eyes. Though old, he remained tall of stature and regal in posture. Of course, as was the case with phantoms, even though their default appearance was the one they died in, they could still shift the physical age of their bodies through a substantial and continuous drain in their spiritual energies. This phantom appeared old only because he wished to stay in this appearance. The two younger men beside him were obviously related to each other, with similar facial features. One had short blonde hair and a pair of piercing blue eyes. He wielded a large hammer shouldered behind his back. His face was relaxed, his mouth twitching a little as if smiling at a joke only he knew of. The second, slightly taller than his sibling, had long dark hair and fierce dark eyes. A long sword was sheathed at his waist. His face, however, was a sharp contrast to his blonde-haired sibling. A frown was etched on his forehead and he had a perpetual stern look on his face, as if he was angry at something. Sero Mutsu, Sero Ichiji and Sero Kaijo, your phantom immigration process have been approved. The floating dog phantom crouched on a counter in front of them spoke out. His head was lowered, as he read several pieces of parchment in front of him. I see you've agreed to offer services to the local phantom summoner in the areas of blacksmithing, fuinjutsu as well as opening a weapons shop in the spirit compound. Please note that you're only allowed to offer sale of weapons, armors, and seals, to protect the interest of the merchant phantom bond to the phantom summoner. Items other than the ones listed are prohibited. Duly noted. The blindfolded phantom, Sero Mutsu, said in a gravel-sounding voice. His reply was short and direct. There was an expulsion of chakra from the dog phantom, and a detailed map of the spirit compound appeared, floating into Ichiji's hands. That is a map of the entire spirit compound. All immigrating phantoms are allowed to have quarters in the highlighted areas of the map. A house with a shop front has already been assigned to you. It is marked with a cross on the map. Please note that an annual payment of 79,898,156 spirit energies is required for your continued stay in the spirit compound. The dog phantom said, we've already processed your payment for the first year. The next payment will be processed 1 year from now. If you've no other questions, you may proceed. I've a backlog of 20 other phantoms to introduce into this compound before midnight today. Very well, we shall not disturb you any longer, Yuo-san. The friendlier Sero Kaijo said with a smile. Come, let us go and take a look at our new home. Yuo lifted an eye as the three walked out of the door leading out of the Phantom Migration Bureau headquarters in this world. The three phantoms certainly made a contrasting trio. Next, he barked out. This time a red-haired young man seated on a large wooden snake puppet appeared. Watashi Sasori, you've applied to open a puppetry workshop, I see. Nawaki glided down the catacombs in his phantom form with unhindered ease. The reunion with Tsunade and Shizune had taken most of the night. Tsunade had refused to let go of Nawaki and Dan until Sakumo had arrived with a mission from the Hokage, with approval from Naruto. With the exception of Kane, Mei and Zabuza, who were assigned to watch over the movements of the Hokage and the village elders, all of Naruto's phantoms were out in full force tonight, combing the old catacombs beneath Konaha, with the intention of mapping out Root's headquarters and any possible entry or escape routes. Nawaki paused as he sighted a particular nasty trap seal engraved on one side of the wall in the tunnel he was currently in. If he had been in physical form, he would have been pierced by multiple earth spikes released by the trap seal. Making careful note of the location of the trap, Nawaki floated down the tunnel, exiting the opening of the tunnel to find himself into a large cavern. The floor was riddled with holes and the outlines of a large rectangle was drawn in faded white paint. Apparently the area was a training ground of some kind. Nawaki shook his head. He had already found 3 other similar training grounds several tunnels behind him. For some reason, Root had spread out all of its training areas. Nawaki shook his head. The nasty Black Ops ninjas led by Danzo were just full of surprises. Nawaki looked at the 3 tunnels leading to the training ground. He already knew where the one behind him goes. Choosing at random, Nawaki headed to his left. This particular tunnel was filled with 6 trap seals and 3 other physical traps that he could spot. A large metal door stood at the end of the tunnel, blocking the way. Poking his head through the metal door, Nawaki's eyes widened at the amount of weaponry inside. Seems like I hit the jackpot this time. Nawaki muttered to himself in delight. From the looks of it, this seemed to be Root's main armory. Yuo gave a sigh of relief as he finished. giving a brief verbal walk through to the last group of phantoms to enter the spirit compound. Once the phantoms left, he floated off the counter just as Izume, or as the current phantom summoner liked to call her, the eyeball creature, entered the room. Izume had paid no mind to Naruto's rude description of her. The beholder phantoms, the species Izume was from, were called much worse in the death realm. Not surprising, since the beholder race as a majority tend towards actions most races viewed as dark and evil. Menki and Monkey have finished with the induction of new phantoms on their side. So have I, Izume revealed as she floated towards Yuo. It seems you are done as well. Any problems on your side? Yuo asked in an inquiringly tone as he accompanied Izume out of the room. There was this particular obnoxious phantom approved by Central Headquarters. Called itself a Borg Queen or some such nonsense, Izume said with distaste. The first thing it did when it physically materialized is to assault me. It has the nerve to tell me it is going to assimilate me and make me part of its collective. I quickly taught it the error of its ways. We aren't considered Tier 3 phantoms in the death realm for nothing, and it is only a measly Tier 17 phantom. Of course, I also terminated its application on the spot, sending it packing back into the death realm with no refund. You are evil, Yuo said approvingly. What about Menki and Monkey? They run into any mishaps? It's all peaceful for them, Izume stated, giving its many floating tentacles a shrug. They passed an open window and Yuo paused, staring out at the bright moon hanging in the dark sky. Izume, have you ever wondered if we are actually doing the right thing? Yuo asked suddenly, his eyes distant. Following the orders of the higher-ups, to not reveal to all first-year phantom summoners what they have to live through. You mean the first-year clause? The power of death is closely tied to the essence of time. It is one of the core cosmic laws that new phantom summoners have to spend 1 year to collect enough time essence to stabilize their bloodline. Izume said derisively. It is how the death gods can hunt down the new phantom summoners before their powers matured. Before the phantom summoners can ascend into death gods tied by no cosmic regulations. Not that it's any business of ours if this new phantom summoner should survive. Either the death god wins or the phantom summoner wins. In the meantime, as governing phantoms of the death realm are to stay neutral in this cold war. We do not reveal the location of the phantom summoner to the death god, thus if the phantom summoner survived and become a death god in the future, we've offended no one. This new summoner is different, Yuo said in a distracted voice. What do you mean different? He seemed like another irritating human child. Izume snorted in a disbelieving tone. You do know what I am, right? I am a demon dog, meaning I am closely attuned to death and spirit energies. I have been in the vicinity of several phantom summoners in the past. Those still suffering through their 1-year clause and those having matured in their abilities. I have gained quite an accurate measure of the death energies within them. Yuo stated, turning to look at Izume. The Phantom Administrative Bureau recorded that Uzumaki Naruto first activated the Phantom Bloodline 1 month, 1 week and 2 days ago. But the death energies I sensed within Naruto when I was near him was that of a new Phantom Summoner who have spent close to 3 months stabilizing his bloodline. He just need another 9 months of time to absorb enough time essence to stabilize his Phantom Summoner bloodline. Izume paused, giving Yuo a measuring look. You are serious? Yes, I am pretty sure of my judgment, Yuo replied. Somehow the boy has found a way to mature his bloodline at a rapid pace. If other new Phantom Summoners can replicate what he did, it will totally alter the war between the Death Gods and the Phantom Summoners. It can have great repercussions on the Death Realm. Are you going to report this to the Administrative Bureau? Izume asked in a measuring tone of voice. What do you think? Yuo asked, a calculating gleam in his eyes. I think we should wait and see. Whatever happens, we're in the thick of it, and it may perhaps prove profitable to our career. Izume said, wriggling her tentacles in greed. Yuo smiled, showing his teeth. Yes, I am of the same mind as you. Let us wait and see. The three stood on air, hovering next to the eastern wall of the spirit compound, or as the citizens of Konaha knew it by, the Uchiha clan compound. Hanging so high in the air, they could see the many lights of Konaha's residential areas and other clan compounds. Konaha, Village of the Leaves. Formed from the cooperation of Senju and Uchiha clans, as well as the support from the lesser clans. Kaijo said in a voice tingling with pride. The Uchihas are nearly decimated. Ichiji growled in disgust. While the power of the Senjus have diminished. They are both failures, a shame to our blood. Do not judge hastily. The elderly man beside them spoke up. His blindfold was removed and he was looking down at Konaha with shimmering eyes. A great change is coming to this world. That is why I've brought the two of you here. To observe, to learn, and maybe to guide the one that will become the pivotal point of this world. There was a moment of silence before the older man continued. As you've learned Kaijo, not all will embrace the love for peace or have respect for all lives. The man spoke in a firm voice. And for you Ichiji, time have proven to you that having great power does not mean everyone will follow your lead. It also does not mean everlasting peace. A phantom summoner has been born to this world, a far distant relation to the Senju, who may yet bear Kaijo's ideal. And a twist of fate has bind one of the last Uchiha to this young man. An Uchiha who has suffered through great tragedy, who chose forgiveness over vengeance. These two and those around them. Their very actions will prove important to the fate of the elemental countries. We'll watch, we'll learn and then. We'll provide guidance to those that needs it. But above all, we will not interfere. In the natural order of things. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next part.